fuck?
W's in the shot.
Oh my god, click on the wrong one. Oh shit, fucked up. I don't know what to do. Alright, bet. Shout out a bit out, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
W's in the shot.
Shout out a bit out, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
W's in the shot.
I'm from my camera. I got so much shit, bro. I'll be forget when I put it up. You know what I'm saying? We going goddamn It File tonight. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? CSI. You know what I'm saying? Without the glasses.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah. What? What?
Damn, where's my fucking camera, bro? Oh my god, y'all, I don't forgot where is it. I don't want to pull a tool on them. Oh, here you go. My dumb ass. You know what I'm saying? Don't mind the chest here, nigga. Shit, y'all ain't real nigga, you got hair on your chest. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ass on.
You and them motherfucker twin.
W's in the
What's up? How you doing, baby? How you doing? I want to get like when y'all type in check, I want to do a Tupac song. I'm gonna find one. Hold on, shit. Let me find one real quick. Cause I like when y'all type in checks, I want Tupac playing in the background. YouTube be tripping. They be trying to copyright me for that shit. Can we find? Let's see. Can we find one? Damn. Okay, we get man. This. Ooh, y'all West Side. What the fuck is this? This ain't no Tupac. They be lying. Yeah, they done got me. They be lying. Tupac. Download hip hop, old school, royalty free sound effect. Okay, bet. I like that, twin. You know what I'm saying? What Tupac get? I don't see no Tupac. Be lying, bro. If I get him in just talking, that's all I want. Let me see.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is the thug life, nigga?
Yeah, they want talking about right here. Yo, we got you. We got you. We got you. Hold up. I got you the best one for y'all. Hold up.
Thug life. Yeah, nigga.
Kill that motherfucker.
I think the Thug Life was the best one. Tupac from Baltimore.
First off,
Ooh, Lord.
All my shit is positive. That's the white man got you thinking my shit is negative and positive.
I think I'm gonna do the Thug Life. Yeah, I'm gonna download the Thug Life one.
thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is the thug life, nigga?
Yeah, we go down. Yeah, that perfect one. I can't download it free. I know you lying. Yeah, I'm gonna get free. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get free. I think we got it. Okay, bet. I gotta go to Watch Call. I gotta go back to Watch Call, y'all. Hold on. Then we'll get stream started. I feel like y'all can't see me now. There we go. Okay, bet. Let me go back to the chat box. You know what I'm saying? Oh, here you go. Boom. I hope we ain't no copyright though. For real. We gonna be fucked. So I've been wanting to do that shit. I finally got one though. Where is that? Oh, here you go. I got that motherfucker tweet. Let me see how it sound. I don't hear that. I might make it loud though, I ain't gonna lie. Make it turn up.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is the thug life, nigga? Give me a hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that one. Hold on, I gotta type something in the chat to make sure, you know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. Let me see.
W's in the shot.
I still got a W in the chat, bro. Hey, how you going, bro? How you doing, bro? Oh, I didn't save it. Oh shit, I forgot to save it. Damn, I forgot to save that shit. That's why I was still doing that.
W's in the
Yeah, I didn't save it. I didn't save it. I ain't save it. Fuck.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is the thug life, nigga?
Yo, we gotta say that. Yo, that shit was loud for but me at 17%. Yo, say that, twin. I think we good. I think we good now. Let me see.
Thug life, y'all don't forget
Oh yeah,
that
that's
shit.
it.
What type nigga is the thug life, nigga?
Ah, there we go. Okay, bet, we ready. So I had to do that real quick. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. I'm gonna find some more though. We might got a better one. I want that only God can judge me. I don't know. I'm gonna see if we got some more.
So that's him, huh?
Oh, what the fuck is that? I got to hit him up. We can't play that one. Tupac. Oh, they ain't got it. Never mind, they ain't got it, man. Shout out to everybody. We on YouTube. We on Twitch and Twitter. So I'll make sure everything all right real quick, then we'll get started. Who y'all think really killed Tupac? You think it was Keefe D? You think it was Diddy? Who y'all think behind it? You know what I'm saying, man? This shit, hold on. I'm on my Twitter right now. I want to see my past one. I want to see the one I was on.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is the thug
Think it was
life,
Keefe
nigga?
D? Think it was Diddy? I bet I see it. How I make it big? I don't know. I come at there. Hey man, what they saying about Tupac's death in the United States is true? What you mean, brother? Like what part? Like what? It's a lot. It's a lot, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It depends what you talking about. We about to uncode the people. You know what I'm saying? We about to undergo the story. Who they got? Keefe D is one of the suspects. The other ones they all dead, you know. The other suspect that had something to do with it, they all dead, you know. So Keefe D and Diddy like the only two that the main survived. Haitian Jack and I think Haitian Jack free. Oh no, they say Jack tell me he was running. He running in the U.S. or something in Cuba or something. But Jimi Hendrix, he got life in prison. You know what I'm saying? Let's get started, y'all.
Is it Orlando?
Yes.
Let me just ask you point blank. Did you kill Tupac Shakur?
We want to know.
I'm not in kill Tupac. I just want to let everybody know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do it.
You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
Pac not gonna tell the story. I ain't gonna tell the story, but I tell you this. It wasn't Anderson, so
Hold on, my bad. Suge Knight, we don't believe nothing you said, bro. You grew up with Keefe D. You know what I'm saying? We don't believe you. You don't know whose side. One minute you want me, you a homie for Tupac. Next minute you want to ride for Keefe, bro. Make up your goddamn mind, bro. If I You said him and Tupac favor each other? Who you talking about, Orlando? You talking about Orlando Ashton? I try to stream on Facebook. I gotta update my Facebook. I try to stream on Facebook tonight too. But I'll do it tomorrow.
That's all I got to say about that part.
I've been thinking, maybe I...
Is it Orlando?
Yes.
Chad, put your
Let me just ask
we got this spec getting
did
name.
you kill Tupac Shakur?
I didn't kill Tupac. I
What's
just
up,
want to
bro?
let everybody know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do it.
You said the shots came from
Who did it?
the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
Pac not finna tell the story. I ain't finna tell the story, but I tell you this. It wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that part.
I've been thinking, maybe I'm a scapegoat or something. I'm like a victim.
It was a prophecy.
Let the world know I plan to die. If I don't leave with what I came for and be denied.
He said that. If I die tonight, he said that.
I've been shot and murdered. Can't tell you how it happened word for word. But best believe that niggas don't get what they deserve.
We are here today to announce.
So my question is, do y'all think Tupac was a prophet, or you think he sold his soul and they told him a certain date?
Thug life, y'all
You know what I'm saying?
that shit. What type nigga is a thug life, nigga?
But I think it wasn't Orlando Anderson who shot Tupac. I don't think it was him either. Cause he had a broken arm, bro. Like, how the fuck he gonna shoot? He ain't got a broken arm. Like, bro, y'all find out. Y'all find out when I play.
Announce the arrest of
I won't tell
60-year-old
shit. People ain't seen
Dwayne
it yet.
Keefe Davis, aka Keefe D, for the murder
Yeah,
of
down
Tupac
there.
Shakur.
Hands on top of your head right now.
We're gonna take that mail first.
Y'all say he not
Hands on
dead?
top of your head.
How did you feel
I
about
hope
that?
not.
All right,
Hope he got
damn.
away.
On September 7th, 1996, rap
Shout out
icon
Hip Hop
Tupac
Universe for
Shakur was
info.
fatally wounded in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. The incident
How you gonna
occurred
use it?
at 11:15 p.m. when the black BMW carrying Tupac and the Death Row label boss Suge Knight stopped at a red light at East Flamingo Road and Koval. Pac was struck by 4 40 caliber rounds fired from a Glock. 2 in his chest, 1 in the arm and 1 in the thigh. The shots came from the left back window of a white 4-door late model Cadillac with 4 passengers in it.
We gotta remember that little back window. Whoever was in the back car.
All members of the Compton Southside Crips, the driver Terrence Brown,
Okay, driver.
Dwayne Davis aka Keefe D,
Keefe D,
DeAndre
that's
Smith in the back, and Keefe D's nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, who Tupac and various
So I gotta be
people
honest.
associated with the music label Death Row, to which
How
Tupac
you
was
doing?
signed to at the time, got into a fight with hours before the shooting. Tupac died from his wounds 6 days later.
I'm gonna turn that thug life shit down. That thug life shit too loud for y'all? Is it too loud? Let me know. I'm gonna turn it down. I think it's loud, cause that shit loud as hell, motherfucking. Yeah. Let me turn it down. Let me see how it sounds.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is a thug life, nigga?
I think that's good.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is a thug life, nigga?
Alright, bet. I'm gonna leave like that. It sounds good like that. Let me check my folks on Twitter real quick. Twitter, y'all alright? We doing alright? Alright.
At the University Medical Center on September 13th. In this video, we will not only analyze the shooting
Funny they
itself,
arrest Keefe
but
after
also
Suge
take a
arrest.
look at the motives of his
Right.
assassins, to understand why it all happened, to see who was really behind it,
Oh, we had social
while
media back
addressing
in the day,
all the
bro. We
rumors
had
and
this shit
breaking
solved.
down the case from all angles. In order to do so, we have to go back a few years and take a look at the history and relationship between the key figures of this tragic incident.
Oh, 3 hours.
Only one of the 4 passengers of the white Cadillac is still alive today, and that person happens to be the leader of the group, the uncle of Orlando Anderson,
Yeah, man,
Keefe D.
Damn, hold on. I want to get the fucking picture of that shit. Go back. Yeah. So, okay, driver. That's the driver on the left side. Keefe D on the right side, passenger side. What name? Dre Smith in the left side. It is even Dre or Orlando. It wasn't them two. I'm thinking the big boy, cause like he said they shot at the left side of the car. I'm thinking Orlando. You know what I'm saying? It was already beat up. I bet they do it.
Keefe D. For the past decade, he made some wild statements and accusations involving Sean Puffy Combs, label boss of New York record company Bad Boy Entertainment, which at the time of the shooting was Tupac's biggest enemy. Pac himself was signed to Death Row Records, which was owned by his friend Marion Suge Knight, who at first was the main target of the assassins. It wasn't just one little brawl at the casino. There was more to it. The shooting was the result of a chain of events that occurred months and even years before the Vegas incident. It all started before Tupac got involved, before he was released from jail. Pac had to pay the ultimate price for getting dragged into a war that people on his team had caused, which he took to the next level because of his sense of loyalty. Keefe D coming after Suge Knight was not a coincidence. It was the result of a sour-turned relationship between Suge Knight and Puffy Combs, who ended up taking advantage of the already existing friction between the Southside Crips and the mob Piru. Keefe D had known Suge since they were kids, as they were both born and raised in Compton, California. But they both ended up taking different paths in life. Keefe got involved with gangs and street life very early on, when he was between the age of 12 and 13. He became a respected member of the Southside Crips, while Suge was a good kid that grew up in the area that was ruled by Bloods. He didn't really claim any particular gang at the time. The guys he grew up with were mostly Bloods. But Keefe and Suge used to play football together, went swimming, ate hot dogs and chips, spent time together when they were teens. Suge became a great football player by the time he...
So y'all think Suge had something to do with that shit? Let me know right now. Y'all think Suge was in on the shooting? A lot of people say Suge didn't have nothing to do with it. I think Suge did, though, to be honest. I got a question for the chat. I got a question for the chat.
Y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is a thug life nigga?
Are you? What that mean? Rue?
He entered high school. From 1983 to 85, when Suge was between the age of 18 and 20, he attended and played football at El Camino College. In 1985, he transferred to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and played football there for 2 years. Vegas became his second home, and that's one of the reasons why he later ended up opening the 662 Club there, the place where Tupac was heading to the day he got shot. While Suge was studying at a university, Keefe D was already in the drug game. That's why Keefe D never really saw him as a street dude. Didn't have that type of respect for him. Suge went undrafted in the 1987 NFL draft, but was invited to the Los Angeles Rams training camp. He was then cut by the Rams during camp. So he came back to Compton, where he became part of the mob Piru set of the Piru Gang Alliance. He started dabbling into the music industry, and the people who grew up with him, which again were mostly Bloods, introduced...
But what if he like he told them, make sure y'all got them hit me too, or don't try to kill me, but make sure y'all hit me, because if Tupac was the only one that got shot in the car, right? Boom, and Suge didn't get shot, then everybody be goddamn me on Suge back in the day, right? They be like, that how Tupac get shot and you ain't get shot. So he probably told, if he did have something to do with it, he probably told them, man, make sure y'all got them graze me up too. You know what I'm saying?
Him to gang and street life. He ended up hiring those people to work for him and his label. Keefe D around that time developed an interest in West Coast rap music. He was a friend of the Compton rap legend Eazy-E and started to go to all types of rap events and shows. In 1989, he even met Tupac at the Greek Theater.
Play, what the fuck we got going on?
Y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is a thug life nigga?
You know what that shit look like? They got an afro pick. That boy got grease all on his head. I know you fucking lying. Who made that shit cool? For all my old people, who made this shit cool? You know what I'm saying? I know you fucking lying.
Where Chuck D, Flavor Flav, and their crew Public Enemy performed along with Digital Underground. Tupac at the time was part of the Digital Underground crew, dancing on stage with a Tarzan diaper. Keefe D was sitting right in front of the stage, and Pac came out wearing a diaper, which he and his friend from Treg New Park found amusing. They were laughing at him and found it odd for a grown man to wear a diaper. Keefe D's first impression of him was positive. Said he seemed like a cool and sympathetic guy. Months later, he heard about his childhood friend Suge wanting to create his own record company. According to Keefe D, him, his crew, and a kingpin called Pat Johnson helped Suge to fund the label Death Row Records in 1990, all through cocaine sales while Pat Johnson was locked up. The feds had taken him down, and with him around 41 people from his crew, confiscating 26 cars, 13 Harley-Davidson motorbikes, 4 businesses, 20-something houses, and $9 million in cash. Keefe D got told by his boss Pat Johnson to move the 300 kilos of cocaine that he still had and that the feds didn't get. He wanted to invest that money to start the record company Death Row Records. He was Suge's boss as well, according to Keefe D, and they all helped him with that label. Suge allegedly called him as he was trying to get in touch with Eazy-E, who, along with MC Ren, was from the neighboring Compton Crips set Kelly Park. Eazy-E used to sell dope with Keefe D's brother Kevin Davis, who was also there that night in Vegas when Tupac got shot. They would go out on tour with NWA. They used to cook dope at his mama's house. Suge and Keefe D both knew Eazy-E because of the dope game, and Suge tried to influence E to be on Death Row. But E was like, nah, I'm sticking with Ruthless, meaning his record company Ruthless Records. The day he got rejected, Suge called Keefe D for help to get Dr. Dre's number. Keefe D didn't know Dr. Dre personally, but he made a few calls and got the number for him. Next thing you know, Dr. Dre is convinced of coming to Death Row. Suge got close with Dre and the DOC, who were still signed to the label Ruthless Records.
I thought Dr. Dre was goddamn gangster. You know what I'm saying? Me growing up, I thought Dr. Dre was about this shit. I thought he write his own raps and everything. Lord have mercy. All he damn ghostwriters back here. I know he wasn't a ghostwriter. It was somebody else too. I forgot who it was. It's somebody else that was a ghostwriter too.
Back when the group NWA was the biggest thing in hip-hop. The label and the group was run by Eazy-E. Dre and the DOC felt like they were underpaid and wanted to leave the label, but they couldn't, so they got help from Suge. Suge and his lawyer convinced them that their manager Jerry Heller and Eazy-E were dishonest. He approached Dre about forming their own label, away from Heller and Eazy-E. Suge was the one with the money and the power. That's how years later, in 1996, he could make Dre leave his own label, even though they were quote-unquote partners. In 1992, like they were, Eazy-E was trapped by Dr. Dre into meeting him at a hotel. E thought they were still cool at the time, so when he got the phone call, he just showed up all by himself, thinking him and Dre are going to speak about the contract. But when he got there, Dre was nowhere to be found. The one waiting for him was Suge. E was obviously surprised. Suge went and locked
somebody said that part wrong. Suge was around Dre and managed the DOC, so Suge was already plugged in. Y'all say you wrong, you say you wrong, big op. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go with your ass. You know what I'm saying? We gotta take this little document 50-50. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tell me what true or false, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Know too much about back then, you know what I'm saying? I was a baby, 91. Shout out to all my 90 babies.
Door. And then all of a sudden, several Mob Piru members came out of hiding. From under the bed, the closet, and the bathroom. And they all had guns on them. Suge tried to bully and intimidate him, forcing E to sign the paperwork to release Dr. Dre, the DOC, and Michelle A from their contracts. But he was smart enough to leave a fake signature. They then left.
Keefe D said, I seen the interview. Keefe, we gonna see it later on after this document. We're gonna interview. We're gonna see Keefe D interviews and see what he said about Eazy and things of that nature. But Keefe said they ain't do nothing to Eazy because they did something. The whole Crips have been after them. And I heard a bodyguard from Death Row said the same thing, something like that. I forgot his name.
Left without committing any form of violence. Now, the reason why this is relevant for our story is because Eazy-E was a Compton Crip, a hero of Compton, someone that the Crips really loved and respected. All the Crips from Compton supported, protected, and defended Eazy-E, even the Southsiders, meaning people like Orlando Anderson and Keefe D. And with Suge being Eazy-E's mortal enemy, he became an enemy for the Compton Crips as well. They always held a grudge against him. In the beginning, Keefe D didn't even know that Suge had become a member of the Pyrus. He said back then the Crips were so dangerous that Bloods couldn't even wear red around them, because they were their sworn rivals. Colors mattered more to them than quote-unquote the Union Blue and the Confederate Gray. If we saw somebody wearing reds, we would make a U-turn and get them. Keefe D said they would have approached Suge way sooner if something had happened to Eazy-E that day. The Southside Crips would have never allowed Suge to do him any kind of harm. Keefe D's nephew Orlando Anderson, who was the guy that Pac and several other Ma Piru members beat up in Las Vegas in 1996, was BG Knockout's best friend, who on the other hand was Eazy-E's right-hand man, a nutty block Compton Crip. And he of course came back and told them about it. From that point on, the Compton Crips held a grudge against Suge and hated him, even before he got close with Tupac.
But I ain't never seen the movie. Y'all seen the movie? What happened in the movie? What happened to the NWA movie? Did he get beaten? They say he got beat down in the movie, right? Hey, free shoe poops shice. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do a few. Oh shit, goddamn, that boy got a big head. Hold on, GTA.
Eazy-E himself wanted to kill Suge. He went and told
yo, now you may forget what I was gonna say. Yeah, free poops shice. Gucci man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say, twin. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that the real Gucci or the clone Gucci. I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? I know the old Gucci one. He wouldn't go for this shit. In my opinion, y'all.
Jerry Heller that he's going to shoot him, as he would become a huge problem in the future. But Jerry Heller convinced him not to do it. He himself got approached by Suge and 3 other Ma Piru members. They ended up threatening him with lead pipes and baseball bats. Marv James also had a .25 automatic Colt pistol. They managed to release Dre, the DOC, and Michelle A from their contracts. The Ma Piru ran into Eazy-E multiple times. A man named Kenny Tubbs allegedly ended up robbing him. Eazy-E never stopped hating Suge until the day he died. And from that point on, there was always a rivalry between the Ma Piru and the Compton Crips. Keefe D at first tried to stay as neutral as possible, as Suge was his childhood friend. He tried to not get involved with the Eazy-E beef, as long as he doesn't get harmed. Suge's friendship with Keefe D was hard to describe. It was like a shaky, on-off type of relationship, where it only needed a small push to go bad, and for them to turn into enemies. After Keefe D learned about Suge being a Ma Piru member, he only needed one little reason to go at him, and he would gladly throw their decade-long friendship away. But every time they met, Suge showed him love and respect, and that's why Keefe D did the same. His personal beef with the people from Death Row started at a video shoot for a group Suge was working with called the 69 Girls, which took place at a mansion in Hidden Hills. Sergeant Reynolds, who was a Compton police officer and the private security of the label Death Row, was in front of the gate of the mansion in Hidden Hills. When Keefe D and the Southsiders tried to get in, they went.
I know this all topic. Y'all think Gucci Man rat? Hold on, I know this all topic. Y'all think Gucci Man rat? Ain't gonna lie, Gucci Man, your songs ain't gonna hit the same no more now. I ain't gonna lie. Why you did Pooh shot your cousin, bro? Hell yeah. Shit, I ain't mad at them from doing that shit, to be honest. Shit, then you know they from Memphis, bro. You know Memphis people crazy. You know what I mean? You know from Atlanta. I know Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? We got them hard. We ain't on Memphis level. You know? Memphis, they don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? They like LA, ain't it?
Allowed to enter the property. Y'all ain't getting in. I don't know why the F y'all came all the way out here. Keefe D felt disrespected, and it almost came to a shooting. He had more than a dozen goons with him. Suge then came and tried to calm down the situation by letting them in. Later that day, he told Keefe D, "Man, if we ever hook up, we gonna be on top of the world." But Keefe felt like he was already on top. Didn't really want to get into the music business. When he walked up the stairs, he accidentally brushed up against the girl's behind, and the girl then started yelling at him. "This is Death Row, mother F." And Keefe D said, "B, I don't give a F about none of that."
Who's the 69 girls? Hold on. He said, okay, we gotta see the girls. He said 69 girls. Who's the 69? Y'all know who's the 69? Damn, my keyboard is not working. Come on, keyboard. Don't do me like that, twin. I gotta get me a new keyboard, bro. Oh my god, I ain't even start my stream. I'm crazy. Never mind. Keyboard stopped working.
That ish. Suge then told her to shut up and broke up the fight. Keefe D apparently lost his temper and was ready to shoot up the place that day. A couple months later, one night while Keefe D was hanging out with some Southsiders at the Luna Park Club on Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard, they ran into that same girl who was chilling with her crew, the 69 Girls. Keefe D approached her and said, "You remember me? This is Death Row, mother F," making fun of the way she was acting. Keefe D and the Southsiders beat them all up that night. Not just the woman he bumped into, but everyone she was hanging out with that night. That same girl then went back to Suge.
We way off topic though. I'm on the back, so I missed some of it. You know, even though I was raised in Atlanta, we been taking L's, boy. You know what I'm saying? Young Thug, you know what I'm saying? It started with Thug. You know what I'm saying? On the real, when we got left, yeah, Future. I swear to God, man, I'll start listening to a lot of music. If Future, I find you snitch, Future. Free band. You know what I'm saying? But we looking outside, Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I say Future and Lucci. We got Future and Lucci.
After Keefe D learned about Suge being a Mob Piru member, he only needed one little reason to go at him, and he would gladly throw their decade-long friendship away. But every time they met, Suge showed him love and respect, and that's why Keefe D did the same. His personal beef with the people from Death Row started at a video shoot for a group Suge was working with called the 69 Girls, which took place at a mansion in Hidden Hills. Sergeant Reynolds, who was a Compton police officer and the private security of the label Death Row, was in front of the gate of the mansion in Hidden Hills. When Keefe D and the Southsiders tried to get in, they weren't allowed to enter the property. "Y'all ain't getting in. I don't know why the F y'all came all the way out here." Keefe D felt disrespected, and it almost came to a shooting. He had more than a dozen goons with him. Suge then came and tried to calm down the situation by letting them in. Later that day, he told Keefe D, "Man, if we ever hook up, we gonna be on top of the world." But Keefe felt like he was already on top. Didn't really want to get into the music business. When he walked up the stairs, he accidentally brushed up against the girl's behind, and the girl then started yelling at him, "This is Death Row, mother F." And Keefe D said, "B, I don't give a F about none of that ish." Suge then told her to shut up and broke up the fight. Keefe D apparently lost his temper and was ready to shoot up the place that day. A couple months later, one night while Keefe D was hanging out with some Southsiders at the Luna...
What the fuck is this? That boy got a vampire. What's those little vampire swoops? I know little vampire cartoons back in the day. They used to have that little V swoop. But who told you that shit was cool? But you ain't want to shade the whole thing off? I know you fucking lying. What the fuck? Where your hairline at, bro? Oh, yeah, you got Jerry Curry with no hairline though. That crazy right there, twin. Lord have mercy. I can
Park Club on Robertson and Santa Monica Boulevard, they ran into that same girl who was chilling with her crew, the 69 Girls. Keefe D approached her and said, "You remember me, B? This is Death Row, mother F," making fun of the way she was acting. Keefe D and the Southsiders beat them all up that night. Not just the woman he bumped into, but everyone she was hanging out with that night. That same girl then went back to Suge and told him about it. So that's how the friction between Keefe D and the label Death Row started. Now, how did Puffy get involved? Puff's connection with Keefe D happened back in 1991, when they first met through a Harlem legend named Eric Martin, aka Von Zip, who was not only a baseball pitcher, but also a New York gangster, who had a lot of connections in the music scene. Zip knew Keefe through the drug game. They were business partners, with Keefe D supplying PCP and cocaine from the West Coast to Zip on the East Coast in New York. Zip had this pre-established relationship with Puffy Combs because of his friendship with Puffy's dad. So that's how that connection was made. Puff would ask Keefe for favors shortly after they met. At this point in time, Puffy was just a talent director at Uptown Records. Keefe D, on the other hand, was already rich through the dope game. He was selling large amounts of cocaine all around the US. Puff got in touch with him in 1994 to rent one of Keefe D's 6'4" lowriders for one of Usher's first music videos called Can You Get With It. He had charged him $2,400 for a single day. Usher was dancing.
Usher was tearing you up. You know what I'm saying? You had to lay the burn. That's why you made that song. You gotta lay the burn. You burn the hell out your booty, nigga. The fuck?
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on.
Hey, every time I hear that song about Usher, Lady Bird, I can't, I'm gonna picture Diddy gotta tear his ass up. I ain't gonna lie.
On the hood of the car and ruined the paint. So he charged an additional $4,400 to repaint the whole car.
I agree with that.
After that, they ran into each other multiple times and stayed in touch. Weren't really friends or anything, but still did business together.
I know he had something.
Their acquaintance Zip wasn't really involved too much in the beginning, as Puffy didn't really ask for much in the first few years they had known each other. Keefe saw Tupac again at a house party at the Valet, with a whole bunch of young celebrities like Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, etc. Puffy and Tupac showed up at the party together, back when they were still cool with each other. This was in 1994. According to Keefe D, Pac and Puff were really close, almost like a couple. Puffy and Suge had a great relationship back then as well, with Suge helping him out wherever he could, as he was way more successful than him, at least in the beginning, with Death Row having multiple multi-platinum artists on the label with tons of hits and a large impact on the culture. Bad Boy was just getting started. Whenever Puff came out to California, Suge looked out for him and gave him protection for free, as he couldn't afford security at the time. But then on September 13th, 1994, Biggie released his debut album Ready to Die on Bad Boy Records, though they were quote-unquote to sell millions, dropping one hit after another. Multiple remixes, shows overseas, music videos, TV appearances. He was everywhere. Biggie made Bad Boy on the East Coast was just getting a direct competitor of Death Row Records on the West, in terms of success, sales, impact, and overall respect in the game. Now it was Puff's turn to shine. Suge already had his turn with Dre The Chronic in 1992, Snoop Doggy Style in 1993.
Hold on, I ain't never heard these songs. All three of the albums, with Doggy Style and The Chronic, they good albums. I never heard them. You know what I'm saying? For all my people that, you know what I'm saying, they listen to these albums. And the Toy B.I.G. Ready to Die. They them all three. They good. Everybody been telling they be good, and I ain't never listened to them. I only listen to Tupac, to be honest, I ain't gonna lie.
And now in 94, it was Biggie who was on top. And Suge loved Biggie. He wanted Big to perform at a location that he was promoting. But Puffy wanted Suge to pay money for it, even though Suge had looked out for him for years, done everything for him for free. Puffy didn't care about that, and refused to do it for free. In 1995, the Source magazine had crowned Biggie the King of New York, and the West Coast didn't really have a guy on his level at the time, in terms of rapping skills, sales, status, and impact. Big exceeded everyone. So Suge felt like Puff did him dirty, felt like he owed him something, was upset and mad about it. He knew that when it comes to rapping skills, Dre and Snoop were not on his level. So he got a little jealous, and was looking for a rapper that could outperform Biggie and outshine Bad Boy, so that Suge can get his revenge and continue looking down on Puffy. It was all ego. The rapper Suge was looking for was Tupac, but he was currently in jail. The East Coast-West Coast rivalry was a thing even back then. And now Suge, as the owner of Death Row, which was the face of the West Coast at the time, felt like the little guy Puffy was looking down on him. And not just him, the entire West Coast. Suge wanted him to come down from his high horse and give him the respect he deserves, as the guy who opened doors for him. He wanted to show the world that nobody can treat him like this. Thought of teaching Puffy a lesson. Suge was known as a tyrant and bully of the music industry. He had financed his label by bullying other artists and managers in the music scene, like Vanilla Ice, for example. The story of him intimidating the rapper on a hotel balcony, making him sign over the rights to his song Ice Ice Baby. which was the first hip-hop single to top the Billboard Hot 100 charts. His album To the Extreme sold over 15 million copies worldwide.
He got an album? I only heard one song for Vanilla Ice. You know what I'm saying? Ice Ice Baby. I thought that was Salt and Pepper at first when I first heard it. I ain't gonna lie. Ooh, baby, baby.
And Suge was getting paid for that, just by threatening him, and by quote-unquote hanging him upside down from a 15th floor hotel balcony. And now it was time to bully Puffy. He wanted to sign all the artists that...
I'll be trying to tell these folk, man. I'm a boy trying to tell
Another one.
You know what I'm saying?
Give me a hell yeah.
That's all they play down south. You know what I'm saying? They play their goddamn music and they play a lot of Tupac. We ain't really... Only time you might hear Biggie is like juicy shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all on time I really heard songs and Big Papa. That's only 2 songs.
Puffy worked with to Death Row, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, and later on Biggie, when Suge wanted to expand Death Row by forming Death Row East, which was supposed to replace Bad Boy as the face of East Coast hip-hop. The plan was to sign all the talented R&B and rap artists on the East Coast, so that Puffy had no future superstar to work with. That's why on the 95 Source Awards, which took place on August 3rd, Suge went on stage and dissed Puffy by inviting artists from all around the world to join his label, while saying that they don't have to tolerate a guy like Puffy dancing in their videos and ad-libbing every single one of their songs.
Yeah.
Any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, and don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing, come to Death Row.
Puffy was sitting in the audience when Suge was making those comments about him. This was really the first time he made his beef with Puffy public, by ridiculing him on stage and taking the legendary Bad Boy and Death Row rivalry to the next level. He even shouted out Tupac, who they planned to get out of jail.
I ain't gonna lie. I probably won't listen to him. You know what I'm saying? Just cause how they did my boy Pop. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Dre was a hater. You know what I'm saying? Snoop Dogg, fake friend. You know what I'm saying? I probably won't listen to him. Cause me, when I listen to all the, you know what I'm saying, I like their connection, who they really is. You know what I'm saying? As far as that, that's why I got them connect with Tupac shit more than Biggie or Snoop Dogg or Dr. Dre. Then Dr. Dre didn't rap write all his shit. He had ghostwriters and shit, so he was like a studio gangster off the jump. Like Easy called him out for this shit. You know what I'm saying?
To destroy Puffy, Biggie, and their entire label. I couldn't believe what he said. I thought we was boys, Puffy said in an interview. He later came on stage and responded to those comments.
I'm the executive producer that a comment was made about a little bit earlier. But check this out. Contrary to what other people may feel, I would like to say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre, of Death Row, and Suge Knight for their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
Nonetheless, Suge's words spread like flu germs, reigniting ancient East-West hostilities. Puffy realized that it was too dangerous for him to come to LA. Not doing shows and promoting his music on the West Coast would slow down his money, and money was all he had in mind. So avoiding the West was not an option for him. He saw how Suge always had about 50 to 100 gang members with him everywhere he went, ready to go to war for him on his command, at least on the West Coast. Flying to LA with a security team of 50 men, 50 bodyguards wasn't an option for him, cause it was way too expensive. It wouldn't even be worth doing all the shows in LA if the costs are that high. One full-time bodyguard can cost around $1,000 to $2,000 a day. Then you have to buy the plane tickets, transportation, hotel rooms, and that's for over 50 people. Cause you can't just show up.
So y'all, I'm gonna keep stopping y'all, I ain't gonna lie. But y'all don't think Snoop Dogg betrayed Tupac? That nigga got Big got them folks shoot at Snoop. He forgave them motherfuckers. Then went to the studio with the nigga. Then after Tupac died, he was in the studio with Biggie on the diss song that he was gonna do on Tupac. Like, then you made Tupac mama and shit. You made mama pop now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. don't know. I can't look at Snoop Dogg the same, bro. You know what I'm saying? I thought Snoop Dogg was like top gangster. Down south, we grew up thinking Snoop Dogg was top gangster. You know what I'm saying? He was about that. He was out there rapping and gang banging. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Y'all said no. Somebody said no. So y'all don't think Snoop Dogg betrayed? Hold on, we gonna go on Snoop Dogg real quick. Oh damn, I can't do it. I forgot my keyboard's not working. Fuck. Never mind. Back to it.
Up with 5 to 10 bodyguards when the other side has 50 to 100 goons with him. So he was forced to do what Suge was doing the whole time. Get close with one of the biggest gangs in LA to get their support. That was the cheapest and most efficient option for him. He obviously couldn't get the support from the Pyru, cause that was Suge's gang. So he tried to get close with the Crips, who at the time outnumbered the Bloods. There were around 3 to 4 times more Crips in Compton than Bloods.
Damn, hold on. They're like Grove Street, I ain't gonna lie. I know little Matt a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Grove Street, you know what I'm saying, in Dread, you know, things of that nature. What's CJ Hood at? In real life. Damn, what's the ass motherfucker blue? Ooh, I can't live. I'm gonna say y'all live there, but I can't live there. Yeah, nah. Damn, look at all they goddamn neighbor. What they got? West Side, neighborhood, Southside, Ward. God damn. Cross Atlantic. I know you fucking. What the motherfucker got ocean in there, motherfucker? Lord have mercy. Oh Lord.
And everyone in Compton was afraid of them. The ones that weren't scared ended up becoming Pyrus, who had a reputation for being ruthless, violent, and dangerous. So to many people it looked like the Bloods and Crips were equally strong and influential. But Puffy thought it was a smart move for him to get in touch with the Crips, especially with the Southsiders, who actually had a history with the mob Pyru. They were enemies. The only person Puffy knew who could make that connection for him was his good friend Von Zip, who was already informed about his problem with Suge. Zip promised him that he can hook him up with some muscle in LA, people that can look out for him and protect him from Suge and the mob Pyru. Dangerous people that can take matters into their own hands, follow him to clubs, video shoots, shows, events, wherever he wants, without the restrictions that bodyguards have. He suggested to make that connection with Keefe D and the South.
Did Pac know all this was going on? That's my little question right there. Did Pac know all this was going on? Like, that's what I want to know. Tupac, I know I can't ask you, but goddamn. I know you got ties with the Bay Area and shit. Did he know? I wonder did Tupac know that the Southside Crips was on him? Well, they did pull up on him though. That's what they said. That's what Keefe D said that they pulled up on Tupac for repping MOB or some shit like that.
Southside Crips. Keefe D wouldn't have helped him if it wasn't for his business partner and friend Von Zip.
Well, everybody game banging in here. What's going on, twin? On there. Oh, I got him across my face. Everybody here. Y'all game bang Jesus in them motherfucker. He G.O.B. in them motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? G.O.B. I mean G.O.D. my bad. G.O.D. Banging Jesus up here.
After the Source Awards, Puffy once again called his friend Zip, who at the time was in his van with Keefe D, hanging out and smoking weed together. He wanted to ask about the support on the West Coast that Zip had promised. Zip answered the phone and said, "Hey, what's up, Puff? Yo, where's your boy Keefe? I need to talk to him. He is right here." Zip passed Keefe D the phone and said, "Puffy wants to talk to you." "What's up, dog?" Keefe D said. "Man, we're about to do the BET tour."
Shout out to my people on,
then he paused.
Twitter. I appreciate y'all.
"You think it's cool for us to come out there?" Meaning the West Coast. "Why wouldn't it be? Your boy, big CEO, he's tripping." Puff was talking about Suge. Keefe didn't know that the two fractions were having funk at the time.
Damn teeth head, bro. 1 minute you got one tooth and then another minute you ain't got nothing. Like, come on now. You know what I'm saying? You did all that damn game making. You can't fit your damn teeth. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Well, he probably ain't never had no job, no insurance, and that. Things of that nature.
Puffy became so paranoid that he tried to associate himself with gangs to get extra protection, now that he had infuriated Suge Knight. He was worried about his image, and the quote-unquote white folks slowing down his money if they find out that he's involved with any kind of gunplay or anything illegal. But he had no other choice now because he was fearing for his life. He was more or less gearing up for war and trying to make sure that he not only had bodyguards around him, but also gang members. People who do the dirty work for him if necessary. By getting close with the Southsiders, he could also create a rift between the Bloods and the Crips, to play them against each other. Because he knew that a lot of the Crips in Compton hated Suge for what he did to Eazy-E. He had passed on March 26th that year. Everybody knew that Suge was his mortal enemy. Numerous people, including Jerry Heller, have said that Eazy-E wanted to kill him, surprise him with fully automatic weapons and shoot him in the middle of the night when he's sleeping. But Jerry Heller talked him out of it, as it wasn't worth throwing away millions to get rid of some quote-unquote bouncer. Years later, Jerry Heller revealed that he regrets his decision. I should have let him kill him.
Yeah, you should.
I would have done the world a favor.
Yes, sir.
He would have done it, for sure. By himself. Puffy went and got support from people who were just itching to do something.
Then we couldn't get Tupac out of jail. Damn. In my opinion, I think Tupac should have did his whole goddamn sentence, bro. He probably goddamn came. He went to fell off. He came out. He had about 10, 11 albums. He came back still hot. You know what I'm saying?
Something about Suge and his people. The animosity and hate the Compton Crips had for Suge didn't stop when Eazy-E passed. Crips like Gangsta Dre-Star and BG Knockout, who again were best friends with Orlando Anderson, the nephew of Keefe D, continued to verbally and physically attack several members of the Death Row family. In 1995, they had a fight with Nate Dogg and the Dog Pound at a golf course. Nate ended up hitting Dre-Star on the head with a golf club. Death Row was owned by a Pyro member. Most of the people work.
Do anybody know where that full fight is? I want to see the full fight. I wish, cause he had parts. So I want to see the full fight of that.
Working for them were Bloods, but they also had tons of artists that were Crips, like Nate and Snoop Dogg, Daz Dillinger, Corrupt, and others. The Southsiders had a problem with them too. Some saw them as traitors, hated them just for being affiliated with Suge and the Ma Piru. Everyone close to that man became a target. Suge was showing up to every single one of Puff Daddy's concerts and shows, trying to intimidate him, provoking and humbling him in front of other people, forcing him to do something. It would get worse day by day. Even though Suge was Keefe D's childhood friend, he agreed to help Puff and tried to calm him down. Just send me 40 to 50 tickets and we'll be in there deep at all your concerts. Keefe D was convinced that Suge and the Ma Piru wouldn't dare to approach Puffy while having the Southsiders around.
You ain't want no money? You want tickets. You gotta be the damn dumbest criminal I've ever seen.
Give me a hell yeah!
Well, man, well, fuck the damn ticket. Where the money at? You know that boy got money? Man, hey, go ahead and drop that, that bad. You know what I'm saying? You want me to bring my people. You know what I'm saying? Drop the tickets and give me the goddamn money. Crazy. Y'all supposed to be big time goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Gangbangers. Crazy. Lord have mercy.
Puffy would reserve seats and prepare tickets for them, to let them come to all their shows on the West Coast.
Yeah, Race Plus Nate, dog.
They would meet up with them at the hotel, get the tickets and follow them wherever they wanted to go. Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal would always see Zip, Keefe D, D-Mac and a couple of other Crips hanging out and gambling at the hotel, shooting dice. Keefe D used to ride in the same van as him, went to all the shows but didn't get paid for it. Only thing the Crips got from Puffy were tickets. It would always look like they're all together, moving as a team, as if the Crips had his back, even though they were just chess pieces to him. He didn't even think of paying them, or giving them jobs, so to speak. While the Crips, on the other hand, tried to show Puff that they can be reliable, trustworthy and loyal, so that they can be his security. They were backstage deep at most of those shows, ready to protect him, thinking they will get paid for it. when really all they got was some free tickets. When Suge had everybody in the music industry intimidated, Keefe D was one of the few people that felt like he was soft and didn't have a heart. Because he knew him since he was a kid. Keefe D's people weren't scared or worried about him. To them they were quote-unquote Rudy Poos they had been fighting all their lives. Suge was in college hanging around rappers. Punking rappers, CEOs and managers. But Keefe D felt like he couldn't punk real street dudes. He wasn't in the streets like that. He wasn't going to do what real street dudes would do. Keefe D and Puffy became very close. The Crips were always around him. Even when Puffy's mentor Andre Harrell was around. Hotel rooms full of Crips. Drinking bottles, Puffy coming out the bathroom half naked, convinced that feeling comfortable around to think that bending over in front of everyone with nothing but a towel on.
I know you fucking lying. Y'all watching that man bend over in front of y'all this shit? Damn, what kind of cell phone that is? Hold on, that's twin. Big headphone. What is right there? What is right here? That's a remote control? What's a keypad? I know that's a pager right there. But nah. So I got a question for y'all. Y'all been in y'all letting Puppy bend over y'all with towels and shit. Y'all didn't know.
For Keefe D, Puffy was just a clown that may get everybody some easy cash and maybe even open doors for them in the future so that they can become part of the music industry. Cause Keefe D slowly started to regret not getting into the music business himself. Puffy was so scared that he hired ex-Navy SEALs wearing earpieces like they worked for the CIA in the hotel room right next to his suite. Keefe D and the Crips were laughing at him, cause they felt like they could have easily killed him, as the security guy was quote-unquote playing by the books, while street cats don't. Puffy didn't want the gang members to hurt his public image and brand, wanted them to operate in the background, while still looking professional to everyone else. Next time Puffy and Suge saw each other was 10 days after the Source Awards on August 13th, 1995. Zip had invited Keefe D to the Beat Summer Jam show at Irvin Meadows and took him through the VIP entrance where all the talent entered. Tretch from Naughty by Nature, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, Junior Mafia, Biggie, Puffy, Faith Evans, Craig Mack, etc. Keefe D had his crew with him. They were about 20 to 30 deep, all up on the stage wearing Dallas Cowboys gear, drinking bottles and smoking weed. Keefe D spotted Suge Knight standing over to one side of the stage. He was quote-unquote looking jealous. Biggie had just dropped his hit single One More Chance, which topped the Hot R&B Hip-Hop Songs chart and peaked at number 2 on Billboard Hot 100. At the same time, it was the highest debuting single in the history of the Hot 100.
One of my thing is, why both of y'all making money, we making money, you know what I'm saying? We all brothers. All we all couldn't get money together. Like that my thing is. You know what I'm saying? So y'all black and successful. They all should have came together, making money together. Hip hop be saved to this day. You know what I'm saying? Y'all put it. Y'all got both of the two biggest fucking rappers out here. You know what I'm saying?
100, along with Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson's song Scream, when it entered the chart at number 5. So Big was clearly on top of the game at that time. The East Coast was back on top. When Keefe D saw Suge out the corner of his eye, Suge gestured for him to come over to speak with him. Keefe D, let me holler at you.
Tupac switched up. What you mean?
What's up, dog? Man, how you know them? Homie, the same way I know you. The dope game. That's how I know him. That's when Suge understood what Puffy was trying to do. Getting a rival gang as his backup to get him under control, and to potentially start a gang war between the Southsiders and the Ma Piru. But as mentioned earlier, Suge and Keefe D were childhood friends. They both tried to not get in each other's way. That being said, Suge wasn't done with Puffy yet. He still tried to bully him on every show, whether it's on the East Coast, West Coast, or in the South. The next big incident occurred on September 23rd, 1995, when Ma Piru member Big Jake from Campanella Park was gunned down after attending the Platinum City Club, which is a nightclub based in Atlanta. it was actually Jermaine Dupri's birthday party. Both Suge and Puff were invited. Jake was there as a bodyguard for Suge. The two were homies. And Suge was of course there to intimidate and bully people, especially Puffy. As mentioned earlier, he was always showing up to parties and clubs that Puff was attending, to make him uncomfortable and to humiliate him. Puff claims that prior to this incident, he had met Suge at a nightclub called The Tunnel in New York, when Suge didn't have his people with him. Puff allegedly confronted him about the things he said at the Source Awards, and Suge supposedly denied that he was sending shots at him. He apparently meant Jermaine Dupri when he was making fun of record executives appearing in music videos, dancing in the background, or ad-libbing the...
So who y'all think he talking? I've been hearing this for years. Like, who you think he was talking about in it on the stage? Was he talking about Diddy, or you talking about Jermaine Dupri, or you talking about both of them? I need to know. Jermaine Dupri, we heard you got slapped at your birthday party. That crazy, twin. I don't know that true or not. At your birthday party? Man, you motherfucker been dead. Fucking with me. Say Tupac from New York and went to Cali on some thug life shit. He ain't no choice to go to Cali. Tupac he was poor as fuck, bro. He couldn't stay with his mama, bro. Yeah, he had to go. He had to move out. He had to go sell drugs. Went to Oakland and shit.
songs. But why would Suge even come to Dupri's party if he really had a problem with him? Dupri wasn't even aware that the two sides had beef. He invited both of them thinking everything is cool. And he himself said that it's very unlikely for Puff to approach a guy like Suge, saying that Puff most likely made the story up to make himself look more powerful and less like a weakling. Puff's side, on the other hand, claimed that Dupri actually got slapped at his own birthday party by Suge himself. And then you have other people saying that he tried to do the same to Puffy, who had his whole crew with him. Suge only had Big Jake on his side, but still had the courage to try to extort and humiliate him in front of everybody. They got into an argument and Puffy allegedly got slapped. Not only that, but Suge also performed the full Nelson on him, meaning he got behind Puffy and thrusted his arms under Puffy's arms, and clasped his hands behind Puffy's head. Held him like that for a few seconds to humiliate him in front of everybody. After the party was over, everyone left in peace, thinking Suge was just fooling around. But then they met again at the after party. According to Big Gip from the rap group Goody Mob, Puffy and his crew were inside the building when Suge arrived. Suge and Jake parked their car in front of the building and stepped out the vehicle. They were there for trouble even though they were clearly outnumbered and had no weapons on them. According to the eyewitness Big Gip, somebody from Diddy's camp said, "Yo, Suge pulled up." And everyone was surprised, saying, "Who?" And the guy then said, "Yeah, Suge pulled up. He's outside at the front door." Puffy and his entourage then immediately walked outside to see him, and what started as a friendly conversation developed into a huge argument with everybody yelling in the middle of the street late at night.
What the fuck wrong with him? Yeah, I hear D. That boy look like Peter Griffin. Boy look like real life black Family Guy. There was a lot of cockeyed motherfuckers back in there. I ain't gonna lie.
Puffy then started drinking his champagne, and somebody whispered something in his ear. Next thing you know, Jake is on the ground shot. That's Gibbs' side of the story. Puffy, on the other hand, told it differently. When he was asked in an interview about it, he seemed frustrated and confused. "Here's what happened," Puffy said. "I went to Atlanta with my son. At that time, there wasn't really no drama. I didn't even have bodyguards, so that's a lie that I did." Puffy is responding to the accusations that his bodyguards have shot Big Jake, saying that he didn't even have bodyguards with him that day in Atlanta. This can be easily disproven by the multiple eyewitnesses who have seen his bodyguards at the club. Jermaine Dupri, Jay Black, Suge, Big Gip, Wolf, they all said that Puffy's bodyguards were present that day. Maybe not bodyguards in a traditional sense, but street dudes from New York like Wolf who always kept an eye on him and protected him. According to Officer Greg Kading, there were also eyewitnesses that claimed to have seen the Southside Crip Orlando Anderson, wearing a blue powder jacket and standing there as additional security for Puffy. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for a guy like him to leave the city without anyone there to protect him. Even the people around him claimed that Puffy wasn't alone there. But let's continue with the statement. I left the club and I'm waiting for my limo, talking to girls. I don't see Suge go into the club. We don't make contact or nothing like that. Bad Boy insider Jay Black, on the other hand, said that him and Puff weren't trying to leave. They had just arrived and were about to enter the club, talking in the limo when someone knocked on the door, informing them about a fight. Yo, your man is in the club going crazy. Your man is in the club going crazy. So Jay Black and Puff jumped out the limo trying to get into the club. Suge then came out and they spoke to each other. He gets into a beef in the club with some people. I knew the majority of the club, but I don't know who he got into the beef with, what it was over, or nothing like that. All I heard is that he took beef at the bar. I see people coming out. I see a lot of people that I know. I see him. And I see everybody yelling and screaming and ish. I get out the limo and I go to him like, "What's up? You alright?" I'm trying to see if I can help him. That's my mother effing problem. I'm always trying to see if I can help somebody.
You damn lie.
Anyways, I get out facing him and I'm like, "What's going on? What's the problem?" Then I hear shots ringing out and we turn around and somebody's standing right behind me. His man, God bless the dead, gets shot and he's on the floor. My back was turned. I could have got shot and he could have got shot. But right then he was...
For all the new people that subscribed to me yesterday, you know, I think after this, I'm gonna do the Keefe D, but I'm gonna go after this little thing. I'm gonna do DMX for y'all. You know what I'm saying? We up all night, baby. We're gonna do DMX next.
Like, I think you had something to do.
Whenever I'm gonna start my stream over. After I do this, I'm gonna start my stream over. Then I'm gonna do DMX. My keyboard, it's not working right now, so I can't go to it.
With this, I'm like, what are you talking about? I was standing right here with you. I really felt sorry for him. The sense that if he felt that way, he was showing me his insecurity. According to Jay Black, Big Jake was laying on the ground, and Suge was then in Puff's face, yelling at him, "I'm going to get you. I'm going to do everything in my power to get you." Puff was all humble, saying, "Why? I had nothing to do with this." Suge then went to check on Jake, started shaking him, saying, "Don't worry about it, you gonna be alright." Then he turned back to Puffy and continued yelling. The shooting happened right at the front entrance, so everyone that started panicking inside the building had to find a different exit to escape. Someone jumped out of a window on the side of the building, but most people tried to escape through the back entrance, cause again, the shooting happened at the front entrance. It was a melee, a lot of people were screaming and running, everything was out of control. Jay Black, the guy who came with Puffy, got locked up that night for stepping on the shell casings and for quote-unquote tampering with evidence. It is not clear who the shooter was, as nobody has been charged for the murder, and as there are conflicting statements by eyewitnesses. According to Suge's right-hand man, Mark James, Keefe D, Haitian Jack, and basically 99% of the people who have spoken on it, the person who shot Big Jake was a man named Anthony Jones, aka Wolf, who was one of Puffy's bodyguards from New York, his right-hand man and muscle, and Puffy was standing right there when it happened, denying that he had bodyguards. Suge was trying to push up on Puffy, but neither him nor Big Jake had guns on them. According to Dupree, they were inside at first, but got outside before things started to escalate. Puff and Suge, quote-unquote, got into a screaming match. Dupree said he saw Wolf shoot multiple times. A few seconds later, Jake was on the ground, and everybody scattered and left the party. He didn't...
G did say it wasn't Wolf who shot him. It was somebody else from a dude from Atlanta who killed, but he dead now though. But the dude from Atlanta shot Suge friend.
Say that Wolf was the one who actually killed him. Only confirmed that Puffy's bodyguard was present, and that he was one of the people that reached for their guns to shoot. According to Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, It wasn't actually Wolf who shot and killed him. He did shoot, but he wasn't the one who killed him. He said the story was made up to make the East Coast-West Coast war bigger than it already was. Wolf himself allegedly denied being responsible for Big Jake's death, saying that he had no reason to do it. Deal said that the guy who actually killed him was a man named Jason from Brooklyn, who was one of Diddy's closest friends. He allegedly aimed at both Jake and Suge, but Suge got away. Wolf was apparently cool with Jason and Suge. Standing right next to them, Gene Deal called Jermaine Dupri a liar, who wasn't actually there when the shooting happened, cause Suge Knight had slapped him and Puffy at the same birthday party. So Dupri was upstairs with Dallas Austin and didn't come down to see Suge. But Gene Deal wasn't there either. He got his information from Wolf. He said Jason and Big Jake were arguing about a woman named Nicole, who was from the West Coast.
Oh Lord, it always over a woman, you know what I'm saying? I knew it was something. Y'all arguing over a woman. Somebody lost live over one. You know what I'm saying? If she ain't your wife, you know what I'm saying?
Jake and Suge made fun of her and said, "Oh, you sucking them East Coast people's D's now?" They were talking crazy to her right next to her boyfriend Jason, who then got mad and waited for Jake to come outside. And that's when he supposedly shot him. Jake was conscious on his way to the hospital, but he unfortunately passed away a week later. Suge, members of Mob Piru, and everyone from Death Row blamed Puffy for it. After the shooting, people on both coasts began speculating. Would there be retribution? All-out war? According to a New York Times magazine cover story, Puffy sent Louis Farrakhan's son, Mustafa, to talk with Suge. If there's anything you can do to put an end to this BS, I'm with it. Puffy later denied sending him. The Times reported that Suge refused to meet with Mustafa. Suge had declined to speak about his friend's murder. Less than 2 weeks later, when the How Can I Be Down rap conference in Miami took place, the heat was on. Suge, who has never concealed his past affiliations with LA's Notorious Bloods, was rumored to be coming with an army. Puffy was said to be bringing a massive group of New York thugs and drug lords. When the conference came and Puffy did not attend, Billboard reported that it was due to...
Why y'all gotta bring other people in? Why y'all didn't fight straight up? Like, come on, they go in the bathroom real quick or something. Like, they fight straight up and get it over with. Y'all had to bring other people in there and get other people killed and shit. Like, I don't understand people like that. You know what I'm saying? All y'all had to do was go in there and fight. If y'all had a problem with each other, they go in there and fight. That's all y'all had to do. End that real quick. Plus, you know, obviously you probably would have lost. I don't know. You probably should too big for your ass. Should probably whooped your ass. I ain't gonna lie, but you know what I'm saying? But you live another day. You know what I'm saying? Y'all had to go bang gangs and people from New York, all type of shit. Yeah, bro. Pac grew up in New York, Baltimore, and the Bay. He got his name and his game from the Bay. Shout out to the Bay. We love the Bay, baby.
Give me a hell yeah.
You said Suge is a power, he's not a blood. Ain't they the same thing? They confused fuck out of me with that shit. I thought they were the same thing.
To threats from Death Row. Then on October 12, 1995, which is less than 3 weeks after the shooting, Tupac, the guy who Suge wanted to bring back to destroy Puffy and the label Bad Boy, was released from the Clinton Correctional Facility in New York after serving 8 months in prison on abuse charges. Following the release, he signed to Suge's label Death Row Records and became heavily involved in the growing East Coast-West Coast hip-hop rivalry. Pac was already labeled a thug and gangster before his release from prison, but signing to Death Row amplified it to the point where everything got out of control. Pac and Death Row together were like fire and gasoline. He started dissing Puffy, the Notorious B.I.G., and everyone associated to the label Bad Boy Records, while outshining them success-wise, selling more records than any rapper on the East Coast.
They put that on wax.
Another one. Give me a hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah.
Got money and drink. He's drinking champagne. I think it's water, champagne. He said not at all similar powers are from Compton. Okay. Sure you telling me that, brother. Here.
He became the #1 rap artist in the world after dethroning the quote-unquote King of New York, which was a title specifically created for the notorious B.I.G., who had taken over the game while Tupac was in prison. I will cover their beef in detail in a separate video. Pac was just filled with rage, hate and anger due to the shooting on November 30th, 1994 at the Quad Studios in New York, where Tupac got shot 5 times by 3 assailants from Brooklyn. I covered this incident in detail and broke it down from all angles in my previous video called The Reason Why Tupac Got Shot 5 Times.
Y'all make sure y'all go check out the reason why Diddy killed Tupac on Hip Hop Universe on YouTube. Y'all make sure y'all check it out. Shout out to Hip Hop Universe. I always give us details what's going on. I learned a lot from him, to be honest. Shit I didn't know.
You should definitely check it out, because
true,
that
false,
shooting
y'all
explains some of the decisions Tupac made after his release from prison. It explains why Tupac accused Biggie and Puffy of knowing the shooters, and them not wanting to reveal who's responsible even though they are friends. Especially after they purposefully released the song Who Shot Ya just a couple of months after the shooting. So for Tupac, it wasn't just a regular rap beef. He feared for his life and needed people like Suge and the Mob Piru around him to feel safe. But Suge also needed Pac to get Death Row back on top, so they both benefited from each other.
I could tell that Pac was down, but you could tell he never had no real love, like no real homie love. He never had no homies. If it's really gonna be tight, you're gonna need a...
Stop the cap.
That nigga had niggas in the Bay, all type of shit. I don't know about this situation.
Family. And at that point, we was a family.
Why would I set a guy up to get shot? Puffy said. If I'ma set a guy up, which I would never do, I ain't gonna be in the country. I'ma be in Bolivia somewhere.
Stop the cap.
He ain't mad at the people that shot him. He knows where they're at. He knows who shot him. If you ask me, he knows. And everybody in the street knows. And he's not stepping to them, because he knows he's not gonna get away with that ish. To me, that's some real sucker ish. Be mad at everybody, man. Don't be using people as scapegoats. We know that he's a nice guy from New York. All ish aside, Tupac is a nice, good-hearted guy. Puffy basically admitted that he knows who shot him. Pac felt like the friends that were with him during the robbery stabbed him in the back, after allowing the 3 assailants to rob and shoot him. He didn't get any help from Puff and Big either. When he came to L...
Shout out James for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that, James.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
Appreciate that, James. Oh shit, I'm gonna fuck up. But for y'all tuning in, I am doing DMX tonight. After this one, I'm restart my stream and I'm do DMX. I'm gonna do the backstory of DMX, and I might slide Big Pun, and I'm slide Big Pun. We gonna do Big Pun and DMX after this.
LA and joined Death Row. He found a new family to support and strengthen
him. Like, subscribe to the channel.
People that wouldn't, quote-unquote, drop like a sack of potatoes when he needs help. That's how he described the people that were with him during the shooting. Death Row and the Mob Piru welcomed him with open arms. Took him under their wing like a little brother. Gave him support, protection, confidence and everything he ever wanted from the thug life movement he had created years ago. He had already deaded that movement by the time he got out of jail. Started to surround himself with real gangsters and gang members, while going to war with the people who quote-unquote set him up or knew about the setup. Puffy, Biggie, Bad Boy Records, the people who shot him, those who plotted the shooting, and also the people involved in the assault case he had to deal with for the past few years. Cause he felt like everything was a setup. Pac came out on October 12th, and 6 days later, on October 18th, Faith Evans, the wife of the notorious B.I.G., came to LA. She went out with some friends to the Hollywood Athletic Club and met Tupac and Treach from Naughty by Nature. Faith didn't know much about Pac at the time, didn't know that he had just signed to Death Row, didn't know about his beef with Biggie or who he was cool with. Soon as they greeted each other, a photographer came and took pictures. Tupac then went out to smoke and saw Faith leave the building. He then yelled across the parking lot, "Y'all leaving?" And Faith yelled back saying no. Pac then said, "Cause we about to go back to my hotel room. What y'all gonna do?" And Faith said, "We gon' follow you." That night, Faith went to Tupac's hotel room. The next day, on the 19th, they recorded the song Wonder Why They Call You B for Tupac's upcoming album with Faith on the hook. People saw Faith sit on Tupac's lap while they were spending time in the studio. Natasha Walker said she saw Faith's legs between Tupac's legs. And the night after the studio session, according to multiple people that were close to Tupac at the time, the two had sex together in Tupac's hotel room. There are witnesses like Drew Down, who was actually present at the hotel, and has seen them walk into the room. Drew Down actually opened the door for them. Faith, however, denied.
I have not seen one person deny that she was in Tupac's room. You know what I'm saying? I have not seen one person yet, except for Faith.
That any of this happened. What she did reveal in her book, however, was that Tupac more or less pressured her into performing oral sex on him to get paid for the song Wonder Why They Call You B. Cause Pac and Faith met again on November 14th, 1995 at the wedding to the Exhale soundtrack release party in LA, and that's when he supposedly pressured her. But people from Pac's camp denied that the two went home or to a hotel together that day. Pac also found a way to get back at Puffy by telling Suge Knight to do the same to Puffy's baby mama Misa Hilton, with whom Puffy had his first son Justin. Pac told Suge to sleep and take pictures with her, so that both Puffy and Biggie get ridiculed by the media and get hit where it hurts the most. Suge Knight and Misa Hilton had a relationship from October to November 95. And even after that, he used to fly her out together with her son over to LA to humiliate Puffy. They slept together on numerous occasions, got seen together at the Parker Meridian Hotel in New York City. According to DJ Quick, Suge had Misa come.
And the fun thing that he was sleeping with goddamn Dr. Dre baby mama at the same time. Like, damn. He had Diddy goddamn baby mama and Dr. Dre baby mama. Lord have mercy. God, fuck.
Over to his room. Quick asked him, "Suge, what are you doing? Like, what the F? That's Diddy's baby mama." They even did it at Tupac's house when Pac had Mary J. Blige with him, who, by the way, is another artist that worked closely with Puffy. Pac slept with Mary J. Blige in one room and Suge with Misa Hilton in the other, at the same time. They were seen together on numerous occasions. Pac later complained and joked about Mary's bad smell in the intimate area.
Damn.
Him and Suge were doing everything they could to emasculate and belittle Puffy and Biggie, rubbing it into their faces and showing them that they can get away with it. They were trying to drive them crazy and to provoke a response, which they ended up getting months later. Pac and Suge shared a common interest. They both wanted to confront him and find out if he's really involved with the shootings. The one at the Quad Studios and the one where Big Jake got murdered. Suge and the other Ma Pyru members indirectly held Puffy responsible for the murder. Tupac, on the other hand, accused Puffy of withholding information about the shooters and masterminds behind the Quad Studio incident, thinking he would have already told him about it if he wasn't cool with those people or wasn't part of the whole setup. So both Suge and Pac had a reason to hate him. The first time Pac got confronted by Keefe D and the Southsiders was around the time he released the song California Love. Pac had a line on there that upset the Southsiders. He rapped, "Recognized from Long Beach to Rosecrans."
Right there, I don't understand why they got mad about this. Why would y'all get mad about this shit? Where y'all letting them recognize from Long Beach to Roseanne? Nah, he not dissing y'all. Is that a diss? 5 month people for LA. That's a diss? Cause I don't understand that. Why would they get mad about that?
Some of the Crips had a problem with that line because Pac was referring to the areas around Long Beach Boulevard and Rosecrans Avenue.
Hold on, what Long Beach? What Long Beach? You know what I'm saying? I don't know my way around town. Hold on. What Long Beach at? I don't see no Long Beach. We gotta go in the red area.
You in Compton, which is the territory of the Ma Pyru, the gang that
Where is that? y'all see. I see East Compton. So it was. Is it right here? I don't see it. Y'all see it? I don't see it. I see a McDonald's though.
Suge and most people working for Death Row were affiliated with. Rivals of the Southsiders and the people that Puffy wanted to keep in check. Some of the Southsiders were up at the House of Blues on Sunset, to which Tupac as well as Big Syke, aka Mussolini, and the Outlaws, which was Tupac's group at the time, were walking to. They walked through a path in the...
Because he said recognize. So basically he said, fuck y'all hood. We only recognize Long Beach and that. Oh yeah, I bet you saying. Shit, I ain't from LA. I don't know nothing about LA. From the south side, baby. I'm from the east side, south. East south. That makes sense.
Street that had both sides barricaded. You had Tupac fans standing on both sides yelling and hollering that they loved him. But there was a gang-affiliated woman who was cursing him. She said, "You ain't nothing. Get out of here, you mockbuster. You ain't nobody out here." Napoleon from the Outlaws, who was around 18 at the time, was upset about it and yelled back at her. "What? Pac, you not gonna say nothing?" Pac remained quiet and just ignored her. But Napoleon felt like he had to do something about it. So he started cursing back and making spitting gestures towards her. Then, according to Napoleon, two quote-unquote humongous black brothers came out of nowhere on both sides. They stood up, and to Napoleon it seemed like they just kept getting bigger and bigger.
That nigga tall as a motherfucker, god damn. Well, you just standing on something. That nigga tall as a motherfucker. Hit that nigga with a brick, goddamn. Yeah, bitch, come on. I'm gonna hit you with the same brick Craig hit Debo with, bitch. Fuck that. We big tall ass.
He himself was the shortest guy in Tupac's crew, so of course he felt intimidated.
Man, that's crazy.
The two men looked like straight killers according to Napoleon. They then started walking towards them. Napoleon became scared cause they were both about twice his size. But he couldn't show fear in front of Tupac, especially after instigating the fight. Big Syke, who was one of the original members of Tupac's group Thug Life, then stepped in their way and held them back. He talked to them to calm down the situation. Syke was a member of the Imperial Village Crips in Inglewood, California. The Crips respected him, and that's why they could talk it out. Napoleon could see them talking and nodding. Syke kept pointing at him and the two kept staring. Tupac then told Napoleon that he should go easy on her because she's a woman.
Ain't gonna lie, twin. You got a big ass head. Hey, damn, boy. Shit.
Just follow my lead, player. Don't do nothing dumb like that again or you gon' get us killed out here. This the West Side, Moo. It ain't Irving. Moo is short for Muta, Napoleon's real name. He understood that Pac really wanted the best for him. School him on things that weren't worth wasting energy on, and that being real doesn't mean being dumb. Big Syke then walked back to Pac and Napoleon kinda heated, looked at Napoleon and said to Pac, "You better control your little homie. Those were some big time rollin' 60s OG Crip killers, and that was their sister. Be careful who women you disrespect out here." But Keefe D, who claims to have been present that day, told the story differently, saying that it got physical before Syke could step in. And he also said that the Crips there were not rollin' 60s but Southsiders. He said his homie named Oldie went up and grabbed Tupac by the collar and pushed him against the wall, saying, "You know what that Long Beach and Rosecrans stands for? That's the wrong side, mother F," referring to the line on California Love. And that's when Big Syke came in his account. He said, "Nah, homie. He's just rapping on a song, homie. He don't know what's going on out here in these neighborhoods." So they let him go. Pac always got protection from gang members around him, whether it was Bloods or Crips, cause he had friends from both gangs. According to Daz Dillinger, who was also signed to Death Row, Tupac claimed Crip when he was with Thug Life from 93 to 94. He had Rated R and Macadocious in his group, who were both rollin' 40s Crips. and also Big Syke, who, like I mentioned earlier, was a member of the Imperial Village Crips. He also was close with Warren G, Daz Dillinger, Nate and Snoop Dogg, who were all Rollin' 20s Crips. Also Corrupt, Rollin' 60s, the list goes on and on. Pac later had a falling out with almost everyone on this list, including Big Syke, who had kept an eye on him this whole time. Pac wanted to sign him to Machiavelli Records, and wanted him to stay away from Suge and Def.
So they gotta be Big Syke. I heard what's called, he was goddamn thug. He was out there goddamn doing that shit for real. They go dancing and thugging. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, but instead he tried to get signed there, ignoring Tupac's offer, and that's why they had a falling out.
Yeah, that's Big Syke.
Pac told his bodyguard Frank Alexander to not let him get near him. He refused to talk to him, and not just him, almost every Crip friend he had. Instead, he got closer and closer to the Mob Piru, people like Trayvon Lane and Suge Knight, who wanted to make him an official member of the gang. Pac tattooed the acronym MOB on his inner right upper arm. The acronym stands for two things according to Tupac himself: money over B, and also money, organization and business. He referenced it on numerous songs he recorded after coming out of jail. Like for example on Blasphemy, Hit 'Em Up, Changed Man, Worldwide Mob Figures, MOB, the list goes on and on.
Pac went a red flag, you know what I'm saying, the right pocket, you know, so Pac was like, man, I'm on some MOB shit, I'm on a red rag, so, bam, they put a red rag on Pac. Who's that in the G-Rod screaming out, MOB, working, we ride. So you say MOB, that's the mob. Cause we mob on these tricks, and you know we keeping money over. MOB. He banged that shit like you a banger mother. Name was it. Pac didn't put MOB and say money over. This would be fashionable. Pac was really with that shit. I'm slowly like Jodeci and stick me in my eye. I don't live and die for MOB. So catch it wicked worldwide. I make a hard figure West Coast who ride. I see Biggie throwing up this. Biggie don't know nothing about no gang signs. Why that nigga keep throwing up gang signs?
People to this day are still unsure if MOB was more than just an acronym that Tupac created. Cause MOB or mob can also mean mafia, a criminal organization, an acronym for members of Bloods, a reference to the Mob Piru. You can't make songs and call yourself mob or any other gang name.
Like, I know it meant money or bitches, and it meant like what, members of mob or members of Blood, and I knew. My thing I said Pirus is somebody said in chat, Pirus and Bloods are two different things. So it wouldn't be MO if Pac was a Piru, wouldn't it be MOB? I mean MOP? I'm confused. Somebody let me know.
Without gang members confronting you about it. So the Mob Piru members associated with Death Row knew what he was doing and were fine with it. Some say he got that tattoo to get the Mob Piru on his side, basically as an army to ride with him in his wars. Cause Pac felt like the whole world was against him. He was in the middle of the East Coast-West Coast war. Suge, a Mob Piru member, got him out of jail and basically gave him a second chance in life. Cause his career would have been over if he had spent 4.5 years in prison. So it could have also been loyalty towards Suge. While Tupac had the Mob Piru around him as security, Puffy relied on the Southside Crips, meaning Keefe D and his people. Pac not only became part of Suge's bloody war with Puffy, in which close associates and Mob Piru members like Big Jake got killed by one of Puffy's associates, which made them want to retaliate, but the Southsiders around Puff were also beefing with the Piru on the West Coast. So Pac was thrown into a war that he couldn't even understand or comprehend. He went from beefing with rappers and music executives to gang wars, living a life that he never lived. He didn't grow up in gangs and ended up making mistakes due to his inexperience. The wolves that Pac and Puffy had around them as security and backup were fighting a bloody war that Tupac couldn't get out of. He more or less got dragged into a gang war without being a real...
I said, laugh out now, it's LA policies if you're not from the West. You will never understand shit. I don't understand shit, cause I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to understand, like, for all my people from LA, y'all, I know y'all know. You know what I'm saying? So Pop was down with them boys. Let me know. All my people from LA. Pop was down with them boys. He was down with the Paru. Let me know. Me personally, I believe in my heart, you know what I'm saying, spiritual wise, you know what I'm saying, deep connection, root to root. I believe Tupac was neutral though. I think he was neutral though. I think you just showing loyalty, I guess. I don't know. I can't see Tupac being a, you know what I'm saying, Pyro or a Crip. I just think he was neutral. I think he just one of the type that what. You ever met one of them type of dudes, they just wear all type of bandanas. You be thinking they game man, but they don't game man. They just like wearing bandanas. I met a couple old school cats like that.
Gang member. Things got worse day by day.
You got a pink bandana?
It wasn't just a normal hip-hop rivalry anymore. On December 15th, just 3 months after Big Jake's murder, there was another incident that changed the relationship between Puffy and Suge forever.
Okay, bet.
Death Row Records was having a Christmas party at home in the Hollywood Hills. And a record promoter from New York named Mark Anthony Bell, who went to high school with Puffy and was now an A&R on the East Coast, decided to attend the party. He had done work for Death Row approximately 30 times, so he already had a history with Suge and the label. One of Bell's friends...
You know, I love to read y'all messages. You know, I'll start this motherfucker. What's going on, Bud, man? How you doing? They said Pop was cool with Crips from LA, and when they in New York, he was cool with them. They robbed him, so cause ain't when Biggie knew Crips, right? Biggie Crip, I think Biggie was a Crip, right? Somebody told me Biggie was a Crip until he drew that line. I know I ain't the only one heard that shit. I heard Biggie crew. The Brooklyn people were Crips, and then I'm thinking what he said. He said he stopped being friends with people, all the Crip motherfuckers and shit. Was that because Biggie and them crew was Crips? Not twin. I got questions.
Had been hired as a photographer.
They say I love your channel, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah. Hold on, Jimmy Hinchett was a Crip? I know you fucking lying. You said Crip. Somebody said Biggie was a mama's boy. Yeah, y'all look at my keyboard stock. I'm gonna look this shit up. They said everybody said goddamn. I know I ain't the only one heard this shit.
What type nigga is the thug life, nigga?
He said he wasn't nothing. He just had boy. I'm not talking about like Biggie was a Crip, but like his homies, like the people who went armed with T too, they was Crip members.
Photographer for the party.
I know New
And
York
Bell wanted to go there too, but he didn't have a ticket. So together with his friend, the photographer, they went up to the offices of Death Row during the afternoon of the party, and due to the fact that they had worked together about 30 times, Mark...
For y'all know, after we do this, I'm gonna start my stream over. Make sure y'all like, subscribe to the channel. I'm gonna start my stream over. I am doing DMX and Big Pun next. So after I do this, I'm gonna start stream, and I'm gonna get ready for DMX and Big Pun. We're gonna do the backstory. Get your tissues, cause it's a sad story. Both of their stories sad. But we doing DMX and Big Pun next.
Bell was allowed to get in. On his previous visit to LA, just a few weeks after Big Jake's death, Mark Bell had been approached in the lobby of that same building after meeting with Death Row to inquire about work.
So my question is, so if that's true, so you think that's why Tupac went with Death Row, he rode so hard with Death Row and them because of that? Damn, there's too much shit going on to me. I can't keep up to me. At this point, it took me to goddamn people. You know what I'm saying? Keefe D and them, Biggie and the other crib. Then you got the goddamn people on West Side. Then you got Diddy. You know what I'm saying? It took me to make my goddamn hair. It straightened me the fuck out. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh my God, bro. Oh hell no.
I know shit, this shit stressed me out. I know Tupac was straight like a motherfucker, but you gotta worry about them folk over there. You gotta worry about these folk over here. You know what I'm saying? I know he was straight the fuck out. You know, still making good music. I know he was stressed like a motherfucker. Shit, this shit stressed me out. Pac and Biggie fell out because of all the women, but Biggie got dragged in somehow between Puffy and Big. I still think Biggie had something to do with it, because when doing that assault case with Alan Jackson, that nigga left them damn guns at the hotel and shit, and he just left. Like, bro, you ain't gonna tell Tupac you left. First of all, you ain't gonna tell me that you brought some guns in the hotel, then leave. You know what I'm saying?
Leaving through the lobby, a death row employee handed him a type of written note asking him to reveal any information on Puffy, his family, or associates. He was instructed to reply on the note and then to simply drop it on the floor, and Bell apparently refused to do so. Now fast forward to the death row Christmas party on December 15th. Mark Bell and his friend arrived in front of the building at around 10:30 at night. His friend then went to take some pictures at the party. At around 2 a.m., Suge Knight arrived with his Mob Piru entourage. Tupac and his mother, Afeni Shakur, were present that night.
Shout out to Mom and Pop.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah! You gotta show I respect Mom and Pop. You know what I'm saying?
As well. While Suge was making the rounds, he encountered Bell and asked him why he didn't cooperate previously, referring to the note that he ignored a month and a half ago. Suge then told him, "You didn't want to cooperate. I'm a man of my word, and I do what I say." Bell then told Suge that he didn't know anything, and that he didn't have any information on where Puffy stayed when he came to LA. Cause Suge and his people wanted to pay Puffy a visit at his West Coast home, and approach him while he's in Suge's territory, so to speak. Mark Bell then told Suge that Puffy had an office in Manhattan, and that he could get the phone number from the phone company, and that anyone could call him directly. Suge then got annoyed and wanted to continue the conversation somewhere else. Somewhere where there are no witnesses. He told him to come upstairs to the VIP room where they could finish their conversation. And Mark Bell made...
But you got about 3 of them. You know what time they about to do. Lord have mercy. But when you get money, you know what I'm saying? No matter what you look like. You know what I'm saying? You look like Freddy Cougar. That boy look like Freddy Cougar.
Mistake to follow him.
Ain't no way in here, but you about... Ain't no way you handle that many girls, bro. 3 of them? Yo, killed his ass in that room. And that take his ass up. You know what to do with that, boy. Need some young meat. That was wrong. Need some young meat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He probably ain't got that much money in him, but you know what I'm saying? You can get some broke dick. You know what I'm saying?
Not knowing what would await him there. He had no idea that Puffy and Suge were in the middle of a deadly war. The people in the VIP room supposedly included a photographer for the New York Times, someone from MTV, and various other media people, and also Bell's friend that he had arrived with, who immediately noticed that something was wrong, asking Bell if everything is alright, and Bell then said yes while giving him a bad look. Suge had his brother-in-law Norris Anderson throw everyone out the VIP room, and then stand outside the door. Left in the room with Mark Bell were allegedly Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, Dr. Dre, a man...
I'm about to look that motherfucker up. You ain't gonna walk past that like you just gonna say that shit. Tell me the reason. Hold on. Let me get my phone. I can't use my keyboard. I gotta get my phone. Shit, we do research around these motherfuckers. Hold on, you said who? I swear that's the auntie, right? How you spell her name? That's the daddy, right? That's Tupac daddy, ain't it? No, not his real daddy, but the stepdaddy, right? Y'all see? Damn, I can't put them up. Talking about for the Black Panthers? Damn. What his stepdad had to do with it? I think that his stepdad was his real dad, one or two. Yeah, he was his stepfather.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type nigga is a thug life, nigga? Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type
With gold teeth and 2 other men, which were all Mob Piru members. Suge pulled out a chair in the middle of the room and told Bell to have a seat. He then pulled up another chair and sat right in front of him. He then started questioning him about Puffy and why he didn't cooperate with him previously. Mark Bell again told him that he didn't want to get involved. Suge then asked him about Puffy's parents and where his mother lives, how he can find Puffy's office. Mark Bell claims that Tupac would whisper into Suge's ear, who then would ask more questions. The man with the gold teeth was acting hyper and would come up to Bell and hit him in the side of the face, while yelling, "This is for the person who died. We're going to kill you." He allegedly hit him 3 times. With the person who died, he obviously referred to Big Jake, whose death Suge and the Mob Piru blamed on Puffy. Mark Bell would constantly hear them saying, "That was our homie that died. He got beaten with fists and bottles that night." Suge told him that he's going to have to deliver Puffy. During the beating, Pac also said that Bell is lying about not knowing where Puffy is. One of Suge's men then said, "I could kill you now if Suge says so." Suge then went to the bathroom and returned with a glass of urine, which he tried to make Bell drink. He handed it over to Bell, who then held it in his hands, not knowing what to do. Nervous and scared to death, the man with the gold teeth then hit him in his face again, which made him drop the glass of urine. He was in fear for his life and broke for the balcony, hoping he could jump to safety or maybe someone would see him. The whole group immediately chased and grabbed him at the guardrail before he could get over it. Suge was on his left side grabbing his shoulder and leg. Pac was on the right side and hitting him on his neck. The other people were hitting him from behind and trying to get him off the guardrail. Mark Bell held on for about 30 seconds before they finally pulled him off. But lucky for him, even though he didn't make it over the guardrail, the gambit worked because downstairs his friend the photographer saw him, quote unquote, spread out on the balcony.
When you go to big ass parties and shit, they have pool and nobody get in it. Like what the point we had the goddamn mess with the pool there. Ain't nobody gonna get in the pool. And pee me out with that shit. Like damn. Come to a big ass mansion or we go somewhere with a function with a pool and ain't nobody in the pool. Everybody just sitting around. That shit pee me out.
And he also saw Tupac making a stabbing motion at Bell, who later claimed that Pac was hitting him on his neck while they were trying to drag him back inside. Suge came back outside to make it seem like he's straightening out a Christmas tree. A second person then came to help him. The photographer understood that Bell's life was in danger. He left the party, took the car and went down the hill. He stopped after seeing a police car, told the officers that his friend was at the death row party and that Suge was trying to squeeze him for information. Interesting how he knew about Suge's motives just by seeing him on the balcony. Him and Mark Bell had probably already talked about the incident that happened a month and a half ago. He also told the officers that they were stabbing him, told them that Bell was going to be killed. The cops then drove in the direction he came from. He didn't know where to take the car, but he made several phone calls to New York, informing people about what happened. Meanwhile, back in the VIP room, the altercation turns into a full-on beatdown. They drug him towards the door, where everyone was hitting and kicking him, and throwing things at him. Suge then said, "Body blows only." The man with the gold teeth then put Bell in a chokehold for approximately 2 minutes, saying, "This is for our friend that died." Bell apparently tried to jump off the balcony numerous times, but they pulled him back in and continued. At one point, while he was still in a chokehold, he almost passed out and decided to play dead. Someone removed his watch from his left wrist, and he also lost his gold chain, which was torn off. He also noticed that they stole his wallet and diamond earring. Altogether, about $30,000 worth of items and cash were taken off of him. They then backed off and allowed him to stand up. Suge suddenly acted like the beating never happened and offered him money, saying, "If you come over to our side, I'll make you rich. You can be a part of this team. I can make you rich. Do you want to make $500,000 or $1 million? Do you have friends that could deliver?" Meaning, do you know somebody that could tell us where we can find Puffy? Suge walked him to the bathroom and told him to clean himself up. Mark Bell then heard people talking on portable radios, meaning the cops had arrived. Suge then said, "If you want your jewelry back, call me tomorrow, and we'll talk about it." The man with the gold teeth then asked Suge, "Should I do him?" And Suge responded, "He's good." The man then came up to Bell and said, "You're lucky that he said you were good." Suge then told everyone to clean up the room. Bell washed his face, and Suge told his brother-in-law to not let him leave until he's cleaned up. Afterwards, Suge's people left one by one. When Bell was...
I wish Tupac would have left goddamn Suge alone. God damn. Go ahead and drop them 2 albums. You know what I'm saying? I think with 2 album deal or something. I don't know the exact. Go ahead and drop that All Eyes on Me. Give him in a Machiavelli, and then boom. He should have did that shit earlier. Boom. Drop that shit. Damn. I wish I can go back in time. I said in one of my posts, I wish I can go back in time when you was fighting Orlando. I wish I would have got them to stop his ass. Like, man, don't do that shit. Or tell him what's gonna happen if he do that shit. You know? But since Diddy created a black political party, they were trying. Damn. Boy, you got them deep, ain't you? I like you.
Was allowed to leave and came downstairs, he met a female police officer who said, "Are you Mark? Your friend was worried about your life, thinking something happened to you." Suge and his people were only 10 feet away, and he still feared for his safety. So he told the officer that everything is alright. She saw his bloody lip and...
show y'all. I just made a... Can y'all see? Oh, what the damn camera at? I just made the big pun in DMX thumbnail. I just made that motherfucker. For y'all who just came in tuning in, I will be doing DMX backstory and big pun backstory after the stream.
The scratches on his neck. So she asked, "Did you fall down?" And he said yes,
night, baby.
Asking her if she can call a cab for him. All he wanted to do was to get away from the location. The cab arrived and he left. Everyone else continued partying. Bell then flew back to New York and received multiple calls on his pager with the code 187, which is the California Penal Code for murder. So he interpreted those calls as threats by Suge and his people. He provided a photo of one of his assailants taken at the party, on which he is throwing up gang signs. Mark Bell told everyone that the people who attacked him were members of the mob Piru. And so of course word got back to Puffy that Suge was taking those measures, going to that extreme, to try to find out where his home is. And that's of course gonna put you on your heels. No wonder Puffy became paranoid back then. The following day, on December 16th, 1995, Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound were in New York to shoot a music video for the song New York, New York, off the Dogg Pound's debut album, Dog Food. The video set was fired upon after New Yorkers felt they were being disrespected. Like, why the hell are you coming to our city when you're dissing us? But the music video was originally going to be a dedication to New York prior to the shooting. They wanted to pay homage and make peace. The notorious B.I.G. called up the Hot 97 radio station with Funkmaster Flex and instigated that incident. According to Snoop Dogg, Biggie was the one who called the shots on him, cause they went to see Funkmaster Flex earlier that day to show love and respect to New York and to say, "DPG, we're here shooting a video. We need all you New York rappers to come F with us, cause we love y'all. We're shooting a video at Times Square. We're shooting at Red Hook. Come get down with us." That's what they wanted to pay homage. Dogg Pound wanted to say on the radio. But Funkmaster Flex wouldn't let them in. They headed to the video shoot, and then Biggie called Hot 97 to speak to Flex and everyone listening. On air he said, "There's a Tupac Dogg Pound video in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Brooklyn stand up? How dare they come out here and record a video dissing New York? The situation between them was...
Now my thing did it, Biggie. Why you ain't take your head down now? I love getting somebody else do their dirty work, bro. Why you didn't go down there?
So heated at the time that he didn't care about the consequences of those comments, calling for action as the voice of Brooklyn while the entire city is listening. He might have done it out of anger towards Tupac, when he wasn't even there. But according to Death Row head of security Reggie Wright Jr., Biggie did that because he was mad at Snoop and the Dogg Pound, after they quote-unquote stole the beat of a Sanites commercial and used it to create a West Coast classic.
They're the same beat?
Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound were shooting the video in the snow in front of the bridge.
Hey, whoever heard that New York by Snoop Dogg and Dogg Pound, they're the same beat, or is Biggie shit they just played? Is that the same beat? He says all rap.
And by the time they got back to the trailer, someone was shooting at it. Luckily, none of them got hit. The Death Row bodyguard Frank Alexander got them out of there safe. Snoop and the Dogg Pound were scared like quote-unquote little bees, according to Frank and Reggie Wright. Snoop said that him and the Dogg Pound weren't really close with Suge and his entourage. They quote-unquote weren't really a part of all the gangster-ish that they were doing. And it makes sense as they were Crips, while Suge and his people were Mob Piru members. Tupac and Suge found out about the incidents and were now even more upset. Sending people to kill the artists on the other side is a line that they hadn't crossed yet. People on Death Row were using intimidation tactics. They never sent shooters. All they did was surprise them at shows, sleep with their baby mamas, and maybe slap a few people around. For them, Puffy was the evil guy. Accused them of knowing the people that shot Tupac, of killing Big Jake in Atlanta, and of sending people to kill Snoop and the Dogg Pound. So it became more and more serious day by day. Both sides were now expecting their enemies to do it again. Catch the other side off guard, send people to attack their artists, or people associated with them, put out hits on people, ambush them the first chance they get. So the
for all my people that was goddamn grown doing this beef, who y'all going with? Who y'all going with back then? Y'all going Tupac, y'all going Death Row, or y'all going Biggie? Let me know in the stream. Back then when this shit was going on, who y'all going with? Tupac and them, Death Row, or y'all going with Biggie? Oh, there she go. Oh, I listened to that song. I did listen to that song by Eric Badu. Damn that motherfucker hard. I ain't know he wrote that, but I've been playing that all day, baby. He didn't go down there because he knew they were trying to unlive him. They would have gotten Biggie earlier if he... Yeah, facts. But still, why you telling other people? Why you risking other people's lives though? Like telling them to go down there though. That's crazy. That's what I don't like about the shit. Don't tell nobody else to go down there if you ain't gonna go down there. You know what I'm saying?
inhibition threshold reached a minimum on both sides. The question was, who will fold under the...
I like y'all.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
What I'm saying?
What? Give me a hell yeah.
I gotta do it again. Everybody thug like him? Tupac? Y'all going Tupac now?
Pressure and crossed the line first. And how will the other side respond? Snoop and the Dogg Pound didn't really see Bad Boy as their enemies. At least not to the same level as Suge and Pac. They did throw a few jabs here and there on songs, and in the music video for New York, New York for example, which they ended up completing over in LA, adding the scenes of them kicking over the buildings. But unlike Suge and Pac, they never wanted anyone to get hurt or harmed in any way. Cause
that's my thing here. You gonna do all this, Snoop. You gonna kick over buildings. Then you gonna make peace with Biggie.
Thug life, y'all don't forget that shit. What type niggas a thug life, nigga?
3 months after the shooting, Snoop actually...
Appreciate you subscribing to the channel, twin.
Another one.
Subscribe to the channel.
Give me a hell yeah.
Y'all Tupac Thug Life. Y'all fuck with y'all Big Op Thug Life. Yeah, yes sir. Yes sir. What I'm talking about. I might fuck around and get Thug Life tatted on my goddamn, you know what I'm saying? When he got his shit tatted. Go ahead and give me a little bald head real quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do that shit on you. I'm gonna surprise y'all one day. I'm gonna come on stream with a bandana and all. With bald head like a motherfucker. I already got the nose ring, you know what I'm saying?
Met Biggie in Atlanta at a hotel. He went there with Daz Dillinger from the Dog Pound.
Somebody
Was greeted by Lil Cease, who then brought them to Biggie's hotel room. After Snoop told him that he wants to holler at him.
I know you lied.
Big opened the door and gave them a hug. They smoked some weed together and Snoop confronted him about the shooting in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Big couldn't say anything to justify his actions. Snoop said, "I know you caught that shot on me. They missed. I forgive you." Snoop felt like no one got hit, so he let it go. They would have probably felt different about it if Snoop and the Dog Pound were actually Ma Peru members. Pac was all about that loyalty.
Now my thing is, Snoop, you know what I'm saying? You from LA. You know what I'm saying? This say you was scared, twin. Them boys scared. It proved who you really was. When you was over there, but you ain't had LA over there. It proved who you was, Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying? You got them. You look like a studio gangster. I can't look at Snoop Dogg the same, bro. I don't care. How MC Hammer dancing and shit you know what I'm saying? Doing more real than you, Snoop Dogg. We got questions, Snoop Dogg. We got questions.
So he basically absorbed and took everyone's beef onto himself. He was there when his Pyru friends needed help, and he was also there for all the Crips on his team. The Crips on Death Row didn't really want to get involved. When Snoop went back to LA and told Tupac about it, he was confused on how he could forgive them like that. Cause remember, Pac thought Big and Puff knew who shot him, and didn't tell him on purpose. They blamed Big Jake's death on them as well. And they almost got Snoop and the Dog Pound killed. First thing Pac said to Snoop was, "F them people." Snoop felt like Pac had the right to say that. How the F you ain't trippin' when people try to kill you?
Yeah.
You ain't trippin' when people try to shoot you?
Yeah.
And they try to do me? Homie, you went soft after that murder case. Referring to the murder case Snoop beat on February 21st, 1996.
Well, praying.
Pac wanted his revenge even more now. Snoop and the Dog Pound flew to New York in peace and got that type of treatment. So Pac and Suge wanted to return the favor and make it impossible for Puffy and Biggie to come to LA without getting in trouble.
I grew up in Atlanta. I'm from South Carolina, bro. So I'm a city and a country boy at the same time. Y'all talking my accent? Cause when I come back to South Carolina, I gotta talk slow. You know what I'm saying? For all the people that grew up in the city, they say I talk too fast, so I had to slow how I talk.
But before that, they actually met the guy who Puffy hired to keep them in check. Keefe D, member of the Southsiders. It was at the Mike Tyson-Frank Bruno fight on March 16th, 1996. Pac, Suge, and the whole Death Row entourage went to Las Vegas to see the fight. According to Keefe D, he met Suge Knight right when he came out. Said he was waiting for his car at the valet and saw Suge, who jumped out his Rolls Royce to greet him. They shook hands and exchanged words. "What's up, big dog?
That's what I'm saying.
What you doing?" Suge said. According to Keefe D, they had a friendly and peaceful conversation, as if they're friends. The next time they saw Biggie and Puffy was at the Soul Train Awards in LA on March 29th. This was Suge's territory, and they wanted Bad Boy to get a taste of their own medicine. After what's happened to Snoop and the Dog Pound in New York.
I'm gonna do a special stream. If y'all ain't got no Twitch, make sure y'all make a Twitch and follow me, Baby Joe 7413. Tomorrow early. Well, you say today. After I end this stream, I think by one probably like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm gonna do a watch party for all eyes on me for the first time. I can't do it on YouTube. I gotta do it on Twitch. But I'm gonna do a watch all eyes on me. Whoever wanna come and join and we got them see what we think about the movie because I never seen the movie. And I'm gonna do Tupac. What's the other Tupac movie? Resolute. When he grew up in Oakland. I gotta do that one too. So I'm gonna do that tomorrow or later on today, 2 or 3 o'clock p.m. Y'all make sure y'all follow me on Twitch. Baby Joe 7413. I wish I could do it on for all my people that's on YouTube. I wish I could do it on YouTube where it's gonna do the copyright and the music in the background. I can do it on Twitch though. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. You say you for Las Vegas? But I got a question for you. Las Vegas police like that? Oh, I'd never do nothing out there. Yes, sir. I ain't going outside. I'm gonna stay in my hotel the whole time. I ain't even going outside out there.
Be careful, homie. All you fake friend ass, you got to be careful because it's very dangerous out here. You can do that little set me up in the studio in New York, but in California, that's where the G's ride.
Talk your shit,
Suge bought
Another one. Give me a hell yeah.
Talk your shit, twin. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you, twin. Right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you, Tupac. Right or wrong, twin. You know what I'm
60 tickets for Mob Pyru members to come to the show.
Bro.
Keefe D and the Southside Crips were there too, but they weren't sitting with any of the members from Bad Boy. None of the gang members.
I got a thing for like Easter. How do a rabbit have an egg? And it's a mammal. I got a damn question. All my years, I don't celebrate Easter. I never asked you damn question like, who the fuck came up with this shit? Like, a rabbit and an egg. And why do they call it Easter?
Members were allowed to come on stage or accompany the artist on their way in or out that building through the back door. Keefe D didn't even see Puffy that day, cause they wouldn't even have allowed him to be on stage or to leave and enter the building through the back door, where all the artists go through. So Puffy's plan was to go on stage, perform, get the awards, and get out as fast as possible, cause his safety couldn't be guaranteed. It had gotten that serious. It was said that Biggie was in charge of opening up the show on stage. Suge and Pac got mad at that, and wanted to open up the show themselves as they're from the West.
I'm gonna wind back, y'all. Damn, can I pull my Twitch down? I'm pulling my Twitch down here for y'all, so it's for the people who want to watch me tomorrow. I'm live right now. But this is my Twitch channel, Baby Jody 7413. Y'all make sure y'all follow me on that. Tomorrow we gonna watch the movies and shit. All Eyes on Me and I forgot the movie of this shit, the other Tupac movie. I will be watching it. I'm gonna show it one more time. This is my Twitch. Alright, back to the shit. I'm winding back. I did miss what you just said.
As if they're friends. The next time they saw Biggie and Puffy was at the Soul Train Awards in LA on March 29th. This was Suge's territory.
They dirty.
And they wanted Bad Boy to get a taste of their own medicine. After what happened to Snoop and the Dog Pound in New York.
I don't celebrate
Be careful, homie. All you fake friend ass, you got to be careful because it's very dangerous out here. You can do that little set me up in the studio in New York, but in California, that's where the G's ride.
Suge bought 60 tickets for Mob Pyru members to come to the show. Keefe D and the Southside Crips were there too, but they weren't sitting with any of the members from Bad Boy. None of the gang members were allowed to come on stage or accompany the artist on their way in or out that building through the back door. Keefe D didn't even see Puffy that day, cause they wouldn't even have allowed him to be on stage or to leave and enter the building through the back door, like where all the artists go through.
It's like, for me, like, you know how I'm streaming right now? It's like, it's the same thing, like me streaming on there. But it's like, on there, I can, like, watch movies with y'all and shit. You know what I'm saying? Play Tupac. I am gonna play some Tupac music. One of y'all. Y'all do come in tomorrow, later on the day. I will be playing Tupac album. Whatever y'all favorite song, I will be playing it. And we will be watching the movie on that shit. I can't do it on YouTube because they're gonna hit me with copyrights.
So Puffy's plan was to go on stage, perform, get the awards, and get out as fast as possible.
I'm gonna make a post
because his safety couldn't be guaranteed. It had gotten that serious. It was said that Biggie was in charge of opening up the show on stage. Suge and Pac got mad at that, and wanted to open up the show themselves as they're from the West Coast. But they weren't allowed to do so. Suge wanted his 50 men to rush that stage and carry Biggie outside. but they were late and didn't actually see him on stage. They were on their way to the awards when Biggie was performing. After receiving the award for R&B Soul or Rap Song of the Year for his song One More Chance, Biggie and his team decided to leave the building for their own safety without any of the people from Death Row knowing, so that it wouldn't come to a confrontation once the awards are over and once everyone is leaving. So Puffy, Biggie and a small group of people are now trying to leave through the back door, but they're being held by security, which got bribed by the Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright Jr., who was notified that they're trying to leave. So the people from Death Row are now driving to the back door, so that they can block their way out and confront them. Keefe D and his people wouldn't have been able to help them even if they wanted to, because again, nobody was allowed to get 50 people through the back door. The people from Bad Boy had a flight to catch to North Carolina, where they had a show, so that's where they were heading to. Pac, Suge, The Outlaws, Reggie Wright Jr., bodyguard Frank Alexander, and a large group of Ma Pyru members arrived at the back door where Biggie was just coming out. It was all set up and possible thanks to the guy who ran the security at the awards. It was someone that grew up with
Matter of fact, I might change that shit, chat. I want to do another Tupac song. I want to change that shit. Let me change that shit real quick. We need another Tupac one.
Yeah, nigga.
So when y'all type it, say,
Kill that motherfucker.
just hit him up.
I ain't got no motherfucker. That's why I fuck you.
Get you fat. But damn, why you had to have the song, the music in the background? Oh, they got changes. Oh my God.
First off,
I mean that shit.
And when I say thug life, I mean that shit.
Oh, I like that one. I like that. We gotta get this one.
And when I say thug life, I mean that shit.
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, I'm gonna pick me one, then we get back.
You fucked up, man.
This from Juice. I don't want to see shit from Juice. I guess we're gonna do that one then. I'm about to change it. No, I'm gonna get that one. I'm gonna get that one for y'all.
If you're not dark inside. And when I say thug life, I mean that shit.
I want this one. I want this one. When I say thug life, I mean that shit. Let me change it real quick, and then we get back. Matter of fact, I can just play the music while y'all on there. Go ahead and change it.
Reggie and worked for the LAPD. Suge and his people had that much power, making cops hold them back until the people from Death Row had arrived. Due to them being late, their plan of attacking Biggie and Puffy on stage didn't work out. They resorted to plan B.
Hey, we'll never let them rest in peace, man. We here to celebrate Tupac and bring the new generation who don't know about Tupac and just curious about Tupac. We let them, we on this time we letting the real side people just got misconstrued, if that makes sense. I'm gonna keep celebrating. I don't get tired of. That's why I love. I wake up thinking about Pac, like, yo, I'm gonna do Tupac today. I ain't about to let that man rest in peace. Matter of fact, he already rest in peace. I'm just keeping his legacy going on, to be honest. I hate when people say that shit. Like, bruh, you came all the way just to say that shit. Sound like you got some haterade in your twin. Sound like you got a haterade. I'm gonna pray for you, brother.
To surprise them when they're trying to leave, Pac jumped out the Hummer and saw Biggie the moment he came out of that building. He immediately started yelling and insulting him. "You fat mother F, traitor. You on the west side now. Let's get this ish over with right here, right now." Biggie had Puffy, Lil C's, Lance Rivera, C Gutter, and one security guard with him. The two groups came face to face and started arguing. C Gutter from Biggie's camp then pulled out a gun. He just came out of jail and was a known gangster. Reggie Wright from Pac's camp then warned him, saying that he better lower the gun and not point it at him. It'll be over if he does. Cause Reggie had a gun too, pointing right back at them. Pac was yelling, "Give me the gun! Give me the gun! Shoot that mother F! Shoot him!" And Reggie was trying to calm him down while Pac was pulling him by his arm. Puffy panicked and jumped down the embankment, ran alongside the trucks, and according to Reggie Wright, he tried to hide under a car. He was scared to death. Biggie, on the other hand, stood there like a man, saying nothing, cool and relaxed. Lil C's, however, was quote-unquote pissy drunk and started to...
I'm getting credit with the Big, you still on two toes. You know what I'm saying? You hit the ground, I give you props.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
But when scared.
Respond to the things Tupac was saying. F you N-word, East Coast, mother F. To which Pac responded, "We on the west side now, we gon' handle this ish." Aside from Puff, there were 2 more people that tried to run away. So the people from Death Row definitely had the advantage that day. Keefe D said if he was with Puffy that day, he would have shot and killed everybody. Meaning Suge, Pac, Reggie, and the rest of the Death Row entourage. But C. Gutta and Reggie thankfully didn't fire any bullets that day. The Fruit of Islam came and jumped in between the 2 groups, calming down the situation. Suge was talking to one of them, and after that both groups went their separate ways. Tupac and Suge went inside the auditorium and walked around as if they owned the building, signing autographs, taking pictures, posing, while he was supposed to be on stage and accept the award for Best Album of the Year, cause he had won with Me Against the World. But Pac didn't go on stage. He was just walking around the building full of adrenaline, as if he's looking for a fight. Puff Daddy had already reached the limo.
What that tattoo on Tupac neck? That's Machiavelli?
As he ran away as fast as possible. His ex-bodyguard Gene Deal jumped in the car shortly after that. The rest of the Bad Boy camp was on their way to the airport. Puff tried to call Biggie, who was trying to catch his flight to North Carolina, but he didn't go on the phone because he was mad at Puffy for leaving him behind and escaping while he was there trapped, almost getting killed by gang members. Puff didn't come to North Carolina with them. Instead, he drove back to the house he was staying at in LA, the one that Suge and the Ma Pyru tried to find, back when they assaulted...
For y'all to check, I am gonna do Nipsey. I'm doing Nipsey Hussle for the first time too. I'm doing Nipsey Hussle for the first time too for y'all. Cause I don't know too much about Nipsey Hussle. I know he's a real one though, but I don't know too much about Nipsey Hussle, so I'm gonna do that. Sometime I'm probably gonna do it Monday or Tuesday, really. Monday, Tuesday, I do Nipsey Hussle for the first time. Get into who he is as an artist, his background, things of that nature.
Mark Bell in December '95, just to squeeze some information out of him. Gene Deal then called Chaz Slim Williams, owner of Black Hand Entertainment, and told him what happened. He mentioned the fact that Puffy ran for his life, and Puff overheard the conversation while he was walking upstairs in the house he was staying at. Puffy yelled at him and said, "Why you telling him I ran? Why you ain't tell him I took a left?" Chaz and Gene Deal were both shocked. Puff was seated, came back downstairs to speak to Gene. He said, "Yo Gene, I got 126 employees, and these people depend on me for their livelihoods. If these white folks thought or would think that I had anything to do with any kind of gunplay, they wouldn't F with me, and they're not gonna F with me. I'm a businessman. I'm about making money. But something gotta change. I don't give a F if Pac gotta die, Big gotta die, or Suge Knight go to jail.
The crazy said that shit happened in that order. Tupac died, then Biggie died a year later, then Suge got locked up. Damn, well Suge still locked up. Like damn. I ain't gonna lie, all these motherfuckers who had something to do with this shit back in the day, all of them got like they karma and shit. You gotta think, man, a lot of people died from this. Everybody, all the other people got life in prison. Like damn.
Something has to change. And then he went back upstairs. Gene Deal and his friend, who was in the same room, couldn't believe what they just heard. The other man in the room said, "Yo, this guy said Big." And Gene said, "He sure did. Big gotta die? Yo, he said Big." The following week's Hollywood Reporter quoted an unnamed source saying that Pac waved a pistol at Big, adding more fuel to the fire. On April 28, 1996, Tupac and Snoop Dogg released a music video for Two of America's Most Wanted.
Pop, please don't kill me. It was Buff's idea. No, man. I'm just a rapper, man. Please don't take me out the game.
Hey, I got my baby. I got this scene
The
right
intro
there.
featured...
I got this scene right there. I got this dog right there. I got it right here, baby. Oh, look. Let me pull up. Ah. Yeah. I ain't gonna kill you. We homies. Hold on, damn. Hold on, I gotta make it back small. Goddamn, Tupac, come here. You damn cigarette in your mouth. Can't grab him. There we go.
There's two characters named Piggy and Buffy, who, as you can guess, were supposed to depict Puffy and
Buffy the
Biggie,
Vampire Slayer.
sitting in the office bragging about having eliminated Tupac, and now having no obstacles on their way to the top. As in real life, Tupac survived the shooting, and in the video he's trying to find out if they were the ones who set him up.
I ain't know that
He
was
surprises
Scarface,
them and steps into the office like Tony Montana in the movie Scarface, trying to see their reactions after Biggie got a call from a guy who claims to be the hitman. Piggy's response and reaction confirmed Tupac's suspicions of them having something to do with it. He confronts the two and in the end tells his homie Big Syke to shoot them. Again, Big Syke was the guy that saved Tupac when the Southsiders approached him. This video could be interpreted as a threat to Biggie and Puffy, cause it came out right after the Soul Train Awards, where they drew guns on each other, and where Puffy ran for his life. So Puffy didn't see the video as just a funny Scarface parody, but more as a threat and something that may happen in the near future if he's uncareful or doesn't take the right measures. Seeing a music video of Pac letting people shoot him, especially after the Quad Studio robbery in New York and the incident with Snoop and the Dog Pound at the video shoot for New York, New York, definitely added a layer of fear and reasons to assume that they were really trying to hurt or even kill him for the things they blamed him for. But after the release of that video, it appeared as if
They go ahead and call the check. It was all good till Tupac got out of jail. The boy got scared. It was all good for y'all drop who shot you. You know what I'm saying? Till Tupac got out of jail. Now y'all renting this shit.
Give me a hell yeah.
Death Row is starting to chill. At a mid-May East-West rap summit in Philadelphia, set up by Dr. Benjamin Chavez to help defuse the situation, Suge avoided any negative comments about Puffy, who did not attend because he said there was too much hype around the event. There's nothing between Death Row and Bad Boy, or me and Puffy. Death Row sells volume, so how could Puffy be a threat to me, or Bad Boy be a threat to Death Row? A few weeks later, however, Death Row released a song that told a different tale. Tupac dropped his vicious diss track Hit 'Em Up on June 4th, 1996, which was aimed at Puffy, Biggie, and everyone associated to the label Bad Boy Records. He joked about them running...
Though I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do next week. I'm gonna buy that book Machiavelli. I mean the book Machiavelli that Tupac read. I'm gonna read that shit. I wonder if the book if any of y'all ever read the book Machiavelli, let me know. But if the book Machiavelli, I wanted the book in the book of Machiavelli that Tupac read. Does it have him like a situation like say fake his death or anything like that? You know what I'm saying? Cause they said Tupac listen to his teachers and shit. I wanted that shit in the book. If that shit is in the book, then I got more questions. I'm gonna buy the book. I ain't gonna read it out loud for y'all. I'm gonna buy the book though and read that shit and let y'all know what I think.
At the Soul Train Awards and bragged about sleeping with Biggie's wife while threatening to kill members of Bad Boy Records.
I think it's
the Southside Crips, according to Keefe D, took offense to one line in particular.
Bad Boy as a staff, record label, and as a motherfucking crew. And if you want to be down with Bad Boy, then fuck you too.
That made the Southsiders mad, even though none of them got mentioned by name. But they had Puffy's back and multiple encounters with Pac and his label, so they felt like Pac was speaking to them. And they weren't, of course, the only ones that had problems with that record. The ones who were upset about it the most were of course Biggie and Puffy. Diddy feared for his position in the rap game. Pac was harming his label and slowing down his money, while making him look like a joke to everyone in the industry. And of course back then, nobody wanted to look like a weakling or a victim in the rap game. Pac and Suge were doing everything they could to make them look soft, which most likely would have ended their careers back then. Things escalated when Biggie saw the pictures of Tupac and his wife Faith Evans together, where she's holding up her hand, showing that she took off her wedding ring. At least that's what everyone was saying back then. People believe that she purposefully cheated on Biggie to make him jealous after he cheated on her multiple times, and their marriage ended up falling apart, with Biggie choking her and telling the Vibe magazine that their relationship dissolved and that they're nothing but friends now. His ego and confidence was crushed, just like Pac had planned it. The same happened with Puffy when he found out about his baby mama Misa and Suge Knight having a relationship. Wolf, the man who was accused of shooting Big Jake, showed Puffy pictures of Suge and Misa Hilton together, which were in a Death Row Artist Press magazine at the time. Suge had his arm around Misa, while she had Puffy's 2-year-old son Justin in her arm. The same son Puffy went to Jermaine Dupri's birthday party with.
Hold on now, we can walk past that like you didn't say that, twin. Said Machiavelli was the 16th century politician that faked his death to come back and kill his enemies, and Tupac took that and used it to his vamp. So that's in the book. So what happened then, twin? Let me know. Like what happened? How did he come back though? How did Machiavelli come back? Like for faking his death? Like did he get away? Where was it? Damn, I got a question, but he gonna make me look bad. I gotta buy the book now. I definitely gotta buy the book now. Cause if Tupac took his teachings and was using his teachings when he got to death row, he had to use that too, right?
Where Big Jake got shot. Not only was the photo itself disrespectful and threatening, but the caption made it even worse. The caption said, "What the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will." The ad, which was discussed on New York's Hot 97 by resident gossip Wendy Williams, never ran anywhere, but reps were tarnished nonetheless. Puffy was enraged and fuming when he saw those pictures. His ex-bodyguard Gene Deal said he saw a vein come out of Puffy's forehead out of anger, and also claimed that Puffy made a couple of phone calls later, yelling and cussing everybody out. What the hell is Suge doing with my son? Is he trying to threaten me? They stayed up until the next morning because the situation was heated. It was hard to calm him down. He tried calling Misa Hilton, but she didn't go on the phone. So he allegedly panicked, thinking Suge had kidnapped his baby mama and son. On June 30th, Puffy was rushed to the emergency room of St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital in Manhattan, where he was treated for a deep cut to his lower right arm. New York's Daily News called it a slit wrist, implying that it was more than just an accident, a possible suicide attempt. Puffy called the story nonsense. I was playing with my girl and I reached for a champagne glass, and it broke on my bracelet, cutting my arm. I ain't trying to kill myself. I got problems, but it ain't that bad, Puffy said. Death Row head of security Reggie Wright claims that Puffy panicked when he saw those pictures, and when he heard of Suge taking Misa and her son Justin to LA. Puffy supposedly thought that Suge kidnapped them.
My bad. Oh yeah, we getting deep right now, check. Hold on now. You said that how it's spelled, bro? Hold on. Shit, I'm about to find that motherfucker. I gotta read this shit. Got something new to read. I mean, let's say Tupac did come back in 2027, 2028. Y'all think he'll be? You think they'll let that shit go? Oh, here go his death. Okay, 19. Due to stomach illness, following his death, he was buried in. Cause he was suffering from a likely chronic. Damn, y'all got me all into this motherfucker. Nah, he died when he 58. Oh, I'll look for the damn book. I'm getting off track. Machiavelli book. Ooh, they got read out loud. I might buy the book, or we gonna do the auto book together. This is gonna do it where we fake the death and shit, type shit. Or we might just go from 0 for 1. It's on Amazon. You know what I'm saying? I'm cheap. They got it at Target. Target selling that shit? Yeah, they got that shit. They got the book at Target, y'all. Oh, hell yeah. Shit, you can get that bitch sent tomorrow. They locked bro
and
up.
tried to harm his son in retaliation for Big Jake's murder,
Who they locked up,
to
bro?
show him what
Machiavelli?
real gangsters are capable of. Puffy's mother hysterically called the officers of Death Row to ask and beg them to return her grandson, meaning Puffy's firstborn, Justin Combs. She allegedly told them that Puffy tried to commit suicide by cutting his wrist while he was drunk. The bad boy camp later denied that the cuts came from a suicide attempt, saying that it was just an accident. Misa Hilton wasn't on good terms with Puffy at the time, so she allegedly laughed it off, saying, "This BAN word really tried to kill himself," while she was in LA spending time with Suge. She was having a good time and sleeping around, while the father of her son had a mental breakdown and tried to take his own life. Misa then went back home after a week or two when Suge was done using her and the situation cooled down. But the damage was done, and Puffy hit a low point in terms of mental health and overall happiness.
See? Cause your ass, that's why Cass got it. Cause Cass. That's why Cass got treated like that. Cause goddamn Misha did. That's what I'm thinking.
I got the balls, bro. I got holes. I think Biggie face. Big hair, man. Big hair. Okay, but I did you for you, but I did you. But you told me puppy, bitch, so I did it for you.
Pac and Suge were playing mind games, trying to drive him crazy, destroy him and everything he worked for. According to Gene Deal, that was the last straw and the point of no return for Puffy. When the legendary DJ Eric B wanted to have a meeting with Biggie in hope to help squash the East Coast West Coast beef, Puffy didn't want any part of a truce meeting, even though months prior at the Source Awards he was saying that the East Coast West Coast beef needs to stop.
I would like to say
Tupac,
that I'm
what's
very
up?
proud of
How
Dr.
you doing?
Dre, of Death Row,
like
and
your
Suge
name,
Knight for
brother.
their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
In interviews he seemed exhausted and made it seem like he's ready to end the beef. "I'm ready for it to come to a head. However, it gotta go down," Puffy said. "I'm ready for it to be out of my life and be over with. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I just hope it can end quick and in a positive way."
It means I'm alive? Shit. Got a little goosebumps. If you alive at Tupac, we need you back in the hip hop game, cause we ain't got nothing out here now. You know what I'm saying? It's trash. We need you back. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. You come out with a different name. You can come back 7 Pop. Cause Tupac not your real name. You can come back with your real name. I bet y'all don't know Tupac's real name. If y'all real thug like people, tell me what Tupac's real name is right now. Tell me what Tupac's real name is. Cause Tupac Shakur not his real name. Tupac died for it. If y'all really Tupac fan, what's Tupac real? Don't look it up without looking it up, y'all. No, don't be cheating. Don't be cheating now. Don't be cheating, y'all.
Because it's gotten out of hand. Puffy wanted his revenge, but didn't know how to get it without potentially ruining his business and reputation as a serious and noble label boss. In interviews, he was all positive and peaceful, making it seem like he's ready to just shake hands and end the beef. But behind the scenes, he was pulling strings, while rejecting peacemaking efforts from people that are close to both sides, or from respected leaders like Farrakhan, who are known to solve problems, squash beefs and make peace. It was important for him to look like a saint to the public.
I thought Tupac Shakur
Him and
was real
Suge
nice
were
the
very
whole time.
different individuals. Suge didn't care about getting labeled as a villain, bully, tyrant, terrorist, gang member or bad guy in general. Puffy, on the other hand, always wanted to look like the good guy, even though he did a lot of bad things behind the scenes. Overall, he cared more about his public image. But his hatred for Suge and Pac made him do the unthinkable. One night, Puffy invited Von Zip and Keefe D to come meet him at Greenblood's Deli and Fine Wines on Sunset, which is in LA. This was around the time when Puffy was too scared to do shows in LA, thinking he might get ambushed or confronted by Pyro members. He was really scared after that incident at the Soul Train Awards where he ran for his life. He saw how many people Suge had with him, and was intimidated by their presence. Puff wasn't used to seeing that many gang members on one spot. He had something like a culture shock when he came to the West Coast, cause he didn't know much about gang culture. That's again why Puffy went and reached out to the Southside Crips, to increase the friction between both camps. He also wanted the Crips to take care of Pac and Suge, according to Keefe D himself, who again was one of the people in the car when they shot Tupac in Vegas. And according to him, this meeting at Greenblood's Deli and Fine Wines in LA was one of the key reasons why they came after them. The restaurant sat between a strip club and the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard. Keefe D came in through the back entrance and started smoking weed on the back patio. Zip and Puffy were double dating that night. The two girls they were dating were cousins.
I'm talking about like Tupac come back, y'all saying tax evasion and stuff. I'm talking about Tupac come up like change his name again. Well, for the second time. If he change like to another name, say for example like 7Pac or some shit, Shakur or some shit. Would change the whole name period. Would they still try to get him? Like damn, bro, they let the shit go, twin. Oh yeah, everybody go. Shit, they let that boy come back. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Oh, he ain't even got to come back to the U.S. You can stay over there in Cuba and just be rapping, dropping songs and stuff. Cause you know I pay to come over. I go over there and got them go to these concerts and everything. Shit, yeah. You stay over there in Cuba. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We got Trump in office. I don't know if Trump we got there. Trump gonna try to go get his ass. Trump gonna try to go get his ass. I ain't gonna lie. You said what X got to do with Tupac? I love both, bro. They're my two favorite artists, bro. X and Tupac. You see Tupac, you always gonna see X right there beside him. My two favorite artists. You said Matrix X is who? What is that? Matrix X? Matrix? What that mean?
Was on one spot. He had something like a culture shock when he came to the West Coast, cause he didn't know much about gang culture. That's again why Puffy went and reached out to the Southside Crips, to increase the friction between both camps. He also wanted the Crips to take care of Pac and Suge, according to Keefe D himself, who again was one of the people in the car when they shot Tupac in Vegas. And according to him, this meeting at Greenblood's Deli and Fine Wines in LA was one of the key reasons why they came after them. The restaurant sat between a strip club and the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard. Keefe D came in through the back entrance and started smoking weed on the back patio. Zip and Puffy were double dating that night. The two girls they were dating were cousins. The one that came as a tag-along for Puffy was from Keefe D's neighborhood. So all the Southside Crips knew her. She had a bad reputation of being loose. But Puffy didn't know that. Keefe D and the other Crips were laughing at him, because Puffy was all hugged up and kissing her, without even knowing what type of girl she was back in the hood. A few people from Keefe D's entourage went downstairs to place an order. Keefe D ordered a pastrami sandwich and added, "Give me a couple of those Taddinger Rosé." Puffy waved them over to step to the side with him. "I need to speak with you, big dog." They stepped off to the side where they were able to speak privately. According to Keefe D, he could smell and see Puffy's fear, like a lion on the Serengeti. "What's up?" he asked. "I have a couple of problems I need to be handled." Big, CEO, and Pac. Puffy was scared to death after Tupac made those threats on Hit 'Em Up, especially the part about him killing his kids. He was worried about his safety and his business at the same time, because Pac was the biggest rapper on the planet at the time, crushing everything that Puff, Biggie, and Bad Boy.
For all my X fans, I did a stream. Y'all can check my last live. I did a stream on X, but in my stream to YouTube trying to get me, bro, because X was talking about some real shit, like some real shit what been going on in the world and shit. They tried to goddamn block my video, say it's underage and shit like that. I was like, damn, bro. So I'm cautious when I do another X stream, cause like I can't, cause X be talking about some real shit, bro. Like some real, what's really going on in the world and shit with the government and all that shit. So I was like, shit, fuck. YouTube tried to get me.
They had built up since Pac got shot the first time in New York, and while he was serving time in prison. Biggie and Lil C's had no clue that Puffy had this type of relationship with the Southsiders. According to Lil C's at least. It was all Puffy. He just wanted someone to take care of them, after all he had to endure the past couple of months.
What's wrong with Lil C?
I want to get them dudes, Puffy said. Man, we'll wipe the air out real quick. It's nothing. Consider that done. According to Keefe D, Puffy said he would offer them $1 million for getting it done. Keefe D looked him in his eyes and without hesitation responded, "That's not a problem. We can make that happen." The agreement was supposedly made that day. Puffy was known to put things into people's heads that appear like an agreement or a promise, manipulating you and convincing you to do work for him, even though in the end there's no benefit for you. He most likely never even planned on paying him for doing the job. He's very strategic and slick, knows how to manipulate people and make them do things for free, while making them believe that they'll get rewarded for it, planting seeds into people's heads and in the end saying I didn't do anything. For Keefe D it was nothing. Gang banging was all he did and knew. From this point on he had Pac and Suge in the back of his mind, even though Suge was his childhood friend. He even said that he would kill them for only $50,000. They didn't shake hands on it, but according to Keefe D, there were multiple people present when that agreement was made, namely Michael Reed Durrow, aka Lil Al, Corey Edwards, aka C. Ray, and also a guy with the nickname Dirt Rock. All of them will tell you.
I'm gonna show y'all for all my people. My bad for all the people that want to watch the video. I'm gonna show you what they try to do to me. Oh, my keyboard working? Oh, my keyboard ain't working. Fuck. Damn. I gotta start my stream over to make my shit work. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up. No, I can't. But basically what they try to do, they try to hit me with copyrights, and they say it was under, like my channel, like no kids can come to my streams and shit. So they try to say the video was underage and shit, like age restriction and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Ain't no fucking way. How the fuck? Before you even get on my shit, is that you gotta have be a certain age. Yeah, they got his ass out the way, bro. They got his ass. Cause he had, you gotta think about X had the youth, bro. He had all them young motherfuckers. He had all of them, bro. That nigga drop a song, bro. That shit doing $1 million, bro. Off top. It don't matter what song that nigga had the youth, bro. All the youth. Then he did the same thing. He did, that's why I like it. He did the Machiavelli too. He studied, even Ed said in the video, he studied Tupac. So he did the same thing Tupac did. But he did a video about it. He did a video, it's called, I forgot, it's called Look At Me. It's like the song he blew off, then it's a part where he showed the world that how it feel like, you know how they were hanging black people back in the day? Instead of him showing the hanging black person, he hung a white child. And they made the whole, at that time, they made the whole internet go crazy because they see a white child got hung and shit. Y'all gotta see, it's called Look At Me on YouTube. It's called Look At Me. Y'all can look at the video. Yeah, they hate on my content, bro. They be hating, bro. But yeah, but he made that. It's that. Then he made another song called Riot, where he was talking about, you know, back then with back a few years when we were having all them damn riots and shit. He made a song about that riot and telling people stop with all the riots and shit and see what is it doing and shit. stop killing all people and shit. But he was like, he had the same visions of Tupac shit. That's why I really liked him and shit. But he was talking too real. He was telling what the government was doing and shit. Then he had all the young people and shit, so they had to get him out of the way because he was changing music, bro. They want the music to be how they want. They want y'all to be in that, still trapping that rap music, thug life, gang banging, and all that shit. They want us to be stuck in that, so we can start still kill each other and shit. That's what they want our mind at right now, to this day. Cause music would change. Cause everybody was when he was alive, music would change, bro. And people start listening to fucking rap and shit, like hardcore rap and shit. So they got him out of the way, bro. Look into him, bro. His name Tentacion. Y'all make sure y'all look into my boy.
He said it in front of all them people. I couldn't believe it. A whole room full of Crips. Keefe D didn't know at the time that Puffy was just using him. He saw Puff as an equal, a business partner. For Diddy, Keefe D was just a tool to get things done. When he got what he wanted and had no more use for him, he threw him away and moved on. Keefe D tried to keep the promise and agreed to get things done, thinking both sides have an agreement and won't break their word. He didn't even think that Puffy would later distance himself from him while denying that the two had a conversation or even a relationship. He had made similar statements about him wanting Pac and Suge killed a few months prior when Puff and Keefe D went to a party at a hotel after a concert in Anaheim. So it wasn't the first time that he asked them to take them out. Puffy wanted them dead at all costs. Solicitation for murder is obviously a crime, and people have debated on.
Let me show y'all. Damn, I gotta put the damn camera like real close to that shit. Damn, what is it? You see that shit? My little X ring. Y'all see that little yellow shit right there? Age restriction shit. Hold on, I'm gonna hold this shit from. My ex, cause I did two on. I want to get y'all see that shit. But yeah, they try to say that shit. And Ed said about Tupac, he said he felt like Ed don't like Tupac. Well, he loved Tupac, but he don't like Tupac because he feel like Tupac failed us as a leader. He failed us because he was supposed to lead us. You know what I'm saying? And that Tupac, they use Tupac as a how I say it. They use Tupac as like what is being called gangster right now, like sagging your pants and all this shit, doing all that shit. They use Tupac as a tool for like as a symbolism as for like being hard, a gangster and shit. That makes sense to y'all.
Whether Puffy's statements could be labeled as such, or if it's just him being scared, exaggerating and rambling about what they could do to escape a real life or death situation. Because it was that serious. People were getting shot and killed on both sides. Keefe D understood the conversation as solicitation, not as Puff joking around or exaggerating. According to Keefe D, both Tupac and Suge were on the hit list. Pac got added to the list due to all the jabs on Hit 'Em Up. The main target at first was Suge, who, like mentioned earlier, had tried to bully and intimidate him every chance he got. The whole thing with his baby mama, him slapping Puffy in front of others, the argument and shooting in Atlanta, the whole East-West rivalry, trying to destroy his label, making Puff too scared to come to LA. It was really about Suge. It was the people that Suge had around him that Puffy was afraid of. He had a long list of reasons to hate him. He was a threat on a street level, while Pac jeopardized their reputation in the rap industry, hurting their business on a rap level, and basically crushing the whole player, gangster and king image that Big had created. Puff was super nervous and worried. After their brief conversation, they went back upstairs and ate. Puff was at the table with Zip and the two ladies they invited for the double date, while Keefe D sat with his people. He didn't immediately tell them what him and Puffy had just discussed. He waited until they were in the car on their way home. This guy Puffy wanted us to take care of Big CEO and Tupac. I bet the guy would give us $1 million for their heads. A few days later, in July of '96, there was another turning point for the feud between the Southsiders and the Ma Peru. An altercation took place in the Foot Locker.
My bad, y'all. Before you go, I am doing like later on today, like 2 p.m., 3 o'clock. I am on Twitch. Y'all don't know what Twitch is? Another streaming platform. This way I can just play Tupac songs and I can watch movies with y'all. So I plan on watching All Eyes on Me for the first time. And Tupac, I forgot the movie, that's the one for Oakland, when he grew up in Oakland. I am doing that today too. So I'm gonna make it, when you like subscribe to my channel, you're gonna see the post. I'm gonna give y'all the link to the Twitch. Y'all just make an account, just like set up a little email, and y'all just come and hang out with me and watch the movie. It's my first time watching All Eyes on Me and the Tupac from Oakland. That's what I'm gonna do. I can't do it on YouTube due to copyright and the music in the background, so I'm gonna do that for y'all. I'm just gonna have Twitch for like, Twitch is like, my Twitch page is gonna be for like, we wanna listen to like Me Against the World versus Machiavelli, and we'll have a listening partner, or I might do like a Biggie album versus Tupac album, or I'll just do all 90s shit, bro. Like No Vaseline versus Hit. I am gonna do No Vaseline this song versus Hit 'Em Up song. We gonna see which one is better. We're gonna go verse for verse, shit like that, man. So yeah, just stay tuned, bro. But I appreciate you following me though, bro. I just want to say that shit real quick.
A store at the Lakewood Mall in Lakewood, California, which involved a group of Southside Crips and several Mob Piru members, including Death Row associate Trayvon Lane, who got assaulted by the Crip Orlando Anderson. According to Orlando's uncle Keefe D, Trayvon Lane initiated the fight along with the 2 other people that were with him, which were Kevin Woods and Maurice Combs, aka Lil Mo, whose mom was actually from the neighborhood of the Southsiders, but her son later became a Blood. They supposedly approached Orlando.
Matter of fact, y'all want to find my Twitch is in my profile picture. You'll see it under the description. Y'all see it. It says twitch.tv babyjody7413.
Orlando, who was standing there alone, and they started to press and insult him, while he himself was looking for new shoes to buy. A few moments later, Orlando's homies came. He had around 8 Southside Crips with him. Trayvon and his friends got distracted by them coming in their direction, and them yelling from a distance. Orlando used this opportunity to sucker punch Trayvon, while he wasn't looking. Trayvon supposedly got knocked out. Orlando then tried to snatch Trayvon's death row chain off his neck. The chain broke, and Orlando managed to take it, but during the squabble, Trayvon and his friends managed to get it back, at least according to Trayvon and a few other Ma Piru members. But the Southsiders told a different story, saying that all 3 got knocked out and that the chain got snatched. Keefe D said one of the guys that was with Trayvon got knocked out and flew against the shoe rack, making all the shoes fall down and creating a mess. Keefe D claims that the chain that Orlando brought home wasn't even worth $400. Saying that it was too cheap to wear it around as a trophy. Orlando ended up giving the chain to a guy called Marcus, who is now dead. Keefe D doesn't know what happened to it, but Trayvon posted pictures of it on social media. He wrote, "Back in those Death Row days, taken from the mogul."
Back in the Death. Trey and Netbone was living in it at the same time. Can y'all tell me who chain that was? I saw a few interviews on Black TV or YouTube channel where a few folks, and they said my chain got snatched and it's only cost $300. We would be addressing them, so I'm sorry, but I had to take that down due to talks on the X Death Row. Stay tuned.
House that Trey and Neckbone was living in at the time. Can y'all tell me who chain that was? Implying that it was his chain.
That's what they saying, though.
Everyone on Death Row denied that Orlando managed to steal the chain. After
my bad. He didn't get raped in jail, for y'all don't know. Well, I did a live with Tupac's cellmate that was locked up with him, one of his cellmates, and he talked about the situation. It was a guard, it was a lady guard who started spreading them rumors about him. Cause she was cause of the rape charge or whatever, she thought he really raped that old girl, so she was mad about this shit. She was mad at Tupac about this shit, so she started spraying that shit around the prison, and that shit got in the streets.
that incident, Orlando came back and told his uncle Keefe D about it. They all laughed it off, cause according to Keefe D, they were the winners of the fights and managed to overpower them with ease. The Death Row medallion was a gift from Suge Knight, so things got heated after that incident. Suge and everyone associated with the label Death Row, including several Ma Piru members, were blaming Puffy and Bad Boy for it. cause there were rumors of $10,000 bounties placed on death row medallions by Sean Puffy Combs to use the friction between the Southsiders and the Mob Piru to his advantage by starting a gang war on the West Coast. So Puffy was pulling strings on the East Coast, making people fight on the other side of the country. All he had to do was sit back and enjoy the show, while Compton Crips were out hunting death row members, thinking they can get an easy $10,000 from Puffy, even though he most likely would have never paid them. Keefe D, on the other hand, said that he didn't even know about it. The cops were never able to find the source of those rumors, or anyone that was there when Puffy made that type of agreement, so they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't track it down and find a witness saying, "I was there when Puffy offered us this and that amount of money for getting one of those chains." But that was the understanding on the streets. The Bloods knew about it, including Pac, Suge, and everyone on death row. When Pac first heard it, he thought the beef had turned into a war now. It's not just about Bloods or Crips, Mob Piru or Southsiders, but his enemies were attacking his label and anyone associated with it. Everything he stood for. People got in danger just because he's on death row. At least that's what he thought to himself. He knew that there was no turning back now. After that chain snatching incident, there were several shootings between the Mob Piru and the Southsiders.
It's not different. It's not only different because I am a Twitch Twitch affiliate. Only thing is got little commercials and shit, little ads and shit. I get paid for. That's about it. That's the only difference from this one and that one. But it's like I only use that. I only use Twitch so I can watch say NWA, right? Like they got a whole documentary NWA, right? Boom, I can watch that with y'all together on Twitch. Even with the music playing in the background, I can watch the whole thing with y'all. Same thing I'm doing now, I do that over in Twitch. I can watch with the music and shit. I just can't do that shit on YouTube because the copyright music shit. They'll try to delete my channel and shit for that shit. Cause I already got like 1 strike on my channel for music and shit. Like I was playing, I ain't know I thought you could play music on here. So I was playing like a Tupac music. I was playing like Me Against the World album on here, and they had stopped my live and shit for that. So I just use Twitch for like shit I can't do on YouTube. So that's why all the NWA, Tupac movies and shit, I'm gonna do it over there.
The people from death row thought it was extremely disrespectful and provocative. To most people in the industry, it was just a regular rap beef. But the whole feud involved gang rivalries, multiple shootings, bounties put on people's heads, threats, verbal and physical assaults, things that are poorly documented and barely spoken about due to the code of the streets. They were playing mind games on each other, playing dirty, hitting people where it hurts the most, from every angle possible, and Puffy was the first to fold under the pressure. The first one who actually wished death on the other side, and supposedly put out a hit on the leaders of the opposite side. The people on death row were fully aware of that. Suge, Reggie Wright, and Mob James knew that bounty hunters from all around the US were coming for them. For death row and members of the Mob Piru gang, it was decided that the next time they see Orlando, that it was on. And unfortunately, the next time was in Vegas at the MGM Grand when Pac was present. Suge met Keefe D again before that happened, at the House of Blues, so Keefe didn't jump at him the first chance he got. Keefe D said his homeboys helped to put Suge in the game, and they always showed love to each other when they met. He said Puffy pitted Suge and him against each other, knowing that it's rather easy to start a conflict between the Crips and Bloods. He would have never went at Suge if Puffy hadn't asked him. There were also just too many witnesses when they saw each other. But there was a shooting that day that the people from death row were involved in. On August 11th, 1996, Tupac, the Outlaws, Suge, Reggie Wright, and several Mob Piru members were at the House of Blues. Pac came there with his black Rolls Royce, Suge with the red one, Snoop with the white one, at least according to Keefe D. Suge and his homies were standing outside the building, while Pac and the Outlaws stayed inside and enjoyed the show. LL Cool J was there too that night performing. Also there was Melly Mel from the Furious 5, Nas, Outkast, Chuck G from Digital Underground, Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson. Suge and his people wanted to leave and go to a club named Paradise. Right when Suge got to his red Rolls Royce, he saw Keefe D and about 40 Crips in the distance, most of them Southsiders. Pac didn't see any of them that day. He was inside the House of Blues speaking to Nas about the East Coast-West Coast war.
That the same show? Damn, I ain't really seen Nas and all them together.
When Suge saw Keefe D, who just wanted to get inside the House of Blues, he more or less stopped him by yelling and greeting him. "Keefe D, what's up, dog? What's crackin'?" The Crips there were making fun of Keefe D for being friends with Suge. "Oh look, it's Keefe's boy!" Suge then told him that it's dead in there, and to come hang out with him over at the Club Paradise in Hollywood, which is a few miles away from the House of Blues. God knows what would have happened that day if Keefe D and his people got inside. Cause Pac had numerous encounters with the Crips in the past, and it wouldn't have been the first time that he got approached by them. But on August 11th, Pac didn't really have that many people with him, so he would have been an easy target. Suge Knight might have actually saved them that day. They all jumped in their cars and followed Suge's Rolls Royce. So they all got there, and Suge was now driving with Big D around the Club Paradise, talking about the East Coast West Coast beef while sitting in the Rolls Royce. Big D wanted to set up a meeting with Puffy and Suge to squash the beef, which Puffy later declined. They then got out at a gas station next to the club. Suge, his homies Buntree, Neckbone and Trayvon Lane, along with Big West and Diamond, were now standing in a circle.
I'm thinking like, never mind. They probably didn't have that technology. I think they can't wind back, like they can do all this shit and goddamn see what, you know what I'm saying, see the area and shit. They can't wind back like time, not say wind back time, but like certain events and shit they happen. You can wind it back and see through like the satellite and shit. Cause I'm sure we had satellite back then in the 90s. Like you can't wind back and get and see who did that and who did this. Yeah, that shit would be helpful.
Talking, and all of a sudden 2 people walked right through them, right through the circle, instead of going around like everyone else would have done. Their intention might have been to start firing at them while they were in the middle of the circle. But Suge and his people immediately noticed that something was wrong and tried to make space, breaking up the circle. As soon as the 2 got 6 to 7 feet away from them, they turned around and started shooting. Around 5 bullets were fired and Diamond got hit in the leg. Head of security Reggie Wright wasn't standing in that circle but was close, so he started chasing the 2 by opening fire. Reggie Wright, Buntree and Neckbone chased them down the alley right behind the gas station and shot back. Reggie wasn't sure if they had killed somebody that day, cause they had fired a lot of bullets in their direction before they managed to escape. Suge also chased the 2 with his red Rolls Royce. According to Keefe D, Suge's car got shot up from both sides, but Reggie Wright denied it. Suge thought the attackers might have been Southsiders, and they also thought that the people working at Club Paradise might have had something to do with the shooting. The guy who ran the security there was a member of the Southside Crips. A month later, that same guy got targeted and killed by mob Piru members after the Vegas shooting. Suge and the Piru weren't afraid of them. They allegedly tried to add more fuel to the fire by intentionally getting close with the women in Keefe D's family. Suge Knight allegedly slept with Keefe D's wife, and Buntree did the same with Keefe D's sister.
This nigga Suge Knight got to be stopped. You don't got Diddy baby mama. You know what I'm saying? You don't got Dr. Dre wife. You know what I'm saying? Then Diddy. Ah, damn. That shit crazy.
Law, just to provoke Keefe D and to rub it in his face. Just like they did with Faith Evans and Misa Hilton to get at Biggie and Puffy. Keefe D at the time was married to a woman named Paula. He denied that they ever had that type of relationship with them. A few days after the shooting at the Paradise Club, Keefe D started to make plans to once again go to Vegas and see one of the greatest boxers of all time, who was supposed to fight on September 7th. Keefe D was talking to some homies at a car wash. He had contacted a Rollin' 60s Crip who used to sell scalp tickets. He was someone that Keefe had done some jail time with. They placed an order for some tickets with him. The car wash owner, who was also a Crip, came over when he heard them talk about the fight. He said, "Suge and them say they bought 100 tickets for the Tyson fight." Keefe D was glad that he got informed about it. The Crips didn't want them to get in the way of their plans to go down and enjoy the fight. As the Crips said, the Southsiders had been going to every big fight in Vegas since 1988. It had also become a tradition for the people from Death Row. So fast forward to the week of the fight. after attending the 1996 MTV Music Awards on September 4th in New York, where Pac once again clashed with Nas at the after party and told him to meet him in Vegas the following week.
Then Jay-Z had got that hit baby mama too. God. Y'all got them girls didn't give a damn in the 90s, boy. You know what I'm saying? Now then Jay-Z got your baby mama too. God damn. Sheesh. Ooh, I know one thing for saying for sure. If I knew I was grown back in the 90s, shit, I ain't have no name wife in that. Hell no. No, you lying. I been on kill her ass. I would've killed all that. What you did, what?
Pac, Snoop, and Suge stayed in New York the following day, where he got into a fight with basically everybody. Snoop did an interview with Angie Martinez on September 5th in New York. When asked how he feels about Biggie and Puffy, he said, "I'm cool with them. I want to do some music with them. I want to work with them." Snoop used to hang out with them, even after the shooting at the New York video set. And according to Reggie Wright, Snoop trying to be friends with the people from Bad Boy caused a label internal beef between him and Suge, meaning the Crips side and the Blood side. The Dog Pound and Pac were forced to pick sides. Snoop of course didn't want to be part of the whole Ma Piru and Southsiders war, as he was a member of the Rollin' 20s. And he didn't want to be part of the Death Row and Bad Boy beef either. Pac got mad at him for that and was extremely disappointed. According to Reggie Wright, he was ranting about it for hours. One of the security guards saw Pac hit the top of the limo saying, "I'm a dead man now, I'm a dead man now. They know we not family, they know we not one." When he arrived at the hotel and saw Suge, Pac told him what he's going to do with him when he sees him. He was furious. That same day, September 5th, Orlando Anderson and the Southsiders met up at Keefe D's house to talk about their plans for the weekend. And from there, everybody split up. It was tradition for Keefe D to go to Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wine on Sunset before every fight to get some chilled bottles of champagne. There he met up with Juan Zip, who came there from New York. They purchased 2 cases of Taddinger Rosé at $150 per bottle.
Hold on,
They also picked...
Y'all niggas got money. $8.50 for a bottle? You crazy. Oh, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Go to the store and give me a little Bud Light. You know what I'm saying? You buy 2 on. Shit. I'm gonna do like my essay is got them get a caseload. You know what I'm saying? Have good every time. Not no $8.50. Crazy. Shit. Who y'all trying to pray?
Up a few bottles of Dom Perignon Rosé. Once they stocked up on their cold bottles, they hit the road at around 1 p.m. Keefe D and his wife Paula were driving in a rented beige 1993 Buick Regal. His brother Kevin Davis, aka Lil Dog, was driving in a green van with Fat Man and Trey. Zip and the female rapper Foxy Brown, who was his girlfriend at the time, were in a black 500 series Benz. The 3 cars drove together to Vegas. At around 5 p.m., they arrived.
We don't like Foxy Brown no more. See, you with Keefe D, Keefe D and them. We don't like Foxy Brown no more. Chat, we against Foxy Brown. We canceling her ass over here. You know what I'm saying? We canceling her ass over here. She with Keefe D and them in Las Vegas. Y'all laughing at me. That boy said $8.50 for a bottle, but god damn, about to straighten me the fuck out. Shit, that goddamn bill money right there. God damn. They see.
Arrived at the newly opened Caesars Palace Resort and Casino, which is located on the Las Vegas Strip, 1.5 miles away from the MGM Grand where the fight would take place in 2 days. The Caesars Palace was the hotel they stayed at, but for partying, kicking back and meeting up, they always got some rooms at the Carriage House, which is a 3-star hotel 0.3 miles away from the MGM Grand. Both hotels are less than a mile away from the place where Tupac got shot. The rest of the day, Keefe D, Zip and the Southsiders spent at the casino. They gambled and enjoyed themselves. That same night, Tupac, the Outlaws, Suge and the Death Row family went to a club in New York where they ended up playing Biggie's music, and Tupac allegedly approached their DJ, took the vinyl and broke it. starting a fight out of nowhere and yelling at the DJ for playing Biggie's music. In his own city. Tupac was super angry that day. Snoop was seen as a traitor, and the divide between the Crips and the Bloods on Death Row became public. They always had this image of Death Row being a family, them having each other's backs and moving as a unit. That image was crushed now, at least for Pac. He allegedly said that he wants to leave Death Row and cancel the whole trip to Vegas the following weekend, because at the time he also had issues with his family. His cousin Kenny Lassane in Atlanta was addicted to drugs and attempted to steal and sell Tupac's guns.
What he's saying right there is fact check. One of Tupac cousins said the same thing. We did that on I think I did on my last stream on my YouTube channel. Tupac cousin interview. She confirmed that Tupac didn't want to be in Las Vegas. He's planning on going back to Atlanta to handle that situation, but should convince Tupac to stay in Las Vegas.
Hope that he can get more money to buy drugs. His aunt and other family members had called him and begged him to come help them. Pac didn't want to go to Vegas, but instead wanted to fly to Atlanta to quote-unquote kick his cousin's butt and teach him a lesson. He didn't even want to appear to what ended up being Tupac's last recording sessions for the songs and music video he had planned that week in LA. He had a tight schedule, but was ready to cancel everything. Plus the whole thing with Snoop. He was very confused and upset. Told Napoleon from the Outlaws to stay in LA. Him, Castro and Gaddafi were supposed to handle the issues within the family themselves. But Suge supposedly pressured him to come to Vegas to perform at the 662 Club, where they were told a charitable...
Y'all think... Hey, wait real quick, I know I keep stopping, but y'all think they killed Gaddafi? Because he got down, he saw who shot, who was the shooter? Y'all let me know in the stream. Y'all let me know.
Event that raised money to keep children away from violence. There was also a boxing benefit for a retired professional boxer and police officer called Patrick Berry to raise money for Berry's boxing gym on Vanessa Drive, which is in the southwest area of the city. Tupac, Run DMC, Craig Mack and Danny Boy were supposed to perform. Pac was supposed to get some community service time because of the incident with the Hughes brothers, after which he got charged with assault and battery in 1993. He had to get some credit for that, so that he doesn't have to work on freeways and pick up trash. Because Pac was scheduled to do that, but Reggie Wright Jr. convinced them that as a superstar, Pac couldn't just work like everyone else, especially after the shooting in New York, because he would have been an easy target for his enemies. So the people from Death Row ended up working it out for him, and Pac ended up choosing Vegas over his own family. On the following day, which was Friday, September 6th, they flew back to LA early in the morning. Pac and the people from Death Row didn't speak a word to Snoop, even though he tried to talk to them. Snoop went to sleep with a fork and a knife in his hands, thinking they might assault him. But nothing happened during the 6-hour flight. All three had Rolls Royce.
I heard he got his head whooped. You know what I'm saying? I heard Tupac put them paws on him now. You know what I'm saying? I heard it from one of the Death Row people. They said goddamn Tupac put them paws on him for that shit.
Is waiting for them at the airport in LA. They all went their separate ways. That same day, Terrence Brown, the guy who ended up driving the white Cadillac during the Vegas shooting, went to the car rental Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Carson, California, and rented a late model 1997 white Cadillac in the name of his mother-in-law. Together with Orlando Baby Lane Anderson and DeAndre Smith, they drove to Vegas to meet up with Keefe D. The Crips were now about 18 deep. They rented 3 rooms on the same floor at Caesar's Palace and were gambling and partying all day. That Friday, Tupac had a tight schedule. Tons of things he had to get done before his trip to Vegas. 4 days prior, they called Trek Record Studios in North Hollywood, California, and told him that Tupac wants to record a song for Mike Tyson's upcoming fight with Bruce Seldon on September 7th. They called the studio again that Friday, September 6th, the morning they arrived in LA. Tupac came in shortly after the plane landed.
We got a call on a Monday, Tuesday, I think it was, that we were going to actually do a song for Mike Tyson. Tupac was going to come in, lay some lyrics down on a beat that we made, and we were going to ship it off to Vegas so that way they can play it during the fight. We came in for a couple of days, busted out the beat, got a call Friday morning saying Pac's going to show up, make sure we're on point.
The producer Scott Gutierrez had prepared a beat for him that week. Pac listened to it about 3 times and wrote the song Let's Get It On in just 15 minutes. After that, he told him he'll be back on Sunday to record more songs. That day, he also recorded the songs All Out and Hell for a Hustler. Afterwards, he met Risky Forever, who gave him the cover for the Machiavelli the Donk Illuminati 7 Day Theory album.
We appreciate you for getting him the cover.
Give me a hell yeah!
Everybody pick Machiavelli. Machiavelli is the greatest of all time. #1 album. Everybody, all my streams say Machiavelli is the #1. You know what I'm saying? I love Me Against the World, bro. Y'all just be doing Me Against the World so long. Like y'all act like ain't no hits on that motherfucker. Damn.
Which Pac also listened to for one last time to make sure that everything is alright. He was thinking of replacing or re-recording a couple of the songs, as he was dissing people that he made peace with that week, like Nas for example. In the evening, he also went to record the music video for the upcoming single Toss It Up, which ended up on that album. Tupac was late and they almost postponed the video shoot to another day, meaning we almost didn't get the video as it was the last chance for Tupac to record something. They were waiting for him since around 3 PM and he showed up at 9, meaning everybody on the set waited for 6 hours. Danny Boy, Casey and Jojo, everyone was mad at him. The video was set in a garage and features Tupac wearing safety goggles and using a blowtorch and baseball bat. It was the last music video he ever recorded. At around 11:30 PM, Pac left the street production studio in downtown LA, where he just finished recording the video. He then drove to his mansion in Calabasas, where he went to sleep for a couple of hours. Reggie Wright Jr. drove to Vegas that night to make some preparations for the upcoming event at the 662 Club. In the morning, Pac was reminded by his cousin Jamala Lassane that they were leaving for Vegas in a few hours. They had big plans for that night. It was the evening of a championship boxing match between the heavyweights Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon. Pac and Mike were good friends. He had paid him a visit back in March when he fought Frank Bruno. So Pac wanted to attend the fight and then go perform at Suge's nightclub 662. Mike Tyson was invited too, so Pac was looking forward to it. He had a 5-hour ride ahead of him. A few days prior, rumors started circulating of the Southsiders wanting to come see the fight and afterwards pay them a visit at the 662 Club. So Suge, the people on death row and the Pyru came prepared. They knew that the Southsiders were coming. That's why Reggie Wright and his people went there a day prior. That Saturday, there were about 100 people from death row on their way to Vegas.
I gotta see. I'm gonna do another stream with Reggie Wright. We gonna see what Reggie Wright. They say Reggie Wright be lying and shit. So I really don't. We gonna see what he talking about. They say Reggie Wright be lying here. We gotta see what he talking about. So yeah, I'm gonna do that for a future stream. For all my people on Twitter, I appreciate y'all following me. Make sure y'all follow me on YouTube, Baby Joe 7413. Follow me on Twitch, Baby Joe 7413. I got a special event tomorrow going. I'm gonna do on Twitch. Tupac movie, All Eyes on Me, and Tupac I wanna say Revolution, but I am doing a watch party on that shit. First time watching both of them on Twitch, and then later on YouTube, 11 PM Eastern, I will be doing DMX and Big Pun backstory.
Suge, artists like the Outlaws, Danny Boy, Pac of course, his cousin, girlfriend, loved ones, members of the label, security, and more Pyru members. All sitting in luxury cars and vans. They stopped at Barstow in order to refuel. Pac went to the restroom, and now all of a sudden he's in the middle of an argument with members of the Long Beach Poly football team. They started yelling at each other, and once they got out the restroom, a fight broke out. In the end, the entire team got beaten up by the death row entourage. According to Danny Boy, they were all getting thrown around the parking lot. Afterwards, they all got back in their cars and drove off as if nothing happened. They didn't stop until they reached Las Vegas at around 3 PM. After checking in at the Luxor Hotel, they spent some time at the Luxor Casino, where Pac met up with Frank Alexander, who was driven there by Reggie Wright Jr., with whom he just had a security meeting at the attorney.
You the damn worst security guard I ever fucking met. You ain't worth the fuck.
his office. Frank went over to Pac, hugged and greeted him while he was gambling with the Outlaws. They wanted to check out the casino at the MGM Grand Hotel, which was the largest single hotel in the world with over 6,852 rooms. It was a spot where the fight would take place that night.
But that little security guard we just seen, he said Tupac, the little chain he had on, the new chain he had on was the Angel of Death. If y'all know what that means, let me know. He had the Angel of Death, wearing the Angel of Death before he died. Before Tupac died, he was wearing the Angel of Death. Now, I don't know the meaning of that shit. Y'all let me know what the meaning of that.
Right. He thought his girlfriend Kidada Jones and cousin Jamala Hussein wouldn't be interested in gambling, so he told them to stay at his suite. Frank, the Outlaws and Tupac went to the MGM Grand by foot. It was about a half-a-mile distance. He promised the ladies that he will come get them before the fight begins, so that they can watch it together. But until then, they had more than 4 hours to waste. So they started spending time in the casino, gambling and losing thousands of dollars within just a couple of minutes. Pac wanted to waste all the money he had that day. So Pac was having a great time and was excited to see his friend Mike Tyson in the ring at around 8 PM. But he wasn't the one that had the tickets. After gambling for about an hour and a half, Pac told Frank to go call Reggie Wright and ask him what time Suge wants to meet up so that they can go to the fight. Cause Suge and his people weren't actually with Pac. Frank didn't have a radio, so he had to find a landline phone to make that call, and that's when they got separated. After making that call and coming back, they were nowhere to be found. Turns out that Pac and the Outlaws went back to the luxury hotel without saying anything, and Frank had to look for them everywhere in the MGM Grand Casino.
You just said he with the Outlaw. They said he went with the Outlaw. Somebody tell him the Outlaw. He didn't meet up to the Outlaw until after the fight. Now come on now. Make it make sense.
He went back to the landline phone and called the other bodyguard Michael Moore at the luxury hotel, who was actually told by Reggie Wright to go to the Club 662, where the other bodyguard Al Gittens was waiting for him. Michael Moore told Frank that he wasn't allowed to stay with Pac, cause he was supposed to work at the club. Frank Alexander was the only bodyguard assigned to Tupac that day. Pac was under the impression that Michael Moore would come with him, back to the MGM. But he was told by the head of security, Reggie Wright, that Frank Alexander is the only bodyguard that will stay with Pac. And Pac was pissed off. He went upstairs to his suite to get dressed, and told the Outlaws to do the same. He told them to meet him downstairs at the lobby in about an hour and a half, so that they can go together to the fight. Idi Amin, Castro and Gaddafi went up, got ready and waited for Pac, who actually took off with Frank Alexander about a half an hour later back to the MGM Grand without telling them. Either because he forgot about it, because of miscommunication, because he didn't want to let them down, or because of a change of plans after being informed by Suge's people that there are not enough tickets. To this day, the Outlaws have no clue why they were left behind. The second time they went to the MGM that day, Pac wanted to catch a cab instead of going by foot. They entered the building through the front entrance, where they were greeted by dozens of fans. He decided to spend more time at the casino, taking pictures with fans and walking around from table to table to check everything out. Him and bodyguard Frank Alexander were left alone in the casino. They were waiting for Suge and his people to come back. According to Reggie Wright Jr., there was supposed to be another
There's a chain I'm talking about, y'all. You can't see it real good, but it has an angel on it. It has a, they say it's the Black Angel. Black Angel of Death. I think it symbolized death or something. I forgot what it's, I did look it up last spring, but I forgot now. Hold on, matter of fact, let me look it up. So I want to know why you wore that shit. Why you get a chain with Angel of Death? Bitch, I ain't say nothing about Supernatural. Even though that's I love Supernatural. The Angel of Death is carrying, which is used to separate the soul from the body. It sometimes is wearing as a hood. Soul from the body and transfer is often portrayed as a routine. of God rather than him. Is it good or bad? That's what I need to know. Said new record label. So y'all think that was gonna be a new record label? Is I'm looking too much deep in it? Tupac and this for his plan. Oh yes, company. Okay, yeah. I see what I see. That motherfucker hold a Mac 10. The Angel was holding a Mac 10. It represents his artistry, control, mastery over faith, and peaceful death. Lord have mercy. A peaceful death, rebirth, and taking control of one's own legacy and brought his transformation to the Machiavelli. That crazy though. Why we? I thought he was starting Death Row East though. Cause what interview you watched? Oh, we watched. What's his name? Stretch was talking about Tupac supposed to start his own record label, Death Row East. But he's saying this. Y'all saying this? I'm confused, bro. You fuck out of me. Somebody girl right here. She had to know. Ain't no way there. She black too. Ain't no way there she didn't know. She probably trying to keep professional. She probably was nervous than the motherfucker. She probably made sure his ass win.
Bodyguard with Pac that night, but he didn't show up. His name was Kevin Hackey. Danny Boy had red stains on his pants that day, so he spent the whole night shopping and missed the fight. Frank Alexander wasn't allowed to carry weapons.
Wow.
Reggie Wright also forced the other bodyguard, Michael Moore, to wait at Club 662 instead of guarding Tupac. The bodyguards couldn't communicate with each other, as none of them were allowed to bring their radios. So Frank and Pac were in the casino all alone, waiting for Suge and his people to arrive with the tickets. There were around 18 Southside Crips in the building. They could have done something to him if they saw him, cause Pac was running around all alone with his bodyguard trying to catch up. He even lost him at one point. But in the end they found each other and waited for Suge and his people at the entrance of the arena. Pac was real antsy, yelling, "Man, where the hell is Suge?" Suge coming late really ruined their plans that night. They had no time to go back and get the people that were waiting for him at the luxury hotel by the time Suge arrived, assuming that Pac really wanted to go back and get them. Cause it's also possible that he just tricked them.
I ain't gonna lie. Now they're looking back at this shit. Pac doing all that. You know what I'm saying? It's like he knew something was up. Like he knew something was up. Like he waiting for Suge, getting nervous and shit. Like I think he knew them. I think he knew them Southside Crip motherfuckers in the building somewhere before they even told him what Orlando Brown was. But I already knew. I think he already knew they was in the building somewhere.
Them, knowing that they can't come in the first place. So the outlaws and the ladies were waiting for nothing, basically. Suge got there with his right-hand man, Buntry, Neckbone, who's another member of the Mob Peru, and Trayvon Lane, the guy who got into a fight with Orlando Anderson at the Lakewood Mall back in July. Death Row had security and Mob Peru members everywhere, at the 662 Club and also at the MGM. The Death Row capo Mob James was already at the club, and according to him, they were already informed that the Crips were coming. Tupac didn't really know much about Keefe D and the Southsiders, he just heard that they were coming for them. According to Keefe D, they were just there for the boxing match and to have a great weekend.
Yeah,
they weren't even there to go after them. They were just there for fun. He said,
oh shit. I don't know what to say. I did. Get to the show.
They all had
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Get to
the tickets for the fight. Only problem was that the seats were spread out all around the arena.
You say he passed? Who he passed? A white man? Did you see the white man pass, Frank? How far, like right here?
To go back and get them.
To my right here?
Because it's also possible that
Hold on, that might be something different. You talking about right there, Burger King? Or was it before this? I'm gonna go all the way back there.
after making that call and coming back, they were nowhere to be found. Turns out that
Pac... that damn pyramid goddamn itch my soul, bro. Like, damn. All the Illuminati ass shit. Shit.
And the outlaws went back to the luxury hotel without saying anything. And Frank had to look for them everywhere in the MGM Grand casino. He went back to the landline phone and called the other bodyguard, Michael Moore, at the luxury hotel, who was actually told by Reggie Wright to go to the Club 662. Where
that was it? Who the white dude supposed to be?
Pac was real antsy, yelling, "Man, where the hell is Suge?" Suge coming late really ruined their plans that night. They had no time to go back and get the people that were waiting for him at the luxury hotel.
Yeah, I see the bodyguard, right? That's the black bodyguard.
By the time Suge arrived, assuming that Pac really wanted to go back and get them. Because it's also possible that he just tricked them, knowing that they can't come in the first place. So the outlaws and the ladies were waiting for nothing, basically. Suge got there with his right-hand man, Buntry, Neckbone, who's another member of the Mob Piru, and Trayvon Lane, the guy who got into a fight with Orlando Anderson at the Lakewood Mall back in July. Death Row had security and Mob Piru members everywhere, at the 662 Club and also at the MGM. The Death Row capo Mob James was already at the club, and according to him, they were already informed that the Crips were coming.
See?
Tupac didn't really know much about Keefe D and the Southsiders, he just heard that they were coming for them. According to Keefe D, they were just there for the box.
So that's why you acting like that. See, you knew they were coming. See, I knew I wasn't tripping. And the biggest Pac fan I spoke with, Big Suge, a year ago through my home. They really knows him. You said that was it?
Match, and to have a great weekend. They weren't even there to go after them. They were just there for fun.
Who the fuck is these damn pictures now? They not Tupac. Who is that? Who is that? They supposed to be Suge Knight. That boy got a lump in his head, don't it? What the fuck? How your head like that, man? Oh, hell nah. Shit mushed in.
He said they all had tickets for the fights. Only problem was that the seats were spread out all around the arena, meaning Orlando Anderson and Keefe D got separated. So they decided to meet up at the cafe inside the MGM after the fight is over. The Tyson fight was supposed to begin at 8 p.m., but it started about 15 minutes late. Neckbone and Trayvon Lane were told to stay back and keep an eye out for the Southsiders, so they weren't allowed to watch the fight. They stayed at the entrance of the arena waiting for Pac, Suge, Frank and Buntry to come back, cause they were actually the only ones from Death Row that were able to see the fight.
So that's a double?
The four walked in right when they played the national anthem. The town was packed with boxing fans from all around the world, including wall-to-wall celebrities. Las Vegas nears peak capacity almost every weekend of the year, but this fight, a premier event, had sold out all the hotel and motel rooms in the region and gridlocked the entire Las Vegas Strip. It would end up being a deadly fight night. Tyson was expected to win back the heavyweight championship he had lost 6 years earlier to Buster Douglas in Tokyo. High rollers eagerly flocked to the desert at the invitation of the casinos to attend the fight as an opening act to a weekend of gambling and partying. That was the whole plan of the Southsiders that weekend. And Tupac, the highest-selling rapper and one of the most respected people in hip-hop, was among the many celebrities who were expected to assemble at the MGM Grand. They had already done it 6 months prior in March 1996. Together with Suge, he had attended...
Then I just thought about, if y'all knew, y'all got informed they was coming, why do you tell security not bring no guns? No, y'all beefing the motherfucker. That made sense. Y'all knew Southside Crips knew if it was coming, right? Boom. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna tell security not bring guns? Sure, because you know Keefe D your childhood friend. You ain't want no serious thing to happen. I don't want think if you fuck out of me. Then you know y'all just got in a fight with the chains and shit. One of Lando got your chain and shit. Like I think he had got one of their chains or something. Like why y'all didn't have? Y'all should have had top security on old Tupac. Lord have mercy. It look like you look like you part of setting the motherfucker up. To be honest, it was you got set up or FBI or goddamn it was Machiavelli. One of three, A, B, or C, or all of the above. You know what I'm saying?
At the Mike Tyson-Frank Bruno fight at the MGM. Pac just loved seeing him in the ring and even recorded tribute songs for him, which they played before the fight when Tyson entered the ring. The song Pac recorded for the Frank Bruno fight was called Road to Glory, on which he dropped lines that fans connected to the Vegas shooting and interpreted as a prophecy of death.
Let the world know I plan to die. If I don't leave with what I came for and be denied.
This caused a lot of confusion, controversy, discussion and speculation. Pac fans have always said that he predicted his future in his music and interviews.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
See, that's why I keep going back to these same video, cause I be missing shit and putting shit together 2 and 2. You know what I'm saying? He said that in the damn song, that Mike Tyson thing. Then he had the Angel of Death with the chain on. God, I don't know what the fuck thing. This some supernatural shit. This bud my pay grade right here. You know what I'm saying? Got my damn, he straight me the fuck out. Head hurt.
That he prophesized his own death. Some even say that the Vegas shooting was staged and planned days, weeks, or even months in advance. There are thousands of conspiracy theories surrounding this incident that people still believe in to this day. Pac had numerous lines on the Tyson tribute Road to Glory, on which he stated that he planned his own death. Lines that people used to back up their claims and theories of him having faked his own death and escaped to a different country. As mentioned earlier, a day prior to the Vegas shooting, Pac recorded another song for Tyson, this time for the Bruce Seldon fight. The song is called Let's Get It On, and was played when Tyson stepped into the ring.
So we gonna watch him beat this boy silly. And then we gonna all go party at 662's mob style.
Mentioning the 662 Club, which again was a nightclub in Las Vegas owned by Death Row CEO Suge Knight. It was the place Pac and everyone else wanted to go before the shooting. Some of the Southside Crips sitting in the arena heard those lyrics and learned about Tupac's plans. Tupac watched the fight next to Suge Knight. They were sitting.
Shout out Nicole. Thank you for coming, Nicole. So I can't tell no more. Do y'all think he did lie? I need to know right now. Y'all think Tupac did lie? Cause this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? This shit stressed me the fuck out. Cause you know what I'm saying? When you think you have it all planned out, motherfucker, it's another damn clue to make you think something else. Lord have mercy. I couldn't be no damn detective. Hell nah. They had to fire my ass first day. I don't know. I can't solve it, Captain. I can't solve it, Captain. I know right, he did drunk some liquor and drunk some water, right? I thought I was the only one seeing that shit. Yeah, damn, that boy multitasking. Hold on now, I'm gonna buy that shit back, cause you just I ain't wanna say nothing, but y'all seen it. I ain't wanna say nothing, but y'all seen that shit. Hold on.
Was the place Pac and everyone else wanted to go before the shooting. Some of the Southside Crips sitting in the arena. Controversy, discussion and speculation. Pac fans have always said that he predicted his future in his music and interviews. That he prophesized his own death. Some even say that the Vegas shooting was staged and planned days, weeks or even months in advance. There are thousands of conspiracy theories surrounding this incident that people still believe in to this day. Pac had numerous lines on the Tyson tribute Road to Glory, on which he stated that he planned his own death. Lines that people used to back up their claims and theories of him having faked his own death and escaped to a different country. As mentioned earlier, a day prior to the Vegas shooting, Pac recorded another song for Tyson, this time for the Bruce Seldon fight. The song is called Let's Get It On, and was played when Tyson stepped into the ring.
So we gonna watch him beat this boy silly. And then we gonna all go party at 662's mob style.
Mentioning the 662 Club, which again
Boy, goddamn get fucked up, with the water too. Shit.
Was a nightclub in Las Vegas owned by Death Row's CEO Suge Knight. It was the place Pac and...
Hey, when y'all come on YouTube, Twitch tomorrow, or later on today, when y'all come on Twitch, I'm gonna see this. I want to see this live performance. I never seen this live performance, him performing in the club. I think the 662 Club. We gonna watch that the performance. I thought I'm gonna start the stream off with that. Make sure y'all check me out on Twitch, Baby Jody 7413.
And everyone else wanted to go before the shooting. Some of the Southside Crips sitting in the arena heard those lyrics and learned about Tupac's plans. Tupac watched the fight next to Suge Knight. They were sitting in section 4, row E. $1,000 seats, some of the best in the house. Even though Death Row had earlier purchased 12 tickets for the fight, which included seats for the record label's bodyguards, only 4 tickets were used.
I'm thinking if he did, he had to make I think he had to make a deal like, bro, you can't never come back, or some shit like that. I don't know, bro. I don't know what the fuck to think. This shit got my head hurt.
Frank Alexander sat in seat 1, Pac in seat number 2, Suge in 3, and Buntry in seat number 4.
Okay, so Pac right here. Okay, bet right here.
The remaining 8 seats were empty, even though they were reserved for Danny Boy, Trayvon Lane, Neckbone, Pac's girlfriend Kedada Jones, Pac's cousin Jamal Hussein, Castro, Idi Amin, and Gaddafi from the Outlaws. Pac had told the Outlaws and the 2 ladies to stay at the luxury hotel until he comes and gets them to see the fight. But Suge and his people didn't come in time, and Pac, for whatever reason, took off on his own. They would have missed the fight if they had gone back to the luxury hotel to get them. Danny Boy couldn't come because he was still shopping. Everyone tried to dress accordingly for the event. That's why Tupac and the Outlaws went back to the luxury hotel to change outfits. At first, Tupac was wearing something more comfortable. Trayvon Lane and Neckbone were told to wait outside the arena. So that's why only 4 of them could watch the fights. The Outlaws speculated if they only had 4 tickets that night, and that they were lied to by Tupac, in order for them to not be disappointed, meaning that they can keep the excitement until the last moment, instead of being disappointed and waiting in the hotel room all sad and miserable. Pac was also waiting for Suge the whole time. It's still
I keep looking at that damn chain now. That shit just stuck in my damn head with that angel of death in my damn head, man. Like you ain't want no archangel, or you know what I'm saying? Put Jesus on there. Pac, I got questions, Pac. I got questions, Tupac.
Clear why Suge came so late, and more or less ruined their plans. Things would have definitely been different that night if the ladies and the Outlaws were with them. But Pac had already forgotten about them. He was filled with excitement and pride as his good friend Mike walked into the ring and his own lyrics pounded the arena. In town for the Tyson-Selden matchup besides Tupac were rappers like...
My bad, I keep stopping y'all. But if he in Cuba, Tupac, if you seen it right now in Cuba, you know what I'm saying? You know nationwide is on your side. If you seen it right now, please come back. Or you ain't gotta come back. You can be over to Cuba. I just want you to drop an album real quick. You know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and drop one. You know what I'm saying? So we can go over here and listen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I need to do a future stream like that, bitch. I record myself. I go to Cuba. I ain't going right now because Trump in office. And hell, nah, I ain't going nowhere. But when we get Trump out the goddamn office, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go over there in Cuba, add my Cuban people. You know what I'm saying? Y'all seen Tupac over here? You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature.
Like MC Hammer, Too Short, and the group Run DMC. They, along with 16,000 speculators in the arena, and millions more sitting glued to their pay-per-view cable channel, watched as Tyson dismantled Selden in exactly 109 seconds. Just like Pac predicted on the song dedicated to Tyson.
Let's get it on. Alright, this ain't gonna last long. Y'all know how Tyson do it.
The spectators barely had time to settle into their seats before they found themselves getting up again and filing out of the arena. Tyson easily defeated Selden by first round knockout at around 8:39 p.m. in one of the shortest heavyweight championship fights in boxing history, lasting just a minute and 49 seconds. Tupac was hyped, excited and rejoiced, couldn't believe what he had just seen, feeling very proud of his friend. The fight somehow boosted his own confidence and ego.
I believe that, Paul.
He was a lot more energetic after the fight. Pac was screaming, "Did y'all see that? 50 punches. I counted. 50 punches. I knew he was gonna take him down. We bad like that. Come out of prison and now we running ish."
I meant to say nation, but I don't know that nationwide shit popped in my head.
After the fight, Tupac was still in that mode.
He said he recorded a song about a fight he didn't go to. He went to the fight.
He was still
recorded
charged up.
like the entry for
At around 8:45 p.m., they left the arena and entered the lobby of the MGM Grand. On their way out, they were getting interviewed and Pac was screaming around. He was super excited and happy, telling the reporters what he had just seen. Neckbone and Trayvon Lane were waiting for them outside the arena, and coincidentally spotted.
Why the fuck they call him Neckbone? Like some chicken? Like he built like a chicken bone or something? Why they call him Neckbone? Okay, we see Orlando right there.
A 21-year-old Southside Compton Crip, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, standing there all by himself in front of the entrance of the arena. It was never explained why Orlando stood there after the fight. Some say he was after the gaudy golden diamond death row necklace, the one that he quote-unquote couldn't get the last time. Although Keefe D said that he actually managed to snatch it at the mall. He also said that they weren't even after their chains that day. Him and Orlando were supposed to meet up at the food court and cafe after watching the fight. So he wasn't supposed to stand there and wait for nothing, cause all the people he was waiting for were already at the cafe. Orlando might have just been confused that day. Trayvon Lane went to the death row entourage and told them that Orlando was the one responsible for the fight 2 months prior at the Foot Locker store at the Lakewood Mall in July 1996. Some people, including Frank Alexander, Mob James and Buntry, said that Trayvon informed Tupac about it directly by whispering into his ear. But according to Trayvon himself, he didn't actually talk with him. He supposedly only spoke to the other Pyru members, which were Neckbone, Buntry and Suge, cause it was a conflict between the Southside Crips.
This Neckbone right here. I'm trying to see why they call you Neckbone. I don't know, you look kind of slow, I ain't gonna lie. Why they call him Neckbone? I don't get it. Cause of the neck. I'm confused. Now that Keefe D is in jail, he's saying he lied in all his interviews. That nigga wasn't lying. He wasn't lying. He pissed me off in one. Keefe D pissed me off in one interview. He talking about some, oh y'all some Tupac lovers. Y'all wish y'all could dig him up, but that nigga made me hot. But I had to take out my damn shirt, but you know what I'm saying? We talking about my boy Tupac like that. That's why you ain't locked up, dummy. Then you ain't get no money. You did all that. You did all that for Diddy. Ain't get no money but some damn tickets. I know you fucking lying. You know what I'm saying? With your one tooth.
And the Pyru.
You about to make me mad.
A beef that Pac technically wasn't involved in, as he wasn't an official member of the gang. According to Trayvon Lane, he just happened to overhear them and immediately took it onto himself to retaliate as they were his homies. He was a ride or die type of guy. He didn't even know who Orlando Anderson was. Didn't care about the consequences. Orlando was a known killer. A highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Many people say that Pac wasn't part of any gang, but Mob James, whose brother Buntry was actually there that day, claims that Trayvon tried to make Pac an official member of the Mob Pyru, meaning the enemies of the Southsiders, and that Pac wanted to prove them his loyalty. Like explained earlier, he made songs about MOB, which could not only be an acronym for money over bees, like he himself explained, but also a reference to the gang he supposedly wanted to be a part of. He even tattooed MOB on the back of his right arm, screamed MOB on shows and interviews. So who knows? Maybe he was indeed part of that gang.
You can try to play that gangster shit, but we MOB for motherfucking real. You think you mob, we the motherfucking mob. Now who won? Get your cash on MOB. That's money over just because they breed envy. The niggas don't know they gangbang in LA. They love fighting.
Tupac also had Puffy.
Hey, wrong or right, I'm riding my boy Tupac. I don't give a damn.
Another one. Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
Wrong or right, Pa. I'm with you. I'm with you, twin. Shit. I'm with you. Wrong or right, twin. I'm with you.
And the whole beef with Bad Boy in mind.
You streaming right
thinking
now, bro?
Biggie and Puffy want Death Row chains in their music videos to ridicule and taunt them. Heard the rumors of them putting a $10,000 bounty on those medallions. So he was triggered when he found out that those weren't just silly rumors that somebody made up. They were now fully convinced that there are indeed people out there that are trying to knock out or even kill members of Death Row just to get one of their chains. He thought Puffy is really trying to humiliate him. Pac felt responsible for Trayvon Lane getting knocked out at the Lakewood Mall by Anderson.
Damn.
Thinking Orlando wouldn't have gone for his chain if him and Puffy weren't beefing. He thought his friends wouldn't be in danger and there wouldn't.
Now he knocked your ass out. Now Orlando, I ain't gonna lie. Orlando knocked your ass out of the mall. That don't mean go get Pac in there. That mean you go over there and you supposed to go over there and swing on his head. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you had to wait Pac to swing on him. You know what I'm saying? You gotta call him out for this shit. You know what I'm saying? He knocked you out there for you was scared. This say you was scared, twin. You was scared. That boy beat you. That boy beat you in that damn mall. You had to go get goddamn Tupac in there. There ain't no way in here. You know what I'm saying?
Be a bounty on those chains if Pac never came to Death Row and started dissing them.
I'm almost there.
So he thought it's partly his fault. Puff is doing this because of me. I have to make things right. I'm going to handle it myself. That's what Pac was thinking. For him, it was all part of the rap beef. Part of the war he had declared on the Bad Boy camp. On top of that, he was thrilled, excited, and filled with adrenaline because of the Tyson fight he had just seen.
Everybody that go to jail come out, they got good luck.
That's very addictive.
When niggas come against me, I'ma knock they punks ass out.
If he didn't have anybody to fight, he'll find somebody to fight.
According to Napoleon from the Outlaws, the only person who was able
to... I'm gonna get my people out there, Twitter real quick. Yeah, shout out.
What type niggas a thug like nigga? What type niggas a thug like nigga?
Shout out my second day on Twitter. Shout out to the 35 people that's in here. I appreciate y'all. Y'all ain't gotta be shy now. You don't be shy. We got 35 people on Twitter. I appreciate it. My second day streaming on Twitter. I appreciate y'all. YouTube family, you know how we rock. You know what I'm saying? I just want to do that real quick.
To hold him back during these type of situations where Tupac started fights with everyone, including gang members, was his homie Big Syke, a Crip, who always kept an eye on him. He was the type to de-escalate problems instead of letting it go there. Unlike Suge's homeboys, for example, who had a bad influence on him. Syke was always in...
Everybody, for all my people here right now, y'all think Tupac was a Crip, then turned to a Blood? Or y'all think, he think he was neutral? I think he was neutral. In my opinion, I think he just fought with both sides, to be honest. I don't think he was with nobody. You know what I'm saying? Y'all let me know, y'all think he was Crip, Blood, or neutral. I need to know right now. Well, shit, he got MOB title on. Shit, I don't know. Somebody said earlier in my chat that's LA politics or something. Cause I was like, shit, if Suge know Pyru shit, I think why wouldn't it be MOP? Memo of Pyru? Instead of cause I know it stands for two things with Memo of Blood and money over bitches. Like, I'm confused.
Pac's ear, like back when they approached him at the House of Blues, and Syke prevented the Crips from shooting him. But the two had a falling out in summer '96. And now Tupac didn't have a homie like that to calm him down. All the people around him were troublemakers and out of control. Some say the bloods around Pac and Suge were the reason why Syke and Pac had a falling out.
I believe my heart.
Everyone Pac had around him now was hot-headed just like him. So, without a second thought, at 8:45 p.m., he rushed to the lobby of the hotel where Orlando was standing, leaning against the wall watching people come out the arena. This was near the food court and near a bank of elevators. And again, the reason why Orlando was alone was because their seats were spread out all around the arena. And the Crips Orlando was waiting for it.
I think you young, bro. When you young, like my early 20s and shit, like I was young, about hot-headed, I ain't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? We drinking liquors, you know what I'm saying? We get over girls, nigga won't smoke, you gon', you know what I'm saying, deal with it. So nigga, I don't blame you, was young, bro. So shit.
The entrance had already left the arena and were now waiting for him at the cafe where they were supposed to meet up. Orlando must have forgot, but the people from Death Row were thinking he was looking for them. Pac can be seen on the footage of the MGM security cameras running over to Orlando with the rest of his entourage behind him. The scuffle became enormously significant in light of the events that followed. Tupac, according to the account of the Compton Police Department, looked at Orlando and asked, "You from the South?" Then lunged at Orlando, dropping him with a left-right combo. Then others in Tupac's group joined in. Once they had Orlando on the ground, they started kicking and stomping on him. MGM security video caught the incident on tape. Orlando then suffered a rather severe beatdown, as he was essentially jumped by 5 men. Tupac, who can be seen in the footage right here, throwing the first 2 punches, sending Orlando to the ground. Trayvon Lane, who was closely behind, running at Orlando trying to get a kick in, but losing his balance in the process, and accidentally shoving Tupac away. Them two being right next to each other might be an indicator for Trayvon Lane standing next to Pac when he informed everyone, cause he was the second one who got there. The third guy from Death Row who can be seen on the footage is Suge Knight, falling over the security guard, trying to get up and get a kick in. Then we have Neckbone and Black trying to push Pac and Trayvon away, so that he can get closer to Orlando. He was bigger than the others, so it's only natural to let the big guys finish him off. Just like Suge, he got a few kicks in as well. And the last guy attacking him was Buntry, dressed in white with a black hat, just like Trayvon Lane, but with white pants instead of black. He can be seen kicking Orlando aggressively, probably dealt the most damage to him. Him and Neckbone were strong fighters, some of Suge's toughest homies. That's why instead of relying on a security guard like Frank Alexander,
if I get 10,000, once I hit 10,000 on YouTube, I am gonna dress up like Tupac. I'm gonna shave my dreads off. I already got no ring. I'm gonna shave my dreads out. I'm gonna pop up on y'all with bandana and everything. You know what I'm saying? To celebrate 10K followers. I mean subscribers on YouTube. I know I appreciate every one of y'all. But that's I was gonna keep it a surprise, but once I get there, you know what I'm saying? We gonna be thug life for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have that shiny head. I'm gonna put some baby oil on that motherfucker. Let that motherfucker shine twin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I can't wait till we get there. You know what I'm saying?
Suge brought Buntry with him as a security, even though he wasn't a trained bodyguard, just a Ma Pyru goon. Speaking of Frank Alexander, he can be seen in the back rushing to Pac. He neither punched nor kicked Orlando, actually tried to get Tupac away from the fight by pulling him. And that's the key difference between a trained bodyguard and a guy from the streets. While Tupac's security was trying to de-escalate, Suge's security tried to deal as much damage as possible. Orlando had none of his homies there to help him. Only people helping him were hotel security guards who were trying to break up the tussle, throwing themselves over Orlando to block the kicks and punches in hope that they would stop, which they eventually did. Orlando managed to escape the worst of the beating by covering his face. Suge Knight would later receive a 9-year prison sentence for kicking him, of which he only served 5. According to Buntry's brother Mark James, Orlando yelled, "F you and your money," to Suge right when he got jumped. Bodyguard Frank...
You get 9 years for kicking somebody? Oh yeah, I ain't doing shit in LA. Oh, I ain't going to Las Vegas for it. Yeah, you get 9 years for that. Oh, they don't play out there. Oh, fuck no. Fuck, I know you lying.
Alexander said he tried to break up the fight by shoving Tupac against the wall. Orlando was just standing there, Frank said. According to his side of the story, Orlando was standing near a hotel security guard. So Tupac attacked him in front of the security, knowing that it would immediately get reported to the police and could potentially get him back in jail. Even though Orlando later told the security guards and the police that he doesn't want to press charges. At 8:55 p.m., Tupac and the death row entourage stormed out of the casino before the police could arrive. The most famous rapper in the world is now running through the casino, followed by a large crowd. A lot of people recognized him and decided to follow him through the casino. Pac was pumped up because of the Tyson fight and full of adrenaline, especially after beating up Orlando. Over 100 people were now following him out the casino. They walked out of the MGM Grand and ran into the Outlaws, who actually came back from the luxury hotel after finding out that Pac and Frank had gone to the fight without them. So they rushed back to the MGM, thinking they're going to miss the Tyson fight they had been looking forward to, but they had already missed it as it only lasted a few seconds. Pac, Suge and everyone else were already leaving, and they came face to face with the Outlaws at the entrance of the MGM. Tupac then told them that they had missed the Tyson fight and also the one he just had with Orlando. They then walked back to the luxury hotel and casino, which was the place where Tupac was staying. It's a little more than half a mile away from the MGM. Takes about 11 minutes by foot. Tupac then returned to the suite he shared with his fiancée Keefe Jones, daughter of the music impresario Quincy Jones and sister of QD3, the producer of several tracks on the Don Illuminati album. Keefe was serving as Tupac's concert for the
We don't want to hear about her goddamn man. We heard she was partying with Diddy after Tupac died. They say she was partying with Diddy and everything. We don't want to hear about her ass. You know what I'm saying?
Vegas weekend. And she listened as Tupac bragged about the trashing he had just given Orlando. Some people started a fight with me for nothing. Something's up, you stay here. Keefe, instinctively wary of potential blowback from the beating, agreed to not accompany him, telling him that she
I ain't gonna lie, I wish she would got Jada Pinkins. He should have got damn Jada Pinkins. You know what I'm saying? Jada Pinkins probably put it, you know what I'm saying? Well, she crazy as fuck right now. She wanna be popped bad to hell, her bald head ass. You know what I'm saying? Hello.
Stay at the suite. According to her, he was upset that the Outlaws missed the fight. He also took his time to change his clothes. Had decided to go casual, picking out a dark green Nike tank top, baggy blue jeans, and of course a gold death row necklace. Conspicuously absent in Tupac's attire was the bulletproof vest he wore as protection against the many enemies he had accumulated on his rise to the top. Back when they were packing for the trip, he told her that he didn't need it. Some say it was Suge Knight who convinced him to not bring a bulletproof vest, but Pac himself didn't want to wear it. After all, Vegas was hot and dry. The flak jacket would be uncomfortable and noticeably bulky. Pac believed Vegas was far removed from gang violence, and the last thing he wanted was to create the impression that he had something to fear. Even his bodyguard Frank Alexander said that he had trouble getting Tupac to wear his vest, and that he wouldn't wear it very often. According to Frank, he only wore his vest in 1 out of 10 cases. Leaving Keefe to make her own plans for the evening, Tupac descended to the luxurious sweeping driveway, where the evening's convoy had already arrived. His entourage was a standard assortment of flags, flunkies and hanger-ons, as well as a hefty security presence, including Tupac's bodyguard for the event, Frank Alexander.
Who the fuck was secretly recording that shit? I got a question. Who was recording this shit? Paparazzi? Who the fuck was recording that shit? A FBI agent or something?
One-time bodybuilder and former reserve deputy for the Orange Country Sheriff's Department. Frank Alexander had his hand on the back door of the BMW and was ready to get in. But Tupac stopped him and told him to drive Keefe's Lexus together with the Outlaws. He gave him the keys when they were at the valet of the luxury hotel, and told him that the Outlaws will be drinking and partying at the club, and that he will be their designated driver afterwards. Pac wanted them to have a good time after they missed the fight, but some people suggest that it was Suge's idea to get him out of that vehicle. so that he can talk to Pac in private. Inside the Lexus, Gaddafi sat in the front seat, Idi Amin directly behind him, and behind the driver's seat was Castro. The rest of the security were mob Peru members and not trained bodyguards. Since they were in Las Vegas, they legally couldn't carry guns. But guns were brought along anyways, with the only exception being bodyguard Frank Alexander, who forgot to bring his weapon, which was still in his car parked on the opposite side of the building. He wasn't allowed to carry it with him while he was at the MGM Grand. So hours earlier he was told by Reggie Wright to just leave it in the car. And now they were in a hurry, so they had no time to get it. He didn't want to lose his job after him and Michael Moore argued with Reggie Wright Jr. about bringing their guns. This was the first time Reggie had told him to guard Tupac unarmed, so that's why his weapons stayed in his car the whole day, on the other side of the valet, and Frank couldn't get it. And the whole time Frank was feeling uncomfortable and overwhelmed by responsibilities. Things would have been different if Frank was in the BMW with a gun. He had a bad feeling about it. The half a dozen vehicles with Suge and Tupac in the lead in a brand new black 1996 BMW 750 IL sedan made their way over to the prestigious Paradise Valley Township on the city's outskirts where Suge had a mansion. They were in party mood as the caravan of luxury cars, a Lexus, a BMW wagon, a Mazda Miata, a Toyota Supra, and a Mercedes-Benz carrying friends and security followed closely behind. Pac and Suge disappeared into the mansion while the others waited outside. Suge wanted to change clothes for the evening, and they had a little conversation in private. Back at the MGM Grand, Keefe D and Von Zip were still sitting at the cafe and waiting for Orlando to arrive. They had been waiting for over 20 minutes and he hadn't showed up yet, even though that was the plan. Then some 118 East Coast Crips came and told them that some people from Death Row jumped on Orlando near the casino. Keefe D asked, "Who?" And he responded, "Them Death Row guys." Keefe D didn't believe it at first, but then they rushed out of the cafe and went to find Orlando, who was still at the lobby talking to the MGM security and the police. At that time, Orlando's identity wasn't established. He didn't tell them his name. The cops offered to take the unnamed victim to the MGM Grand's basement security office to fill out a police incident report and sign a complaint. But Orlando said no. He told them that he was okay and that he didn't want to press charges. The officers let him go without even asking for his name or writing down what happened. Von Zip sent one of his people from New York to go get him out of there and to bring him to the lobby bar where Keefe D, Von Zip, DeAndre Smith, Terrence Brown, and a bunch of other Crips were waiting. They all sat in the corner of that bar. When his nephew arrived, Keefe D asked him if he's alright, to which he responded, "My shoulder's kinda effed up." They had kicked his shoulder during that fight. Keefe D was even angrier than Orlando. He was then told that the same guy from the Lakewood Mall incident, where Orlando got into a fight, had jumped him in retaliation with 4 other people. Orlando said, "Them Death Row guys rushed me. One of them guys from the Lakewood Mall was running with that boy that started that ish," referring to Trayvon Lane and Tupac. So according to Orlando, the two were running towards him together, which again can be seen as indication for Trayvon Lane not speaking with Suge and his homies in private, and Tupac coincidentally overhearing them like Trayvon claims, but him informing them standing right next to Pac, meaning him whispering in Tupac's ear and informing him about Orlando could have been indeed the case, or at least he said it right next to him, so that they were able to rush Orlando together, cause Trayvon Lane is trying to shift the blame away from himself, saying that he wasn't even speaking in front of Tupac. A witness heard Orlando say, "F that ish. What Tupac think this is? We gangbang out here." According to Keefe D, both him and Orlando were huge fans of Tupac back then. The Crip, Corey Edwards aka C-Ray, was at the bar with 2 of his friends. According to him, he wasn't there with the Southsiders. One of them recognized him and came over to him. Told him that Orlando got jumped. "Hey man, they just jumped on nephew over there." C-Ray had just bought some drinks, turned around and saw Orlando stand up by the pole. According to him, he didn't appear to be injured. C-Ray went over there and talked to him. "Dog, what's up? You alright?" To which Orlando responded, "Yeah, I'm good." C-Ray then asked what happened. "Them death row guys tried to jump on me." "Man, I want a fair one." Meaning a fair one-on-one fist fight between him and...
If y'all got Twitter, I'm on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? A1 Jordan _ Pluto now. I'm on the Freaky app.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah.
Well, they do something strange for a little bit of change over that motherfucker. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
Pac. "They jumped on me. Now I want a fair fight." C-Ray then said, "Man, look, we can catch up with all this when we get back to Compton, you know?" To which Orlando responded, "Dog, if it was you, you wouldn't want to wait till we get home." To which C-Ray agreed and said, "You're right." They felt like they couldn't let no quote-unquote record company studio gangsters do them like that. They got that term from Eazy-E, who called everybody from Death Row studio gangsters, and the Compton Crips ran with it.
Death Row is looked upon as the studio
Yeah, a lot of people don't stream on that shit, bro. I'm streaming on that motherfucker. I ain't seen it.
Have they lost their effing rapping A-minds? Keefe D said. Puffy had already talked to me about helping him out with the problem he was having with them people. That was a double whammy. Then you add on top of that the fact that we helped Suge with the money to get his record business going. And the man gonna bite the hands that fed him? Add insult to injury cause Suge still hasn't paid Pat Johnson his money back. Got too big for his britches and stopped taking Pat Johnson's calls. Strike 3, homie. You're out. They were both major players in the same game, and according to Keefe D, they both had the same boss, Pat Johnson. So he was caught by surprise when he found out about it. Keefe D felt like if Suge and the Paru had beef with them, Suge should have said something the last time they met, which was at the House of Blues. But instead, him and his people quote-unquote committed the ultimate disrespect by kicking and beating down his nephew Orlando in a video that can be seen all around the world. They were now thinking of a way to get back at them. Felt like they had to do something about it. Orlando wanted to retaliate to save his reputation on the streets. "This is your perfect opportunity, baby," Von Zip said to Keefe D, referring to the offer that Puffy had made him. Von Zip and a few East Coast Crips asked if they need help, and if they shall come with them. He said, "We got artillery out here." "Nah, we good. We'll handle it, but good looking out." He appreciated his offer, but this was a matter they had to handle themselves. Keefe D had people in Vegas who were selling cocaine. They informed him about Tupac's plans that day. "Man, we know where them guys will be. They're gonna be at the 662 Club. They've been advertising this all week. Them people been on the radio out here for weeks, talking about a Death Row after-fight party at the Club 662. That guy Pac's supposed to be there too." "Aight, homies," Keefe D commanded. "That's where we're going then. Club 662. According to Keefe D, the conversation about the $1 million bounty was just a business opportunity that was offered to him. He was still on the fence on whether he should do it or not, cause Keefe D was already making a lot of money from drug sales. He didn't need to go after his childhood friends. But after they had jumped on his nephew, it became ominously personal. Keefe D and the Southsiders left the MGM Grand and were now waiting for the valet to bring out their cars. Von Zip's Benz had arrived first, as he had left the building while the Southsiders were still formulating a strategy. He then called Keefe D over to his Benz. As he walked up to the driver's side window, he noticed the rapper Foxy Brown in the car with Zip, who then instructed her to step out the car so that Keefe D can jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment that he opened up. He reached in and pulled out a black 40 Glock. Zip turned to Keefe D and said, "It's time to get the money," alluding to the conversation with Puffy about the $1 million bounty. Killing two birds with one stone, taking out Suge and Pac so that Orlando can get his revenge, and in the process collecting Puffy's $1 million bounty. Puffy had previously asked Von Zip if Keefe D and the Southsiders were reliable, and if they would accept the offer to get the job done. Without Zip, he would have never made that kind of offer. He was the middleman between the two, and made everything possible. That's why Zip wanted a share of the money too. And now he's handing Keefe D the 17-shot pistol, which Keefe promptly put down the back waist of his pants. It's the perfect timing, Zip said. Keefe then hopped out the car while holding the door open for Foxy Brown to get back in, closed the door for
him. At this point, we gonna cancel Foxy Brown. You know what I'm saying? Foxy Brown, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never listened to your music anyway, but you was in the car with Zip? Yeah. We need, Arnold, we need to bring Foxy Brown, because she probably knows some shit. We need to bring her for questioning. You know what I'm saying? Because Keefe D is locked up right now. We can bring Foxy Brown. She was there at that damn time. You know what I'm saying? Bring Foxy Brown in the courtroom August 10th. You know what I'm saying? Testify. Diddy put a hit out. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and wrap this little case up. You know what I'm saying? It's been going on 30 years. We can go ahead and wrap this up. So everybody, I'll be satisfied. All my pop fans, we be satisfied. You know what I'm saying? Justice will be served. I'm gonna start a movement. Justice for Tupac. You know what I'm saying?
And Zip pulled off right when the
Oh, she ain't fine. She fine. I know you fucking lying, twin. Hold on, twin. We gonna go back to her head. I know you fucking lying. Really? Look, first of all, it's the armpits for me. It's the damn armpit for me. Girl, you need to fold your arm real quick. Cause look, that shit stick out, twin. You know what I'm saying? That shit darker than her skin. What we got going on? But you here tripping. Hell nah, twin. She like, why you don't like me? Shit, I seen your armpits. I don't like this shit. You know what I'm saying? I know you fucking lying.
Wendell Prince and BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit, who was actually cool with Puffy and always around him, but he got into a shootout 7 years later with Anthony Wolf Jones, the guy who allegedly killed the Paru Big Jake. Wolf ended up losing his life during the shootout with the BMF guys. Keefe D never spoke on the passengers of the third car, only said that the vehicles had between 3 to 4 passengers.
We got Cadillac one, we got, the written suspects. We got Big Meech. Hold on, Big Meech had something to do with it? Hold on now, Big Meech, you gotta come in for questioning now. That should say Big Meech. Hold on now. Oh yeah, we gotta follow the fuck out.
Just each, which is kinda weird because the van, as described by Keefe D, had 6 passengers, 2 of which he didn't mention in most of his accounts, namely Wendell Prince and his brother Kevin Davis. It's possible that the 2 were in car number 3, and that Keefe D lied about them being in the van to hide the identity of the remaining passengers in that vehicle, which would make the statement of coming with 3 vehicles, which had 3 to 4 passengers each, more accurate, cause the van with the 6 passengers was only mentioned in the interview with Officer Greg Kading, in which he said that there were only 2 vehicles, the white Cadillac and the van.
I didn't see any white Cadillac, and nor do I know who was in the car with him. It was 2 or 3 different cars, so you know what I mean? I don't know who.
What the fuck? Twin, I ain't gonna lie. It's time to let this shit go, twin. You know what I'm saying?
Who all roll with who?
It's time to let this shit go, twin.
C. Ray said that there were 2 to 3 cars.
Hey, what documentary is that? What documentary is that? Y'all, if y'all know that documentary, y'all seen it before, let me know so I can, I'm gonna do that shit for Twitch. Like I told y'all on my Twitch channel, I'm gonna start watching the ones with the music and shit. Like NWA and shit like that for y'all. Make sure y'all like, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I will be keeping y'all posted. Keeping y'all posted when I do my Tupac and All Eyes on Me later on today. And then 11 p.m. tonight, Sunday, Easter night, I will be doing DMX and Big Pun. So I'm doing 2 streams in one. I hope to see y'all in the stream.
And in every other version of the story Keefe D told, there was always a mention of 3 vehicles. Maybe they counted Von Zip's Mercedes-Benz as the 3rd vehicle, or are trying to keep the identity of the passengers in the third vehicle a secret. Cause it's kinda odd that both of them are unsure and made conflicting statements about the amount of cars they had that night. Anyway, Keefe D and his people left immediately from the MGM parking lot and headed directly to the 662 Club. Orlando was wearing a white jersey with the Dolphins logo and the number 13 both on the chest and the shoulders. Keefe D was dressed in his Ray Luca Crime Story suit. He made some conflicting statements about their objectives that night. In most of the interviews he said that the goal was to kill them. But in the most recent account he said that he wanted to confront them. Talk to them. Hey man, why the F y'all jump on my nephew? He only wanted Orlando and Pac to have a fair one-on-one, thinking Orlando would easily beat him in a fight, as he was around 6'1" and well known in the hood for knocking people out.
Who we going with? Who we going with? One-on-one fight, Orlando. I'm about to say Orlando Brown, but Orlando versus Tupac. Who one-on-one? Who you think win? One-on-one, yeah. One-on-one of y'all. See, Orlando, whatever your name is, Orlando Brown, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Tupac already knocked their ass out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going with my boy Pop. You know what I'm saying? He already hit you with a haymaker. You know what I'm saying? You went straight to the floor. You know what I'm saying? Who y'all going with? Hey, no, what he say about 6'1"? Shit, height don't matter, bro. I mean, height don't matter. I fucked up. Never mind. Fuck it.
So the most recent version of his story is they only wanted a fair fight. But I personally believe that Keefe D made that part up. For Orlando, it didn't matter who Tupac was. He wouldn't have cared if he was the president. Even though later in an interview, he revealed that he was a fan of him. Orlando just wanted to catch him slipping and show everybody.
She throwing the middle finger? That baby throwing the middle finger? I know you lying. Maybe I'm tripping.
That you can't just jump him, humiliate him and get away with it. Cause Orlando was a cold-blooded killer. Gangbanging was all he did. And now it seemed like somebody from the opposite side, from a rival gang, tried to test him and more or less declare war on them. Cause he knew that the people who jumped him were Ma Piru members. Plus Tupac asking, "You from the South?" right before throwing the first punch was another reason for him to assume that the rival gang was trying to test him and show that they don't respect him, his reputation and the Southside Crips in general. So it was provocation on numerous levels. To somebody who's been doing nothing else his whole life but gangbanging. Somebody who had a reputation on the streets that he had to protect. He felt like he had to prove everybody that him and his gang aren't to mess with. I mean, that's the case with gang members in general. And if somebody tries to mess with you, especially when it's a rival gang, then there's always going to be payback. People who live that type of lifestyle feel like they have to do it to stay respected and to more or less scare away the wolves, to not become an easy target or somebody who drags down the reputation of his gang. Especially when people like Tupac, that don't really have that type of reputation in the streets, try to test and humiliate them. Southside Crips didn't even respect Tupac like that. People to this day, especially Crips, deny that Tupac was a gangster. So for Orlando, it wasn't really a good look. People from the hood would have stepped to him and questioned his credibility.
I ain't gonna lie, BZ. You sound like a hater right now. You know what I'm saying? Sound like a hater now, that boy. My pot got no hand now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So y'all think he would beat up Tupac? One-on-one fight. Yeah, fat. I don't know, but I would love to see them fight one-on-one though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Fight. Well, what name? Stretch. Damn, Stretch from Goody Mob. He said too. Him Tupac we squabble. He said Tupac got them hand now. You know what I'm saying?
If he didn't retaliate and just kept it moving, they wouldn't want a guy like that to represent their hood and their gang. You don't let your enemy do that to you. You have to get your get back and your retaliation. That's what they got taught growing up, and that's the life they lived. It took some time for the Southsiders to get to the club because of the traffic congestion. They pulled into the back parking lot of the 662 Club, where the talent and VIP entered. That's Keefe D's side of the story. But according to Mob James, the parking lot of the 662 Club was filled with Bloods. He said they couldn't have parked there. He saw the white Cadillac parked in the parking lot of the building right next to the club.
Y'all, we about to fall the fuck. I know y'all got me fucked up in these bitches. Me fucked up in them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha, bitch.
Y'all ain't gonna do my Tupac live. Tupac ain't got no hand now. You know what I'm saying? We gonna fall the fuck out. I don't know true or not. I heard Michael Jackson and Tupac fought as well. I heard it too. Now Tupac, you get beat up by Michael Jackson. Now come on now. That shit have been crazy. I don't even know Michael. You trying to throw a punt? What? Come on. Come on. Hey. Hey. Ooh. You say, hey, don't get on like that. You trying to do me. You say I ain't getting no positive.
And he claims that there weren't any other vehicles aside from the Cadillac. Keefe D, however, said that the Southsiders had 2 more cars. He himself was in the van, and Orlando was in the Cadillac. Said he saw a long line of excited and drunk people waiting to enter the club. So Mob James says they were all the way in the back, while Keefe D says they were near the club, waiting for Tupac to arrive. In case Keefe D's quote-unquote diplomatic approach to resolve the issue didn't work, they had 3 vehicles with Crips ready to shoot. Keefe D said the people in those cars were all young stone-cold killers, who all had been shot at least once. With solemn faces, they waited in complete silence for more than an hour.
That shit funny.
Inside the vehicles, nobody took a drink. There was no weed, no music, not a peep. They were, quote-unquote, as grave as a heart attack. The only thing audible was people breathing and tense, throbbing heartbeats. There was no need for words. They all understood why they were there. Back at the mansion, Suge spoke with Pac about the person he had just beaten up. Told him that they might be out for revenge, and that he made himself a target, even though he's not part of the ongoing beef between the Southsiders and the Paru. Suge told him that there were 2 guns in the stash box of the BMW, in case that they need them. Again, the security guards were told by Suge to not carry guns. Frank Alexander and the other bodyguard called Michael Moore had a problem with that, but weren't allowed to speak up. Reggie Wright told them to just do what they're told. Michael Moore wanted to stay with Pac, but was forced to wait at the 662 Club. Frank Alexander had no idea that everybody brought their guns. He didn't know that there were guns in the BMW. It's possible that they didn't trust Frank, and feared that he would
Michael Jackson had hands. I thought Michael Jackson ain't never get in a fight in his day in his life. He probably do, because his daddy used to whoop the hell out of him. He probably can fight. He had to dye them damn belts and shit. I don't know. Y'all think Michael Jackson got hands? You tearing Tito ass up. Come on, Tito. I'm through.
brought the guns to the police. That's why they decided to put him in a car that had no guns inside. They spent around 30 minutes at Suge's mansion. In front of the gates were around 20 cars waiting, but only the 6 cars of the death row entourage drove inside. The remaining ones were associates and hanger-ons. After Suge got dressed, him and Pac came out the mansion and everyone got back in their cars to drive to the 662 Club. Tupac, Suge and the rest of the death row entourage headed out again at around 10 PM, heading for the 662 Club, which was located about 10 blocks east of the Las Vegas Strip at 1700 East Flamingo Road. Everybody knew that they were heading there. There were flyers and announcements on the radio. Mob James saw the white Cadillac and told his homies that the Southsiders had arrived. He called his little brother Buntry, who at this point in time was in the black Toyota Supra on the way to the 662 Club, just 2 cars behind Tupac and Suge. They got informed that Keefe D and the Southsiders were there. The Mob Pyru members at the club pulled out their guns and waited for them to make a move. But according to...
Hey, shout out Tory Lane's new album, Slutty Bass, bro. That shit hard, bro. You need that shit to go number one. That nigga brought the 80s back, bro. I fuck with Tory Lane, too. He one of my another top artists, too, bro. That nigga brought the 80s back, bro. I'm fucking with this shit. I been listening to this shit all day, too. Shout out Tory Lane for Slutty Bass. Y'all make sure y'all go check that out.
To Mob James, they drove off after just 5 minutes, because Pac and Suge didn't show up. Keefe D, on the other hand, said that they waited for more than an hour and a half, which for them felt more like 4 hours. Keefe D was just tired of waiting, so he decided to leave, called his homies on their phones and said, "They're taking too damn long. Let's get effed up. Let's go get high. Move out." One by one, the drivers started their engines and slowly crept out of the parking lot. Keefe D said Suge was lucky that they never showed up, because it, quote-unquote, would have been like Al Capone's Valentine's Day massacre, which is kinda contradictory to his most recent account, because he tried to make us believe that they were only there to talk to them, and to arrange a fair fight between Orlando and Tupac. I think he just had regrets and told us what he wished went down that night. Cause it doesn't even make sense for them to just settle it with one simple fight. Beating up Tupac after getting jumped by 5 people wouldn't make anybody happy and wouldn't solve anything. What are the other 4 that beat him up?
Free Tor, Free Lanes, boy cold. Yeah, he cold as fuck, bro. Ever since they loaned their prom, you know what I'm saying? I've been rocking with it, boy. They loaned their prom. Y'all don't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? They sit, you know what I'm saying, old school shit. I was like, damn, that boy goddamn cold, boy. I've been waiting on this damn shit to drop. Yeah, that boy cold, bro. I been jamming that shit all damn day, bro. I ain't gonna lie. There ain't no skips on that song on the album either, bro. We need some more music like that, bro. I will be doing a future stream of Megan Thee Stallion versus Tory Lanez. Did she lie on Tory Lanez? I will be doing that too soon.
Up supposed to do there? Just stand there and watch? And afterwards everything is cool? Doesn't make much sense to me. Keefe D just tries to look more humane and make it seem like he had no other choice, that he tried to solve it diplomatically, which he didn't. That was never his goal, no matter what he says. They had no remorse and didn't care about anyone's life. They were actually partying after that shooting as if nothing happened. That's what the plan for that whole weekend was. Keefe D didn't want Suge and Pac to ruin their plans by making them spend the whole night waiting in the car. They had been looking forward to the fight and the parties at the hotel. Waiting so long was stopping them from doing what they had gone to Vegas to do in the first place. Have a good time. Their next destination was the Carriage House, a Las Vegas hotel where they had rented a few rooms as a kickback spot. On their way to the hotel, they stopped by the liquor barn to buy some bottles of Dom Perignon Rosé, and Cristal. As they were loading up to leave the liquor barn, Keefe D took advantage of the chance to get away from the people he was sitting with in the van. He thought that they were cowards and was put off by them crying and nagging on their way to the liquor barn. He began to lose his nerve. They were worried that Suge would, quote-unquote, get some of his police hitmen to come back and try to kill them if the Crips went after them. The police do hits for that guy, one of them said. The whole time Keefe D was thinking, y'all shouldn't have jumped your punk ass in here if you're scared. Y'all know what we came here to do. Keefe D once again confirming that their intention was to kill them the moment they stepped out of the MGM. Instead of getting back into the van, Keefe D jumped in the front passenger seat of the Cadillac, which was driven by Terrence Brown. Behind the driver in the rear passenger seat, we had DeAndre Smith.
Who y'all think the shooter is, damn? Oh. Is it Lando or is Dre? Who was the shooter?
And Orlando Anderson was right next to him, sitting right behind his uncle. After the pit stop at the liquor barn, they continued towards the Carriage House. As they were driving, the 2 vehicles that were with them got caught at a traffic light, but the Cadillac kept rolling. It took Suge and the death row entourage the better part of an hour to reach the south end of the strip through bumper-to-bumper traffic and the fast-gathering crowd along the sidewalks, clamoring for pictures and autographs. At approximately 10:55 p.m., when the BMW stopped at a red light, Tupac rolled down the passenger side window to allow a man named Leonard Jefferson to take a picture. The two had a brief conversation. "Yo, what's up, Pac?" Tupac looked at him for a few seconds, then recognized him and said, "Yeah, what's up, man?" They had seen each other before, and Pac remembered him. Leonard asked him where they were heading, and Pac said they were going to the 662 Club, invited him to come over. Leonard said, "Alright, cool. Hey, let me grab a picture at a red light." His camera was in the center console, so he just grabbed it and snapped the picture, which is actually the last photo of Tupac ever taken. One of the most iconic pictures in hip-hop history.
Yeah, he looked worried like a motherfucker.
With Suge Knight focused on the road, and Tupac looking slightly nervous and worried. Right after taking the pic, the light changed green and they pulled off. Just after 11 PM, Suge was halted on Las Vegas Boulevard, pulled over by a LVMPD officer on a bicycle. The brand new car displayed no temporary plates. The cop also informed him that the volume on the stereo was too loud. Suge and Pac had turned up the volume so loud that everyone on the streets could hear it. The plates were found in the trunk of the car. After a brief conversation with the officer, Suge was let go without being ticketed. During that moment, some girls who were in Vegas for the weekend recognized Suge standing in front of the car. They decided to join the caravan. Pac was all hyped up and full of energy, yelling, "Come on, come go with me, come with us." Told the girls to follow them to the 662 Club.
Can we find the girl?
So they drove off, and the girls were right behind them,
We need to find
accidentally
the girls,
cutting off the security. The caravan continued down Las Vegas Boulevard until they reached Flamingo, where they turned towards the club, which was about 2.5 miles away on the same road. Both Suge's BMW and Keefe D's Cadillac were now on the East Flamingo Road driving in opposite directions. Keefe D driving west, ready to turn left, and Suge driving east towards the 662 Club, both on the same road. Keefe D was sitting at the light, just about to turn left onto Las Vegas Boulevard, where the Death Row entourage came from. He was talking to Zip and a guy named Lil Daddy on the phone, explaining him that he couldn't find Pac and Suge, telling him that they're now on the way back to the hotel. It was at that moment when they saw Tupac on the other side of the road, standing in the sunroof of the BMW, talking to the girls behind him, who were all screaming Tupac's name. According to Keefe D, the Death Row caravan just came around the corner, meaning they turned off Las Vegas Boulevard onto Flamingo, right in front of them. The Cadillac was now close to the BMW, but on the other side of the road. Keefe D said if Pac hadn't been out the window, they would have never seen him. For him, it looked like he was at a parade, with half his body out the window, arms in the air, waving at fans and dancing. People on the streets were screaming, "Tupac, Tupac, we love you." Everybody in the Cadillac turned their heads and saw the entire caravan. Keefe D then yelled, "There, the mother effers go right there! Bust to you, bust to you!" Terrence Brown then did a U-turn to get on the other side of the road, to drive in the same direction as Suge and the Death Row entourage, meaning back to the 662 Club. The Crips were in 3 cars, but due to the other 2 missing the light and the Cadillac doing a U-turn out of nowhere, they got separated. The 2 cars continued driving to the Carriage Hotel. Keefe D was still on the phone with Zip and Lil Daddy and allegedly told them, "Yo, we'll see y'all back at the hotel. I'ma go talk to these people." As they reached the intersection of East Flamingo Road and Koval Lane, the girls in the Chrysler Sebring decide to get out of the caravan to go to the club ahead of them by switching.
Where is the girls at? You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't got ear, but y'all couldn't find the girls. We need the girls. We need them to do an interview, something. Pinpoint the shooters. They were there the whole time.
Lanes. It's a 6-lane road. 2 lanes that turn left, 3 lanes that go straight ahead, and 1 lane that turns right. According to Keefe D, there were around 15 to 17 cars that waited for the lights to turn green. Suge's BMW and most of the cars of the Death Row caravan were on the 4th lane, which is the one in the middle of the 3 lanes that go straight ahead. They were surrounded by 3 vehicles of the Death Row entourage. Trayvon's Mercedes-Benz was in front of Suge's BMW. He was in it with Kevin Woods, aka K-Dub, one of the two people who were present at the Lakewood Mall with Trayvon Lane when they fought Orlando Anderson and the Southsiders. K-Dub was driving and Trey was in the passenger seat. There were guns in that vehicle. Suge felt safe having shooters around him. Buntry and Neckbone's black Toyota Supra was on the left, meaning on the third lane. And Frank Alexander's Lexus was directly behind Suge. The rest of the Death Row entourage was on the fourth lane. The two ladies had switched to the fifth lane, meaning the one on the right of the BMW, to get out of the caravan. The lane was free and also going straight ahead, in the direction of the 662 Club. The two ladies used this opportunity to
Why nobody went on the right side? Everybody went on the left side.
leave Suge's BMW behind them. As soon as the girls went past them, a white late model Cadillac eased up on the right side of Tupac's BMW.
Damn.
It had slowly rolled past the long line of luxury cars. They were looking into each one until they pulled up to the front vehicle and found who they were seeking. Frank Alexander and the outlaws noticed how it was relatively close to the BMW. Like two rams locking horns, Suge and Keefe D looked each other dead in the eye. According to Keefe D, Suge had a terrified expression on his face. No words were exchanged. The time for talking had passed. Tupac supposedly made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police commands, "Keep your hands where I can see them." Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. And at 11:15 p.m., 13 shots were fired at the BMW. 3 bullets into the rear and 5 bullets into the front door. 4 bullets into the front passenger window, and 1 bullet into the windshield. The first to get hit, according to Keefe D, was Suge, who was grazed by a bullet on the right side of his back head. Suge bellowed after being clipped in the head and neck with shrapnel and glass fragments. He then ducked and Keefe D thought that he was dead. Pac, on the other hand, wasn't ducking.
Hurt my little heart right there, just looking at this shit.
Keefe D even joked about it and said Pac was trying to breakdance in the car.
You know, Keefe D, that's why your ass about to get light, bitch. I hope they give you the whole goddamn thing. Put the needle in them. You know what I'm saying? Just a little 1 too fast. You know what I'm saying?
Also added that him and Terrence Brown were ducking, thinking Pac would shoot back. K-Dub, who was sitting in front of Suge's BMW, looked through the rearview mirror and saw Tupac trying to jump in the back seat while they were getting shot at. He also saw Suge bleeding from the head.
Pac stood up to try to get in the back seat to get out the way of the shots. That's how he got shot in his hip, which hit one of the bones, the doctor said, and traveled to his lung. When he stood up, I grabbed him and said, "Get down," and covered him. When I pulled him down, that's when I got shot in my head. I got shot in the head, got grazed some other places. But I still got the bullet in my head. It's still there. I got a deep slash with a bullet grazed the back of my neck, which if it had went another inch, it'd hit my spine and paralyzed me. I'd have gave my life for him.
Y'all said, you a damn lie. Stop lying. I know you. Stop lying.
Stop the cap.
Oh, you lying like here. Damn, he made me forget what I said. He just lied that damn quick. Fucked up my damn brain cells. What I about to say? Do y'all think they were aiming for Tupac only? I think they were aiming for Tupac only, bro. Cause Hip Hop Universe said they put the hit out for both of them, but they shot up Pac. They didn't even shoot. I think one of the bullets probably bounced off and hit got them Suge in the head. Said nobody of his crew went after him. To my Keefe D now. Oh, they had shit when Pac died. They had a goddamn. I think they had like a gang war in LA.
Question.
Motherfuckers dying up there.
Directly in the withering line of fire, Tupac desperately tried to scramble out of the way, in hope that he can jump in the back seat. But he didn't manage to do so. He exposed his torso and was immediately struck in the chest, as well as his right hip, arm and hand. 4 hits at close range, all in quick succession. "Get down," Suge yelled. Some people accused Suge of using Tupac as a shield, but Keefe D denied it.
I mean, you can go watch that shit yourself, bro. This is the reason why Tupac got killed hip hop universe, bro. I'm gonna keep stopping, bro.
Officer Chris Carroll, who was there that night, said that it's very unlikely for Tupac to have tried to jump in the back seat, as he had no bullet wounds on his back. All the wounds he received were on the right side of his body. One of the bullets went into Tupac's right lung. They had guns in the stash box inside the car, and some sources suggest that Tupac didn't actually try to jump in the back seat, but tried to turn to get one of the guns that were hidden in the car, which would confirm Keefe D's statements about Tupac pulling out a gun. But he could also have tried to make it look like self-defense. The guns were still in the stash box when the cops searched it. They didn't know how to open it without damaging the car, so they never found them. According to Keefe D, they shot in self-defense, thinking that Pac would shoot back at them. In a more recent account, he said that Tupac actually shot back. So we once again have conflicting statements and don't know what to believe. Keefe D himself changed the story numerous times over the years. The part about self-defense was added recently. Frank Alexander and the Outlaws said that the shooting happened immediately after the cars were next to each other.
See, they gotta be Big Boy. They gotta be Dre as who did this shit.
And if you look at the bullet holes on the BMW, you can see that the first 3 holes can be found in the rear door. Why would you shoot bullets into the rear door if the vehicles stand right next to each other, and if you're trying to shoot Tupac after seeing that he quote-unquote reached for a gun, and if you had enough time to do a stare down? Just from the bullet holes alone, you can tell that the Cadillac...
Yeah, they shot it straight. They were going for Pop. They ain't shoot that Suge. I think Suge got grade for one of them damn bullets. Ain't no bullets up here or nothing.
Was moving the second they started shooting. And from the looks of it, the shooter fired the first bullets too early, before he could get a clear view of the passengers of the BMW. The guy in the back window started firing when he was behind Tupac, and stopped after he was in front of him, when Pac was out of sight. The last bullet that hit the BMW went through the right side of the front shield window. So by that time the trunk of the Cadillac had to have been near the front door of the BMW. In order for that to be possible, the Sebring of the ladies in front of the Cadillac would have had to drive off first. The women in the car said they drove off shortly after hearing the shots, and the Cadillac almost crashed them while turning right and trying to overtake the Sebring. So all evidence points to them shooting on sight, without the Cadillac holding next to it to have a stare down or an analysis of Tupac's movements. The Cadillac had to drive very slowly, so that the shooter could fire 9.
They couldn't even got them ride off. They could, bro. Like, damn, they had a car in front of them. You know what I'm saying? Car on the left side. God damn. They could box the fuck in.
Bullets into the front door and window.
As it got closer to the BMW, the arm came out and the gun just started firing.
The shots came either from the front or the back window on the left side of the Cadillac. In the interviews with the detectives, all 3 witnesses, namely Frank Alexander, Yaki Gaddafi and Idi Amin, have said that the shots came from the front window. But months later, they all said that the shots came from the back. So they have all changed their stories over time. During the witness interviews hours after the shooting, all witnesses were convinced that even though the shots came from the front window, that the shooter wasn't actually the driver, but the person sitting behind him. Meaning a guy that's sitting exactly where DeAndre Smith was sitting. Which is weird because the first 3 bullets went through the back window of the BMW. So how in the world were Keefe D and Suge Knight able to make eye contact before the shooting? Assuming that the cars were standing parallel to each other like Keefe D claims. Only way for that to be possible would be the shooter firing the first 3 bullets from the back window and then using the front window after realizing that he missed the target. But that way the bullets would be flying diagonally, but Tupac's bullet wounds can be found on his side. And the bullets went straight through him as if the arm of the shooter was in line with Tupac. All the bullets went in horizontally. while Tupac was facing the front shield window. Only way for him to shoot that many bullets vertically without a single bullet going diagonally would be for the shooter to use the back window without moving around, while holding his arm straight. Years later, you didn't hear a single account where the shots came from the driver's window. Keefe D himself said that the shots came from the back window without being 100% sure who pulled the trigger. He just said it came from one of the rear passengers. He did later say that it was Orlando, but he didn't see him shoot. He just said when he tried to give DeAndre Smith the gun, he got cold feet and panicked, saying, "No, no, 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 no," while pushing the gun away from him. And Orlando was supposedly so enraged and full of adrenaline that he grabbed the gun without hesitation. Orlando's ego and
all the trolls, I know it late at night, all the trolls won't come here. I'm a troll, I'm the biggest troll.
pride got the best.
Obviously, y'all motherfucking care. Y'all coming in here just typing in, who cares? You must care because you typed on a stream that's about Tupac. So you ask that you care though. You know what I'm saying?
Best of him. Keefe D wants us to believe that Orlando Anderson leaned over a 350-pound heavy DeAndre Smith and opened fire with a semi-automatic handgun while getting a clear view of his targets and getting clear shots as if there's no obstacle in the way, spraying the right side of the BMW, riddling the door and shattering the heavily tinted windows. Every time Keefe D was asked if DeAndre was the shooter, he didn't want to answer. In some of his accounts, he even said that he only threw the gun into the back seat without handing it over to anyone, meaning the whole part of DeAndre getting cold feet might have never happened. In another interview, he denied that DeAndre was scared. Keefe D could have also just made up that part about DeAndre getting cold feet to make it look like Orlando got his revenge in the end. Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal also said that Keefe D wouldn't have allowed anyone in his car who's scared and doesn't want to be a part of the whole operation, because it's usually those type of people who fold under pressure and end up getting the whole team locked up. A guy who didn't really want to be involved. That's why he left the van, to only be around people who are actually willing to do what they came for. Why would you have him as a witness sitting in your car doing nothing? According to Compton police, both Orlando and DeAndre Smith had shot and killed people before the Vegas shooting, so they weren't the type to get cold feet like Keefe D claims. They were totally used to it. The two actually had quite a bit of history together, and killed people for each other, to help each other out. It makes sense that they both were in charge of shooting, not just Orlando, cause Terrence Brown was the driver who had to keep an eye on the roads. Keefe D was too far away from them to shoot. The remaining two in the back were the youngsters, so it makes sense to put them in charge.
Baby Lane's your cousin?
They were most likely supposed to hand over the gun in case the target ends up on their side. There was no other reason for DeAndre to be in the car. He was supposed to shoot if Tupac's BMW was on his side, meaning on the left side of the Cadillac, and Orlando was supposed to shoot if Pac was on the right side. Why would you let a 350-pound heavy man block one of the windows and make it difficult for Orlando to hit the target? Why was he even in the car in the first place? There were also eyewitnesses like Idi Amin who claimed that the arm and the hand of the shooter was big and bulky, and that it couldn't have been Orlando's. Keefe D was confronted about it in interviews, to which he responded that he didn't actually see the shooter as he was ducking and had his back turned. This makes you wonder why in previous interviews he was so convinced that Orlando is the shooter, and that DeAndre is innocent. But then you could make that argument that it wouldn't make sense for Orlando.
That's your cousin. Did he do it? Come on. Go ahead and tell it to him. You know what I'm saying? He gone now. You might well go ahead and tell it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna tell nobody else, but go ahead and tell it for the people in jail. We need answers. Say 6'8".
Orlando to let DeAndre shoot him, because it was him who got jumped and his pride hurt. He felt like he had to prove himself, so that he doesn't come back to the hood as a victim or a loser who got beaten up by a non-gangster and needed the help of someone else to get his revenge. His reputation as a cold-blooded killer was on the line. At least that's how he felt. It makes sense to assume that he wanted to prove himself. Alright, you jumped me, but look what I did to you afterwards. Most of the time, you don't really want anybody to take your revenge for you if you can do it yourself. It would make you look weak in the type of environments Orlando grew up in. One of the Southsiders who was living with DeAndre Smith at the time, but was in jail when Tupac got shot, told the grand jury,
I thought you were going to say it, so I'm going to do this.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'll wait on it to you. I'll go.
Gotcha, bitch.
that DeAndre was the shooter and that he never took credit for it. Instead, he let his friend Orlando take the credit so that his reputation on the streets could be saved. Cause that was the whole reason why they came after them. The witness said that DeAndre was someone that did a lot of dirt for everyone. A killer that tried to stay low profile, which contradicts Keefe D's remarks about DeAndre getting cold feet. Cause apparently DeAndre was used to these type of situations. It was later revealed that DeAndre always got away with killing people.
Damn.
The witness also explained why Orlando stood there in front of the elevators. He said Orlando was on his way to the bathroom. After the fight at the MGM, he supposedly had a dislocated shoulder. And that's why, quote unquote, he couldn't have possibly shot Tupac.
Hold on, it's on the left side, right? Let's look. This on the left side, bro. Yeah, he couldn't be a shooter, bro. It dislocated. This on the left side of your arm. He in the car. Yeah, he couldn't be shooting. His arm messed up. Yeah. Confirmed.
He not only had a 6'6", 350 to 400 pound heavy DeAndre Smith in his way, which prevented him from having a clear shot, but also had an injured shoulder that didn't allow him to lean over DeAndre and shoot. He didn't have a clear shot, and the shells would be flying in DeAndre's face if Orlando really had leaned over him. He was just too big to get out of the way, or to make space. Andre supposedly told him, "Give me the pistol," and shot Pac. That would explain why all the eyewitnesses said that the arm was big, dark and bulky, even though detectives are convinced that it was Orlando. Dre was just in a better position to do it. If Orlando was on the left side, he would have done it himself. He said he saw Orlando in an arm sling shortly after. In one of the interviews, Keefe D said that Orlando went to a hospital a day after the shooting, because of the shoulder injury. Everything that Keefe D said and everything I presented in this video about Von Zip, Keefe D and Puffy, everything aside from his statements about the identity of the shooter, was confirmed by the Southside Crip that lived with DeAndre. The statements made by eyewitnesses seem to be in line with the recent witness testimony in front of the grand jury. Yaki Gaddafi, who was one of the members of the Outlaws, was sitting in the black Lexus right behind Tupac and claimed to have seen the driver and the arm of the shooter. Just like Frank Alexander and Idi Amin, he said that the shots came from the front window. The arm was supposedly dark, but the driver was brown, meaning that it wasn't actually the driver who shot out the window. He might have made a mistake about where the shots came from, but more important than that is the part where he said the shooter is dark-skinned. The only dark-skinned person in the car was DeAndre Smith. Orlando Anderson's skin color was the lightest in that vehicle. Gaddafi denied that the arm was fair-skinned. He said that the shooter's arm looked dark. Both Keefe D and Terrence Brown had darker skin than Orlando, and they were described by Gaddafi as brown or light-skinned. The arm of the shooter, however, was dark-skinned. They all said the same thing. Both Frank and Idi Amin, who are all in the same vehicle. Frank, the driver of the Lexus, said that the arm of the shooter was as black as the gun itself. DeAndre Smith was the only person in that vehicle that fits the description. The detective even asked him again to clarify, and Frank repeated it, denying that he was fair-skinned. Said he was dark black, not just black, dark black. Years later he added, "All I saw was the position of the shooter. He was in the back seat. I saw the arm of the shooter come out. I saw a silhouette of him, which was a black person wearing a skull cap and a beanie cap. Orlando Anderson did not wear a cap that day, and his arm did not have the same color as a gun." Right next to the driver Frank, we had Yaki Gaddafi. The front passenger seat was the place where you could see the shooter the best, and he said the same thing as Frank. The shooter was dark-skinned, darker than the driver.
I think somebody put a hit out on that because he was an eyewitness. It's crazy how he died. Someone Tupac, well, not, I wouldn't say right after Tupac died, but Yeah, I know. If you know, you know. But
behind Gaddafi, we had Idi Amin, who at first told the cops that he could identify the shooter. But then later, he denied that he was able to. I saw 4 black males in a white Cadillac as it rolled by our car, just before Tupac got shot. I couldn't see which of those 4 pulled the trigger, but I saw the gun come from the back seat out through the driver's window. And I saw the driver. I did see all 4 faces for a few split seconds before the shooting though, and I told the police that. I can't promise you I could identify them, but nobody has ever even asked me to try. He also said that the arm of the shooter was dark-skinned, and that it came out the front window, but by the person sitting behind the driver, which was DeAndre Smith. To Idi Amin's left we had Castro, another member of the Outlaws. He couldn't see the shooting as well as the others. He said the farthest from the Cadillac. Napoleon from the Outlaws, who stayed in LA that weekend, was told that the shooter was not actually Orlando Anderson but somebody else. Trayvon Lane, on the other hand, was allegedly the first to tell people that it was Orlando. And as previously mentioned, Trayvon Lane was the person who had the fight with him at the mall. Trayvon might have been able to see the shooter as he was in the front passenger seat of the vehicle in front of the BMW. And the Cadillac rolled right past them when they were trying to escape. Trayvon and K-Dub accidentally prevented the BMW from escaping, cause Suge could have just driven off the moment they started shooting. Trayvon might have actually spoken to Officer Greg Kading in private and informed him about Orlando being the shooter, since the officer is fully convinced that it was him. But then you have people in DeAndre's neighborhood saying that he bragged about shooting Tupac while having Orlando with him. But to be fair, Orlando is said to have done the same, meaning they both wanted credit for killing Tupac. According to Low MB from the group OFTB, who was actually one of the people who were on their way to the 662 Club, Yaki Gaddafi later on at the hospital told him that the shooter was light-skinned, looking like him, which is the complete opposite of what he told the police. So it's not just outsiders that spread false information about the case, but even the people that were present at the crime scene. The eyewitnesses weren't telling the truth, and were making things difficult for the police to solve. This whole case is a convoluted mess. You have multiple accounts from both the victim and the perpetrator side that have changed over time and contradict each other.
Pac not finna tell the story. I ain't finna tell the story, but I tell you this, it wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that part.
During a recent interview, Suge Knight said that neither Keefe D nor Orlando was the shooter, going as far as to say that Orlando was a good kid and that they should free Keefe D after his recent arrest. But most people, including Las Vegas detectives who have addressed these statements, take them with a grain of salt and don't see him as a reliable source, as he has lied about the identity of the shooter in the past, going as far as to accuse his ex-wife of having orchestrated the shooting. He also paid Orlando $60,000 to testify for him in court a few weeks after the shooting, which he also named as one of the reasons why he wouldn't testify against Keefe D. The other reasons being their friendship, which, like explained earlier, goes all the way back to their childhood, and Orlando, quote-unquote, not being the shooter. It's not clear if he was trying to imply that it was DeAndre, or if he's just trying to prevent Keefe D from going to jail.
Who want to see? I wouldn't wish somebody going to prison on my worst enemy. Free Keefe D.
If it does somehow turn out that DeAndre was the shooter...
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. Get your goddamn ass on.
This nigga, he gonna say free Keefe D. Then another interview, he gonna talk about something. I would die for Tupac. Like, man, him and Snoop Dogg, I don't know what the fuck to say about that. You know what I'm saying? So you know that's why you got life. I hope you get life, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how long you got. I know you about to get out soon. But yeah, bitch, you get life too, motherfucker. All y'all niggas go down. Burn, bitch, burn.
Then Keefe D's proffer agreement, which he made in 2009 in exchange for the police dropping an indictment involving a drug ring, would be violated as he himself admitted that Orlando was the shooter. That's why detectives assumed that it was Orlando, since it wouldn't make sense for him to lie about it, as it would get him locked up for the rest of his life. Everything you say during a proffer agreement must be truthful, and only then they can't use it against you, unless you speak about the case outside the agreements. More on that later. Orlando himself of course denied being the shooter, while lying and slipping up in interviews multiple times to the point that his attorney was forced to tell him to not answer the questions.
When I heard that Tupac was shot, when I was at home, let's say I was at home, like...
Yeah, he lying.
He said...
You can tell by his eyes he was lying. Suge was scared when Dre and Lane was still, he got 28 years, he ain't getting out. He got 28 years? God damn. That boy about 50 something, huh? Yeah, old with him.
He was at home when the shooting happened. And
we appreciate the man upstairs for, you know what I'm saying, getting all these motherfuckers. We just need to get Diddy, please. You know what I'm saying? We get Diddy. Get him out the way. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man.
Then got cut off by his attorney, because there are obviously videotapes of him at the MGM that night, and not in Compton. After shooting 13 rounds into the BMW, the Cadillac drove off, following the ladies who were trying to escape in panic by turning right, even though they were in the wrong lane. While trying to switch lanes, the Cadillac almost collided with the car of the ladies. The ladies tried to turn right from the 5th lane, while the people in the Cadillac tried to overtake them by using the 6th lane. They both turned right onto Koval Lane, but the Cadillac was able to pass them. As soon as the ladies and the Southsiders drove off, Buntry and Neckbone tried to chase the Cadillac with the black Toyota Supra. They were on the 3rd lane right next to Suge's BMW. The women in the white Chrysler Sebring didn't know where the shots came from and were blindly trying to get away from the shooting as fast as possible, not knowing that they were doing a race with the shooters. The Sebring of the ladies was in between the Cadillac and the Supra. So it was a high-speed chase with Buntry and Neckbone trying to pass the Sebring to get closer to the Cadillac, and the Cadillac trying to escape. Once the Supra came close enough, they started shooting at each other. They might have recognized Orlando in that vehicle since the Supra was on the right lane, and the Cadillac on the left. But it's rather unlikely. The black Toyota Supra had one bullet hole on the left front fender, meaning Neckbone and Buntry must have came close enough to get hit there, on the side and not the front of the car. For that to be possible, the Supra must have at least reached the back door of the Cadillac, maybe even the front door, somewhere in between. Only people who could have done it were Keefe D and Orlando, since they were the ones on the right side. But Keefe D said that he didn't even notice them. Terrence Brown made a right turn onto East Harmon Avenue, and that's when they lost him, according to the Southsider I previously mentioned, the one that testified in front of the grand jury. The front window of the Chrysler Sebring got shot out, and the women stopped following them, realizing that they've been following the assailants the whole time. Keefe D thought that the girls were trying to chase them. That's why they shot at them to make them stop. The Southsiders managed to disappear into the night without Buntry or the girls knowing where they went. Knowing that Von Zip's gun had 17 bullets and that 13 of them went through the BMW, they must have been out of ammo or had multiple guns with them. The Supra had one bullet hole, same with the Sebring. According to Keefe D, there were a lot of shots led in both directions. He was under the impression that Tupac actually shot back at them, cause the Cadillac supposedly ended up having multiple bullet holes. Keefe D never mentioned a Supra coming after them, even though Reggie Wright confirmed that they shot back. The interesting thing to me was, with all them rough A people they were supposed to have with them, none of them did a damn thing and tried to come after us. There were a lot of shots let off in both directions. I don't know why the Vegas police didn't check Tupac's hands for powder burns to see if he was shooting, because the car we were in was shot the F up. I don't understand why people act like Tupac was an angel. The guy had busted on some off-duty cops in Atlanta a few years earlier, so he wasn't scared to bust. When the shot settled, a couple of people in our car had fragments and glass in their hair, but none of us had been hit, Keefe D said. Immediately after the assailants stopped firing, Bodyguard Frank Alexander jumped out the Lexus and ran to the BMW thinking that both Suge and Pac are dead. K-Dub, who was sitting in the vehicle in front of Suge's BMW, supposedly got out as well to check on them. He saw blood shooting out of Suge's head, and Pac looking at him in shock. He asked if Suge was alright, but Suge was holding onto the steering wheel in total shock. They then said, "Come on man, let's get out of here." And everyone jumped back in their cars. K-Dub's statements contradict Frank Alexander's side of the story, cause K-Dub made it seem like they had enough time to talk and check on Suge and Pac to see if they're alive. Frank, on the other hand, said that they didn't even have time to check on them. Right when he reached the trunk of the BMW, Suge drove off and did a U-turn to drive back where he came from. He was in panic mode and couldn't think clearly. He wanted to get away from there as fast as possible. Suge was splattered with both Pac's and his own blood. Pac's breathing was labored and shallow, but his eyes were open and he was alert. There was a flip Motorola cell phone resting on the sedan's console, but Suge didn't use it to call 911 for help. Didn't try to drive to the hospital either.
Yeah.
He was actually going in the opposite direction.
But for his trying to get him to the hospital didn't make me realize that I was shot. Because usually when you get shot in the head, the first thing the person do is panic. You know, bam, I'm shot in the head, I'm about to die. And once you do that, you can't drive nowhere. And there was blood coming everywhere. My concern was him. I said, "You hit?" He said, "I'm hitting." So I said, "I'm gonna get you to a hospital right now." So I'm driving like a madman, trying to, get help to help him. And the first thing he said, laughingly, jokingly, loudly, is, "I need a hospital? You the one shot in the head. Don't you think you need a hospital?" And we laughed the whole time going to find out went to the hospital. That's the conversation we had. It wasn't, Pac was a man the whole time. It wasn't that he was like, "Oh, I'm shot." He cracking jokes. He like, "Yeah, they shot me." He said, "But you shot in your head. Look at your head bleed. Look how much it's bleed." That was Pac. I'm like, "Man, shut off and get you to the doctor."
Suge sped back down Flamingo Road and supposedly told Tupac that he was going to get him to a hospital. The U-turn was questionable because the Desert Springs Hospital is located at 2075 East Flamingo Road, not far from the
shooting right here. So all he had to do was go straight. Boom, bust that goddamn, yeah. Man, goddamn.
662 Club. Suge knew the area well as he used to play for the UNLV Rebels, but he was in panic mode and didn't know what to do. Frank ran back to the Lexus and did a U-turn as well. Just like the other cars from the entourage, 3 cars in total followed Suge down East Flamingo Road. Suge got caught up in traffic, went up over a median, ran a red light and popped a couple tires on the center divider. He ran the red light at Harmon Avenue and then got stuck on the median with 4 flat tires. Despite Suge's injuries and his vehicle having flat tires, he was able to drive Pac and himself a mile from the site to Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon Avenue. The sedan had a powerful 4.4 liter V8 engine, so Suge floored it and got out of there even with flat tires.
I didn't know what to think. It was a fog. It was a haze.
After hearing the gunshots, 2 biked cops came out of the parking garage of the Maxim Hotel, which was right next to the spot where Tupac got shot. They then informed their colleagues through the radio, while alerting paramedics. The cops were pedaling fast. They turned and followed Suge down the road instead of securing the crime scene. As a result, the scene and evidence was ran over and dispersed through the traffic. Suge lost control over his BMW, and the vehicle did a 360-degree spin. It was right at the intersection of East Harmon Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. That's where the BMW came to a stop. Suge drove all the way back from East Flamingo Road, turned left onto Las Vegas Boulevard, and stopped right when turning left onto East Harmon Avenue. That's also where the cars of the Death Row entourage came to a stop, and people started to jump out of their vehicles in order to rush to Tupac. The cops had followed them on their bikes, which they threw down once the BMW came to a stop. They drew their guns on Suge and everyone who was coming out of the vehicles, telling them to get on the ground. Some of them listened, but the officer Chris Carroll was under the impression that they didn't want to comply, and that it's going to be a shootout. So he was nervous as well. The officer didn't know if they're the victims or the attackers. Suge came out of the vehicle looking hysteric but also menacing. Officer Chris Carroll thought he had no backup while being surrounded by at least 12 people. He pointed his gun at Suge, who was running around, even though he was covered in blood from scalp and neck wounds. Suge started yelling, "My man Pac is shot! Pac is shot!" He was repeatedly told to get on the ground. At around 11:20, meaning 5 minutes after the shooting, about 20 police officers had arrived at the scene. They put up crime scene tape around the car and put everyone from death row out of their cars and face down on the sidewalk. The police shoved guns in our faces and threatened us, Edie said. They made us lay face down in the middle of the street. Even after they realized we were telling the truth, they never apologized. Officer Chris Carroll then saw Pac, who was still in the car, even though they had told everybody to get out of the vehicles. He went around the car and aimed his gun at the passenger side, where Tupac was sitting. Saw the bullet holes and understood that they were indeed the victims. The passenger window was shot and broken. He couldn't open the door because the bullets had damaged the mechanism for the door latch. Frank Alexander then told one of the cops that he's the bodyguard of Tupac Shakur, and he was then allowed to come in. He got up under the tape and saw Suge laying on the ground like everyone else. Frank told the cops that Suge is the boss of the record company, and that Tupac is still in the car. They then let Suge come up off the ground, and that's when him and Frank ran to the BMW to check on Tupac. Chris Carroll still wasn't able to open the door, and then started pointing the gun at Suge, telling him to back off as he felt intimidated by him. He then tried to open the passenger door again, but then Suge said, "It's my car, I know how to open it." Pac was leaning against the door, so when Suge opened it, he almost fell out the car, while he was still covered in blood. According to Chris Carroll, he carried him out with his left hand while having the gun in his right hand. Suge was still in panic mode, and Chris was afraid that he might do something while he's busy helping Pac. He thought that if Suge jumped on his back, it would have been over for him, cause he was huge. He managed to carry him out and put him on the ground.
And he's like, he's trying to breathe. And then he goes, I can't breathe.
He was in terrible shape, had blood coming out of his nose, had so much blood on his body that the officer didn't even understand where he was shot. The seat, his clothes, the jewelry, everything was covered in blood. Frank and Suge were both yelling and asking him if he's alright. Pac then tried yelling back, but didn't have enough energy and breath. Chris Carroll thought that Pac didn't have much time, but that he still could make a dying declaration to help the police to find the assailants. He then asked him, "Who shot you? What happened? Who did it?" Pac was ignoring him at first, making eye contact here and there, but he wanted to speak with Suge instead. The police officer kept asking, "Who did this? Who shot you?" And Pac kept ignoring him. And then all of a sudden, his mood and attitude changed. He went from fighting, yelling, and trying to get Suge's attention to totally peaceful, lying there still with his arms on his body, as if he's trying to save his remaining energy. The officer thought that he physically gave up. Suge was bleeding heavily from his head, but he was running around as if nothing happened. Pac then looked at the police officer, right in his eyes, stared at him. That's when the officer asked him one last time, "Who shot you?" Pac looked at him and took a deep breath to get the words out. He opened his mouth, and the officer thought he's going to cooperate.
He looked at me, and I could tell he was getting a breath together to tell me, and he looked me right in the eyes, and we looked at each other, and he said, "F you," and he said it just like that, with the emphasis on that F.
After that, he started gurgling and slipping out of.
That's crazy. He said in the song that he did this shit. You know what I'm saying? Then the angel of death got blood on him and shit. Damn.
Consciousness. Confident that the death row crew and the police would be looking for the vehicle they were driving, the Crips tried to abandon it and get away from it as far as possible. They parked the Cadillac on the other side of the Las Vegas Boulevard Street, meaning after they drove down Covell Lane, they headed into the same direction as Suge went. Drove down Covell Lane, turned right onto East Harmon Avenue, then turned right onto Audrey Street, left onto Paris Drive.
Somebody said he said that because he said fuck you to the police because he thought he was thinking of that the Biggie song, Who Shot You? He thought the police were trying to be smart. Or Tupac think they set him up again. I mean, they set him up, the government was setting him up and shit. And that's why he said fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
And then crossed the Las Vegas Boulevard Street to find a parking lot. That area is now filled with hotels. Back then, in 1996, the Bellagio Hotel and Casino was still under construction, just like most of the other hotels in that area. Only things you could find there were dunes, construction areas and parking lots. They must have found a good hiding place for the Cadillac, cause the cops never found it, even though there were bicycle cops everywhere. It's also a miracle that nobody saw them, even though the traffic was heavy. It took them at least 10 minutes to get there. By the time the BMW came to a halt, they were still driving. Keefe D thought that Suge would drive to the hospital and didn't expect him to come back down Las Vegas Boulevard, the same street that Keefe D came back to. On the other side of the road, they found a parking lot where they could hide the car. It was now 11:30. 15 minutes had passed since the shooting happened. 2 ambulances showed up and Tupac went into unconsciousness. The response team opened a gurney and wheeled Tupac's limp body into one of the ambulances. They put tubes down his throat to try to get an airway going. With 2 officers and the injured Suge Knight taking a seat in the other ambulance, the 2 emergency vehicles sped off with sirens blaring, driving north Las Vegas Boulevard Street, heading for the University Medical Center some 3 miles away. In the meantime, the Crips got out of the Cadillac and Orlando put the gun on one of the tires. They took their bottles of liquor and were on their way to the Carriage Hotel, for which they once again had to cross the Las Vegas Boulevard, but this time by foot. They crossed the road, but the light changed to red when they reached the middle divider. So they had to wait at the median, and according to Keefe D, that's when 2 ambulances passed right in front of where they were standing. According to Keefe D, the ambulances were carrying Pac and Suge. That ish was funny as a motherfucker, Keefe D said. But Keefe D told a different story in his proffer deal confession, which Officer Greg Kading secretly recorded and leaked in books and TV shows. He told him that they parked the Cadillac in a parking lot right across the street from the carriage house, meaning on East Harmon Avenue, right after they turned right from Covell Lane. So they didn't cross Las Vegas Boulevard again. He said that the ambulance with Tupac and Suge drove right past them when they were trying to cross East Harmon Avenue Street. So they saw the ambulance on a different street. But the emergency team didn't even drive that way. They didn't drive east. In order to get to the hospital, they drove north, using the Las Vegas Boulevard Street. So this version of the story he told doesn't add up. He told Greg Kading that they were on their way to party in their rooms at the MGM Grand. But they weren't even staying there. At the MGM, there were cameras everywhere. There is no footage of those 4 at the MGM after the shooting. And no rooms were booked under their names. It also wouldn't make sense for them to go back there after that fight with Orlando and the Death Row entourage. Keefe D himself said that the things he told Greg Kading were inaccurate. And Greg Kading supposedly fabricated a...
Alright, I'm gonna stop right there, chat. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Love the stream. Been streaming 5 hours. Successful stream. I appreciate everybody coming through. Everybody showing me love from Twitch to Twitter to YouTube. You know how we do.
Give me a hell yeah!
Y'all enjoy the stream. Please like and subscribe to my channel on YouTube. I'm gonna keep y'all posted when I stream next time. It's probably gonna be like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I will be on Twitch only, and I will be doing All Eyes on Me and Tupac Resolution. I will be streaming it on Twitter, and I will be listening to Machiavelli and Thug Life. I will be jamming that shit on Twitch for y'all. Then later on, I'm doing 11 p.m. Eastern. I will be doing DMX DMX and Big Pun, the backstory. So bring your tissues. We got 2 streams today on Easter. First stream is gonna be on Twitch, but for Tupac movie. Then later on 11 p.m.